from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding. We, thine unworthy servants here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that, we having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the Queen, the public weal, peace, and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
This Honourable House now resume its sittings. Call of the roll.
Mr. Witter, Mr. Samuda, Mr. Holness, Dr. Clark. Mr. Nigel Clark, Minister, Mr. Shaw, Dr. Chan, Mr. Montague, Ms. Grange, Mr. Henry, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. McKenzie, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Daryl Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Tufton, Dr. Tufton, Dr. Tufton, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Campbell, Mrs. Malahoo Ford, Mr. Green, Mr. Terrelong, Mr. Main, Mr. R. Scott, Mr. Azan, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brownberg, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Dr. Campbell, Dr. Dayton Campbell, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Charles, Mr. Clark, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Ms. Daly, Mr. Daly, Mrs. Marissa Dalrymple Philibert. She's not here, sorry. Dr. Dunn, Mr. Fagan, Dr. Ferguson, Mr. Golding, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hannah, Mr. Hales, Mrs. Holness, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Kellier, Dr. McNeil, Ms. Nito, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Michael Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Pickersgill, Mr. Redmond, Mr. Robertson that is, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Stewart, Reverend Thwaites, Mrs. Anne-Marie Vaz, Mr. Dwayne Vaz, Mr. Dwayne Vaz, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Wright, Mr. Bartlett,
Statements by Minister. Mr. Shamura.
Mr. Speaker, we will be having several statements today, but I would just indicate that the first speaker will be the Minister of Local Government and Community Development. So I invite you to call on him to make his statement, please.
Mr. Desmond McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my last statement to the House on the 1st of July, I indicated then that discussions were being held with a wide cross-section of individuals in the entertainment sector to look at the safest way to commence activities which involve events and the use of venues such as sports bar and other places of amusement that has been closed since the order was made in March. The government has had consultations and have considered the protocols for regulating daycare centers and summer camps. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, I wish to announce the following with effect as of Tuesday the 21st for a period ending the 31st of July. And let me say, Mr. Speaker, the reason why we have opted for this is to maintain the consistency in the 2-week period when we make announcements on various reopening. Mr. Speaker, I want to now announce that daycare centers will be reopened, as I said before, come the 21st of July in the first period ending on the 31st of July. The protocols, Mr. Speaker, is that these facilities must be fully compliant with the COVID-19 protocols where staff members are concerned. The question of temperature checks and other such protocols that are laid down by the Ministry of Health, we are expecting that those protocols will be observed. Protocols. The staffing provisions using the following ratio: children 0 to 12 months, 1 adult to 5, using the ratio of 13 to 35 months, 1 adult to 8 children, and 3 years to 5, 1 adult to 10 children. There must be multiple temperature checks available for screening, and these are devices, Mr. Speaker, must be clean at all times, and we are recommending that the necessary checks be done using the list that has been provided by the Ministry of Health. We want to make it clear that children must observe, and we are asking that signs be erected that are friendly to the young people, and that signs must be erected across the entire facilities. We want to make the point that parents and guardians are not compelled by this order. So we are opening the sector, but if the parent or the guardian feel that they are not ready to send their child out, they are not compelled to do so. So this is the first order as it relates to the opening of daycare facilities across the country. Mr. Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Southeast raised the question of summer camps. And after consultation with the various stakeholders, the government has decided to allow the operation of summer camps for a period commencing on the 21st, will end on the 31st, will be up for review. And again, this order speaks to non-residential summer camps. So we are not opening and advising for summer camps where children are going to sleep over. We are speaking about day camps using the necessary protocols that have been put in place to observe the social distancing. And these camps will run from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And we are encouraging a lot of outdoor activities, again, observing the necessary protocols that have been put in place, Mr. Speaker. And I am quite sure that we will see a tremendous response to this, because in my own constituency, I'm going to be using my summer camp program as a means of continuing the educational program for many of the students in my own constituency. Mr. Speaker, the question of sport bars. And I know that many questions have been asked around this area. And again, with effect of the 21st of this month, sports bars will be allowed to open their doors for business. But all of these facilities must first obtain the requisite approval license from the local authorities and the necessary certification of safety from the Jamaica Fire Brigade in order for these establishments to be reopened. It is clear, Mr. Speaker, based on the assessment that was done, that many of these establishments before COVID were operating outside of observing the requirements for licensing and the full response to the safety concerns. So as a part of the order, Mr. Speaker, these locations will not be allowed to operate unless they are in compliance. No entertainment venues are allowed no more than 60% of the venue at any given time. And again, the 6 feet between dining table maximum, 4 persons are allowed to sit at a table. And again, we are not supporting the joining of tables to facilitate large gathering, Mr. Speaker. The games, the poker boxes, and the necessary games within these sports bars must be at least 6 feet apart. And I want to emphasize that where it is necessary in these circumstances, that limited air conditioning be used, and if it's possible, doors and windows of these facilities must remain open. And again, signs must be prominently displayed throughout the venue, and the necessary protocols involving the sanitization must be in place, and the constant cleaning of the restroom. I want to make a point on this matter, Mr. Speaker, that this order does not speak to the reopening of nightclubs across the country. The order in relation to nightclubs still remains. There is no order for the reopening of nightclubs. I want to turn, Mr. Speaker, to amusement parks and water attractions. Again, the same will follow. Commencing on the 21st, they will be allowed to operate between the hours of 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. These facilities including gaming arcades for young children and young adults. And I want to make the point that these gaming lounge must not be confused with the ones where they go to gamble. So this is not for gambling purpose. And again, these facilities must have the requisite approvals of the local authorities and the necessary safety requirement by the Jamaica Fire Brigade. And we are insisting that the necessary protocols that have been outlined in terms of the wearing of masks and the sanitization must be maintained at all times. I want to move now. Last week, the Minister of Finance announced the opening of Gaming Lounge, which speaks to betting shop and other areas that deal in form of gambling. The protocols for those, Mr. Speaker, will be published in the order, but just to mention that this forms a part of the wider reopening of this entire sector. I want to move now to an area where many Jamaicans are anxiously awaiting the government's response. And this is in the area of entertainment. Now, when we speak about entertainment, I want to make the point that it is the Ministry of Local Government that has that responsibility, because the places of amusement, licensing and permits falls under the Ministry of Local Government through the municipal corporations. There is no difference within the system. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, the protocols that we are going to be speaking to as it relates to the opening came out of extensive consultation with the major players in the sector, the promoters, the little man on the corner who heads the Round Robin Association, the various, all aspects of that sector of the entertainment came to the meeting. We had the last one last week, Thursday, at the Ministry of Local Government, and it was a very successful meeting, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, no event can be held without the requisite amusement license or permit granted by the local authorities in the respective parishes across the island. So the right to allow the entertainment is vested in the local authorities, and without the permit, no event will be allowed. So, Mr. Speaker, there are established venues that have been identified across the country that was recommended by players in the business that will be used for the staging of what we call small outdoor events. And these events will include concerts, parties, round robin, launches, religious celebration, and the religious celebration mean baptism, tent meetings. Well, so we are now putting all of these, Mr. Speaker, and this also includes festival activities. In addition, no, I would do that. In addition to social distancing and the wearing of masks, Mr. Speaker, I want to make the point, which is critical to this announcement. The events that are going to be staged must comply with the order. Arising out of the meeting, the event must come to an end 1 hour before the start of the nightly curfew. Well, the curfew is at 11, so 10. No more than 280 people can gather for any one event. 280. 50 patrons and the other 30 represents the promoters, the musicians, etc. 280. Again. Yes. So 250 patrons and 30 additional production personnel, including performers and staff. There must be signs such as tape on the floors or other markings to ensure that the people attending observe the necessary protocols. The bar area is only to be used for purchasing of drinks. No gathering is allowed. A point that is critical when we speak about the round robin. Obstruction of vehicular traffic and access to public thoroughfare will not be allowed. It will not be allowed. And the players in the industry gave a commitment to work to ensure that the 2-week period is one that we will look at and then make a determination to see whether or not we will extend the operation. The Noise Abatement Act will come in force where necessary, and again we are asking for the strictest observation of these protocols. All facilities that are to be used under this conditional reopen will be subjected to inspection by the Ministry of Local Government, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Wellness, Health and Wellness, the Ministry of Culture, the Ministry of Tourism, the municipal corporations, and the Jamaica Constabulary Force. There will be a sensitization and monitoring team comprising the Social Development Commission, the Ministry of Tourism, the Ministry of Health, as we take a joint-up government approach, which will see, Mr. Speaker, the employment of over 1,000 young people across the country to ensure the effectiveness of this exercise. 350 will come from the Ministry of Local Government Youth Summer Employment Program, and the remaining portion will come from the Ministry of Tourism and the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and a period of training would have already commenced, Mr. Speaker, as we seek to put in place the necessary mechanism to monitor, to ensure that we get as much compliance as possible with the latest rounds of orders that we are putting out. So, Mr. Speaker, these provisional measures have been developed after extensive consultation with many individuals and groups in the entertainment industry. I want to especially thank them for their constructive participation. I want to make it very clear, however, that if these relaxations are to be extended beyond the initial period of the full compliance with all the protocols by the operators, we are expecting, as I said before, that this privilege will not be abused and persons will work to ensure that we can extend the period beyond the 2 weeks. I wish to thank the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the Ministry of Culture, Gender and Entertainment and Sports, and the Ministry of Tourism for their contribution. Mr. Speaker, I cannot conclude without announcing another aspect of the easing of the restrictions. There has been many requests coming from senior citizens about the age of staying home, Mr. Speaker. And after much consideration, a decision has been taken to move it from 65 years to 75 years old. So as of the 21st, we will move the staying home from 65 to 75. Are you? Mr. Speaker, our senior citizens have contributed greatly to Jamaica's development, and we will continue to protect them. Protecting our senior citizens is one very important reason why we should all be observing this health protocol, Mr. Speaker. While we are not yet at the desired level of compliance with all the rules, we are seeing 100% compliance in the opening of cinemas. We have seen significant improvement in the compliance of beaches and river goers. Mr. Speaker, this administration is gradually reopening the economy while maintaining critical public health standards to minimize the spread of COVID-19. However, the best efforts of the government must be complemented by high and increased level of personal responsibility from our citizens and visitors. Defiance of the rules is not something that we welcome. And so as we continue to respond to the call, the government is listening. It is responding to the calls from many Jamaicans for the economy and the social restrictions to be modified. As Jamaica fights COVID-19, it is time for many more of our people to listen and to respond to the government's call to obey all levels that are established by the Ministry of Health. Your life and the lives of your family and friends are important as we continue, Mr. Speaker, to work for the people of Jamaica. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition welcomes these measures. I think they are important in getting the economy going again, and in particular, the new protocols for the entertainment industry. Those protocols are important as it is a critical economic driver, and I think every member in here can attest to the impact that events like round robins have in terms of providing incomes for many persons. The daycare center, critical to allowing parents to go back to work, because one of the big issues we have had is that in the absence of facilities for their children, it has forced many parents, in particular women, to restrict their, it restricts their ability to go to work. Mr. Speaker, just a couple of questions. I was going to ask about the inspection regime, and I've noted what the minister said in terms of the 1,000 young persons who would form that team. I just asked, if there's going to be a basis for the recruitment of those young persons and the period of training that they would go through to effectively do the inspections that would be required. And I think I would join the minister in encouraging all Jamaicans to comply with the protocols. It's not going to be possible to police all of these venues because of limited resources, but it's an important step as we try to get the economy going again.
Samuel.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, like the member from Eastern St. Andrew, Southeast St. Andrew, I join also on behalf of the people of Northern Clarendon to welcome these new protocols and the fact that we have now inched further for the real people, the poor people of this country in opening the economy for their activities. One question, two questions. Is there a limit? And I know all the persons in Croftshill and Uniontown listening out for this thing. Listen for Minister Grange this afternoon and listen out for you, because I told him you're going to make a statement. Will there be a limit to the round robin congregation? He said, so. Well, I'm sorry I was late. Really sorry I was late. Okay, I'm really sorry. Really sorry. No, I came in a little late. And the second question pertains to youth camps. And I want to thank the PM and yourself, because a couple of weeks ago we sent the question to you about the protocol for youth camps. Some of us have youth camps. The police have annual youth camps. The Scout Boys Brigade, Cadet have a residential youth camp. Are you allowing for residential youth camps? Well, non-residential. Okay, well, that won't help the North Clarendon summer camp movement of 27 years. That won't help us at all because three-week summer camp, 300 kids residential. But we welcome the new protocols.
Just two follow-ups. Since there are a number of members of parliament who do the summer camps, and one concern I have, whether there's going to be some we normally do it through CDF, whether we provide some kind of insurance protection, meaning if a child falls ill, who bears that responsibility as the member of parliament who puts on the camp? Is just something we need to think about, or whether you have some indemnity forms that parents have to sign. Something to consider. And then in terms of church services, are there new protocols in relation to general church services going forward from July 21st?
The protocol surrounding churches still remains the same until the end of the order which was announced, which would end on the 31st, and that will be up for review come on the 31st. In response to the question you posed in regards to the insurance, again, this similar approach that we took to say to parents, if you don't feel comfortable, then really don't send your child to the summer camp, like what we're saying in regards to the opening of the daycare facility. It is something I think we need to consider. I will have to discuss with the AG to see how it works and to get an input from the SDC as to whether or not that is going to be done. The question of the training and the youth summer employment workers will come through the municipal cooperation. It is a part of their annual summer youth employment program. And already there are some that have been employed, that have been working with the monitoring of the bar, of the beaches and things, and they will be drawn in with the additional 150. Training has already commenced in some areas, and there will be ongoing training because we are expecting that those persons that are employed will be in the driver's seat for a little while so as to continue to maintain on the sensitization. And a part of the sensitization, member, is to give out the various leaflets and to ensure that all the necessary protocols are in place and are observed. Okay, so I hope that answers your question. Member Daly, the member from North Clarendon, we are encouraging round-robin promoters. And this came out of the meeting with the promoters that they should identify locations to stage the round-robin so that they will have an orderly setting. And what we said, 280 persons, 250 and the 30 would be the promoters and the persons who work in the bar. But what we are saying, that we know that in some areas it is going to be challenging, but we are begging not to obstruct the flow of vehicular and pedestrian traffic. And one of the complaints that we normally get is that persons would block people's driveway and they would have a difficulty in accessing their homes. So we are going to ask for some level of consideration while we look at it, and then when we review at the end of the period, then we can make further adjustment. For two, it starts on the 21st, end on the 31st. The reason why we are ending this on the 31st is because the next round of order would come in effect on the 31st.
Our next contributor would be the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Chuck.
Mr. Speaker, permission to speak from a seat other than my own.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Why can't chocolate down? Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to announce that the Ministry of Justice has been implementing the National Child Diversion Program in furtherance of the Child Diversion Act, hereafter the Act, which was enacted in 2018 and came into effect in 2019. Mr. Speaker, child diversion is a process of implementing measures for dealing with children alleged as, accused of, or recognized as having infringed the penal law without resort to formal judicial proceedings. The broad goals of the National Child Diversion Program, among others, are, Mr. Speaker, to reduce the number of children who are charged with offences and consequently, as a result, exposed to the formal criminal justice system. B, to increase the use of diversionary programs that are expected to rehabilitate children as a response to crime and wrongdoing. To protect the rights of the child in keeping with international instruments and protocols to which Jamaica is a party, and to reduce the number of children who are institutionalized in lockups and correctional centers due to minor criminal offenses. In keeping with the Act, Mr. Speaker, the following activities have already been undertaken to implement the program: establishment of the Child Diversion Office, the CDO, and appointment of public officers. 13 child diversion committees, one for each parish, one committee for the parish of Kingston and St. Andrew. Establishment of a national oversight committee and establishment of a mentorship program. Additional activities implemented, Mr. Speaker, which are necessary to support operationalization, include a national education campaign on the Child Diversion Act and discussions with NGOs and community-based organizations, CBOs, to introduce child diversion programs for children in conflict with the law. Mr. Speaker, the Child Diversion Office, the CDO, ably led by child diversion consultant Mrs. Ruth Carey, is operational and has been doing a commendable job in laying the groundwork for the National Child Diversion Program. Mrs. Carey is assisted by a child diversion coordinator, clinical psychologist, and 14 child diversion officers assigned by parish. The function of the Child Diversion Office, the CDO, is primarily in consultation with the National Oversight Committee and the Child Diversion Committee to advise the Minister of Justice on matters relating to children in conflict with the law, to monitor the operation of child diversion in the justice system, and the supervision of child diversion programs. Where children are referred to the Child Diversion Committees, the Child Diversion Office is required to develop, approve, administer, and supervise child diversion programs and other programs for the prevention of children or child delinquency. Mr. Speaker, the National Child Diversion Oversight Committee, the NOC, was established to monitor and report to the Minister of Justice on the implementation of child diversion in Jamaica, review compliance with the provisions of the Act, and advise and make recommendations to the Minister on child diversion and treatment generally of children in conflict with the law. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to announce that the National Oversight Committee was recently approved by Cabinet. It is chaired by the Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Sancia Bennett Templer, in the Ministry of Justice, and includes the Children's Advocate, the Chief Education Officer of the Child Protection and Family Services Agency, and representatives from the Department of Correctional Services, Jamaica Constabulary Force, Ministry of Health and Wellness, Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, and the Planning Institute of Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, the National Oversight Committee deliberately includes stakeholders from these entities which are involved in the delivery of service to children in order to foster linkages policy coherence and action with their respective organizations. Mr. Speaker, 13 child diversion committees, one for each parish, with a single committee for parishes of Kingston and St. Andrew, were recently approved by Cabinet. Mr. Speaker, a ministry paper has been made available to all members here, and in that ministry paper, we have outlined in every single parish the office of the Child Diversion Office. The members of the committees are in that ministry paper. Members of Parliament were written personally by me to advise them of the members of the committees. And on that list in the ministry paper, which is right before members, they will see the names of the committees, the contact number for the Child Diversion Office in each parish, so that we are asking all members of Parliament to make note of it and also to inform as many persons as possible in each parish. The role and functions of these committees are primarily to advise the Child Diversion Office on all matters relating to child diversion in parish, including individual child diversion programs, and to make recommendations to the CDO for the development, administration, and supervision of diversion programs for each child referred to the CDC. The CDCs also make recommendations to the Minister and the CDO for the development of policies for child intervention programs, prevention of child delinquency, and the rehabilitation and treatment of children in conflict with the law. The membership of the CDCs include, among others, education officers, guidance counselors, persons qualified in child psychology, or a registered medical practitioner qualified in child psychiatry, and officers of the Child Protection and Family Services Agency. Mr. Speaker, even before the appointment of the National Oversight Committee and the Child Diversion Committees, other activities were undertaken, such as collaboration and agreement with stakeholders who have a direct role in the implementation of the National Child Diversion Program. Consequently, ministries, departments, and agencies are supporting the activities under the child diversion programs, including the integration of child diversion in their current policies on children. Mr. Speaker, a child diversion mentorship program was also developed, and over 400 mentors were approved and trained across the island to give support to the National Child Diversion Program. All these mentors were properly vetted, including the completion of background checks, so as to ensure that those to be given access to our children were confirmed as respectable, law-abiding citizens. Mr. Speaker, it is not too late for persons to volunteer to become mentors. The application form may be downloaded from the website of the Ministry of Justice. The Child Diversion Office, Mr. Speaker, also embarked on a comprehensive public education campaign from June 2019 to March 2020, where over 1,000 stakeholders island-wide, including representatives of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, the Department of Correctional Services, and faith-based and community organizations, justices of the peace, amongst others, were sensitized on the National Child Diversion Program. This campaign, Mr. Speaker, admittedly, has been stymied due to the COVID-19 spread and impact on the island. However, face-to-face sensitization sessions are still ongoing, with the necessary physical distancing protocols being observed, while the ministry is also putting arrangements in place to provide virtual training and sensitization sessions. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Justice considers this to be a very important program to rescue and save our children from continuing to go into wayward activities. Mr. Speaker, this child diversion program is intended to capture our young children before they get into gangs, before they get into further delinquency. So I'm urging members of Parliament to examine and please engage with the Child Diversion Office, because if we see any youngster who is getting into a wayward path, let us see if we can get control of them before they get into any further acts of delinquency. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Justice, through its child diversion officers, have received referrals from the Jamaica Constabulary Force and the courts for offences such as malicious destruction of property, sexual intercourse with persons under 16 years, and simple larceny. With the appointment of the National Oversight Committee and the 13 child diversion committees, the Child Diversion Office will be better able to implement rehabilitative activities for children who engage in antisocial behavior. Mr. Speaker, there has been a continued conversation regarding children deemed as uncontrollable and the appropriate action to be taken in respect for them for some time. With the implementation of the Child Diversion Act 2018, Mr. Speaker, there is now a viable opportunity for appropriate treatment for these children. Under Section 34 of the Act, in relation to a child brought before the court as a child in need of care and protection under the Child Care and Protection Act, or as a child offender or otherwise, the court may make an order under subsection 2 in respect of the child if satisfied that it is expedient to do so. Consequently, Mr. Speaker, children deemed uncontrollable can be referred to a child diversion committee for participation in a diversion program. Although being uncontrollable is not a child diversion offense, Mr. Speaker, a police officer, through the clerk of court, the prosecutor, may recommend to the judge that a child so classified be allowed the opportunity for rehabilitation by way of a child diversion referral order. Mr. Speaker, this is interesting because under the Child Care and Protection Act, where a child is found to be uncontrollable, regrettably, under the Ministry of Education, Minister Samuda, it comes there, and we want to change Section 24, which allows the judge to send that child to a penal institution. We don't want that to continue. Until that is changed, the Child Diversion Act will take over and counsel, support, and assist the child. Because, Mr. Speaker, we were all children. And in our younger days, not many were as wayward as myself. But we got into trouble as youngsters. And the point, Mr. Speaker, is this act is meant to capture them so that they don't go further into delinquency. So this Child Diversion Act is to make sure that as soon as we see children uncontrollable, wayward, delinquent, we refer them to the Child Diversion Office so we can mentor them, give them support, and put them back on the straight and narrow path. So, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, the Ministry and its partners continue with the necessary protocols in place with its commitment to serve children who engage in antisocial behavior. Note that whilst the Child Diversion Bill was being considered by the Parliament, the Ministry, through the restorative justice process, commenced the efforts to bring support to children in conflict with the law by diverting them from the formal system of justice utilizing restorative justice. The restorative justice process continues as children are treated at the restorative justice centers across the island. With the promulgation of the law on child diversion and establishment of child diversion facilities, treatment of children is broadened and strengthened. Mr. Speaker, through the operationalization of the Child Diversion Act, the Minister seeks to formalize and expand diversion in Jamaica as a means of halting the criminal path of child offenders while safeguarding the society. This, Mr. Speaker, is a necessary step in the Ministry's continuing journey to a first-class justice system. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Minister. I want to thank the Minister of Justice for tabling the Ministry Paper 36, 2020, on the National Child Diversion Program, and for his statement this afternoon in the House. Mr. Speaker, the child diversion policy was tabled in Parliament when I was Minister of Justice back in 2014, 6 years ago. And to be honest, when I did that, I had really anticipated that we would have been further ahead by now. But the nature of things in our society is that new ideas take some time to be implemented. And this is a very important and good initiative, supported by legislation which was eventually passed, I think in 2018, the Child Diversion Act. Children who come into conflict with the law, that is a big problem in our society and has been for some time. We know that the family unit is often fragile or non-existent in our society, with many single parents who are struggling to make ends meet and having to bring up children in very unsatisfactory and difficult circumstances. And the result of that is the prevalence, or all too much, of children who find themselves coming into conflict with the law, getting into problems, behavioral problems which act out in a way that sometimes results in them coming to a police station, being arrested, and so on. The whole philosophy of this child diversion policy is to ensure that when that happens, the method of dealing with the matter is holistic and where the child's interests are put into the center of the solution. And I think it's generally recognized that the formal criminal justice system is not the appropriate way of dealing with children who come into conflict with the law, other than maybe in extreme circumstances where a more harsh approach of some kind is unavoidable. But in the vast majority of situations, children can be rehabilitated and put back onto a path towards becoming wholesome citizens of our country. And every effort should be made to ensure that that takes place. Minister, I would ask if you could indicate, you say that the Ministry of Justice, through the child diversion officers, have received referrals from the Jamaica Constabulary Force and the courts for various offenses, but you don't provide any data on that. And that really is where the rubber hits the road, because it's those referrals that result in the child going into a diversion program designed by the Child Diversion Office and tailored to suit their needs within the available resources that we have. So I'm interested to see and hear from you exactly how many referrals there have been so far. You also mentioned, and I'm glad you brought this up, the whole question of the treatment of so-called uncontrollable children and how that has been addressed under the Child Care and Protection Act. It was brought to my attention fairly recently by Jamaicans for Justice that the courts have resumed the practice of basically incarcerating children who are deemed uncontrollable. And this is an approach which, when we were in the administration, we attempted to stop it, and we intended to legislate to stop it. And it was, for a period of time, there was a hiatus because we met with the family court judges and so on and got them on board with that. But over the passage of time, that seems to have come to an end, and things have slipped back to where they were before that. And it's understandable, because quite often this is what the parents are asking for when they come to court, because the child is very difficult to manage. It's creating havoc in the home, and the mother can't cope, and she's begging the parish judge to lock up the child, essentially. But the whole question of the constitutionality of taking away the liberty of somebody who has not been convicted of an offense arises. And essentially that is what happens when an order for incarceration is made in respect of a child who's deemed uncontrollable. With the advent of the child diversion system, I think the law should be changed so that the Child Care and Protection Act no longer gives jurisdiction to make an order to lock up a child who's deemed uncontrollable. They should be referred automatically into the child diversion system so that appropriate rehabilitative programs can be designed for them and implemented. So I'm glad to hear that this is something you're focusing on, because it is something which I think is very necessary at this time. Mr. Speaker, I just want to mention Ruth Carey, who you mentioned. She was in the ministry when I was minister and was in charge of the child diversion program. She was the author of the child diversion policy, and I'm glad to hear that she's still very much involved in the rollout of the program. And Minister, I wish you well with this program. I hope it will produce the results that we all hoped and expected when we were working on it. It is one of these programs where the baton has passed between administrations, and it's for the better prospects of the country if we can really get our children who are tending to be wayward, are going off the straight and narrow, back onto a path towards being good citizens of our country. So you have our full support with it, Minister.
Let me just respond very quickly to Member Golden. May I say, in response to, my understanding is about 22 youngsters have been referred to date. Bear in mind, the program only started just before the pandemic started in March. But we are hoping that more will be referred. And the truth of the matter is that we expect that more will be referred, because many of these offenses that come to the family court now with children should be referred to these child diversion offices. We have been very lucky to set up all the offices in place now, so all the offices can now get referrals from the courts or the police officers. You're right. With regards to uncontrollable children, it's a major problem, and we are in touch. Jamaican Minister of Justice is in touch with us. I wrote them on it today to say that we're going to try and get that Section 24 of the Child Care and Protection Act modified, because children should never, ever be sent to penal institution. Never. So to the extent that we now have an opportunity to really get the child diversion officer and the committees to work with the parents, because oftentimes it is the parents who are the guardian who need to control the child, but they need support. And we are hoping that this support will be given to them so that these so-called uncontrollable children can be really be brought back into an orderly situation in the homes. Okay? UNICEF has been very supportive. UNICEF, indeed, I must tell you, as I went across the parishes to address and invite persons to become mentors, the UNICEF representative have been on many of these sessions, and they have been participating in the mentorship program, because we have trained 400 mentors. We want to double that number, because the more mentors you have, the better for the children to get some assistance and support. Thank you, Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend you, Minister, on this program, long overdue. I always believe that we should not sometimes criminalize some of these children from a very early age. And by placing them into these institutions, we're really not helping them. But my question is to find out from you. You have 13 centers around. How many do you have with a psychologist? And in terms of referrals, where do you refer them to? Do you have a central place that you send them to, or do you have a parish in the parish that you can utilize?
If you look at your ministry paper, you will see that every single parish has a child diversion office with a child diversion officer. And the committees, to the best of my knowledge, either have a psychologist or access to one. I'm not saying that the committee has a psychologist, but we do have intimated to the child diversion officers in the case where a psychologist or psychiatrist is needed, they can get access, so that to the extent that a parish may not have a psychologist resident on the committee or resident in the parish, access will be made available once the child needs some psychological attention. So the answer to your question is yes, yes, yes. Bear in mind the referral is to the child diversion officer, and once that is done, the child diversion officer will get mentors, but if they need a psychologist, the child diversion officer will get a psychologist to also provide some treatment.
Thank you, Minister. I have 3 questions for the Minister, Mr. Speaker. And thank you for the policy. It is overdue, and we spent a lot of time, as you know, also putting a lot of work into this policy. The 3 questions I have, though, because there is a integration between what was then the CDA and now this new policy. The CDA actually is that agency that is enforced with children who come into the state. So they provide state facilities for children who have nowhere else to go. So the question I have for you under that parameter is, what happens to a child? Because typically the child who comes in conflict with the law is sent to a place of safety, which is under the Ministry of National Security. What will happen under the child diversion policy if it is that that child cannot go back to a parent's house? Does the CDA actually have the funding to take into consideration more children that will go into that system, 1? Or 2, what are the other systems that are being put in place if that child cannot go back home? That's the first question. The second question I have for you relates to how you are going to now deal with the existing system. At the time, when a child is deemed uncontrollable, they are taken to a police station. And at the time, we had designed a system to build police stations that were child-friendly. There were 4 stations that were built. I know the one in Monique is not open even now. But a child was not to spend more than 48 hours in a police station. So I'm asking you, if a child now is taken into custody, or a parent or a grandparent typically brings that child and says, look, I just can't manage them, what is the system that happens? Is it immediately the children's advocate is called? Is it the child diversion officer? Is it the CDA that is called in? And I still call it the CDA because I'm just familiar with that name. That's the second question. I want to know what the process is. And then the third question I have for you has to really relate to the parents, because we talk a lot about child diversion and uncontrollable children. But the truth is, there's really no system in place that we yet have in this country to take care of parents who just cannot cope. And I have a situation even in my own constituency where I was speaking to a mother of 6 recently. She's not married. She has 6 children, a set of twins, and she went to the clinic to try and get her tubes tied. And the clinic said to her, I cannot tie you off because you are not married yet. And I've met 3 women like that. One has 8, one has 6. Yes. And so there is no law in place that way, but I'm saying to you that I want to know the clinic, the public clinic. Yes, yes, some of them. Yeah, they go and ask. Yeah, they do. They do. Yes, the midwives can. Yes. So, Mr. Member, I'm asking you, we need to find out, especially under the child diversion, what is it that actually is going to happen for that parent? Is there a system that is in place to help push on that parent as that child is going through diversion? Because oftentimes we look at the child, but we actually don't identify what is going to happen with the parent. So I hope you wrote down the questions that I have. Okay.
Well, the first question in the CD, the Child Diversion Oversight Committee and all the parishes are working very closely. So if you notice, some of the agencies are part of the Oversight Committee and also part of the parish committees. So there's a close working relationship with the C.
What I'm asking, what the question is specifically that I asked you, is that if a child is diverted from the home...
No, I'm coming to that.
Right.
Yes. No, the problem is that, remember now, say the uncontrolled of a child. This is not an offense. So in a sense, they don't come within the child diversion office. But we have expanded that role to say that once a parent has brought the child to the police station, then what we have worked out with the Jamaica Constabulary Force is for the police force to take the child to the court, to ask the court to refer that child not to a penal institution, but to child diversion office. Because bear in mind, it is the parent or guardian who is giving up, who is surrendering, literally. Now, in a sense, the police officer and the court comes in, but the police officer doesn't know what to do. So we have trained the JCF to say, you can't just refer them to the child diversion office, get the permission of the court to refer them to the child diversion office, because that is where we are hoping that the psychologists and the mentors can work with the child. Okay? Now, with regards to finding accommodation for that child who can't get along with the guardian or the parents or, can't go back, that's a challenge. Our hope is that we can work with the parent and the guardian so that they can remain in the jurisdiction of the parent or guardian. Because to take them out and put them in some of the facilities is not the right approach. So the approach that we hope to use, which we haven't started as yet, is to see if we can work with the parent and the child development agency and any other child protection to see if we can get the parent and the child with mentorship, with support, to resume a working relationship or accommodating relationship. Because the alternative is to put that child in some other facility. And I'm not too sure that that is the right approach. You see. Now, you have brought up a problem which I can't solve and I don't think we can solve. What do you do with the parent who has the 6 children? They have 2 they can't take care of. They have a 3rd they can't take care of. And I have a situation, even in my constituency right now. I am helping a single mother who has 4 children. Helping her, helping with the schooling. And all of a sudden I hear she has another big belly. I can't chuckle. No, and I ask myself, how do I help such a parent? And when we have got her work, and with the work, she has been helping the children. And now, when she gets money, instead of helping the children, she's gambling with others. I don't know, member, and this parliament, this country will have to start looking at the parenting commission to see how we can teach parenting. I mean, we have a major challenge of parenting in this country. And I'm saying it's happening right across the country. How do we, if you want to have 6 or 8, 10 children, make sure you can manage. And I'm saying I can't answer your question in a fulsome manner, member, because I don't know how are we going to control that parent who continues to have 6, 7, 8 children, and each one is a problem. It is a challenge for which I can't give you a positive answer.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Speaker, there are... Okay, sure, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be short. Minister, you might wish to advert to a private member's motion on the for asking for the House's consideration on the whole issue of family life in Jamaica, which I'm so sorry we haven't seen fit to make space for 2.5 years. This is a vital issue for the future of the country, for everything else that we think is more important. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, will the Minister know of the need for immediate contact with the child diversion officer when the child is taken to the police station? For years, my legal office was beside the city center police station, and it was a routine thing that mothers would bring their children out of control there for the police to beat them. And of course they did, mercilessly, regularly, yes? And therefore, and what they used to do afterwards is to put them in the holding cell to show them what would happen to them if they didn't change their ways, which of course didn't help. But that connection and your acquainting of the police force and getting their acquiescence with the provisions and the transmission to the next stage is extremely important. I commend it to you. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, the question to the Minister is, will he acknowledge that the child diversion officer is really going to have to fulfill the role of a truancy officer? The children who are out of control are usually out of school, and we have a persistent problem which we haven't dealt with, which is we have a 20% absenteeism in school on a chronic basis going across all levels. And therefore, one of the best ways to prevent uncontrollable children is to keep them in school and to have the personnel in school who tend to be effective and qualified, the guidance counselors I'm referring to, Hope for social workers, to be able to anticipate the waywardness long before it gets to the police station or into the courts.
Just a short answer to you, member. I'm so happy to tell you, you will note that Senior Superintendent Hood is a member of the Oversight Committee. And I was so happy, Mr. Speaker, in all the training program, the Jamaica Constabulary Force have bought in beautifully to let them know some of the matters you have referred, we have heard of it, but we say that we have to change the way in terms of wayward children. We have to deal with them differently. And in respect of referrals, we will put it up on the website of Parliament and the Ministry of Justice, and we'll advertise it in the press that truant children can be referred to the child diversion officer, who will be working with the education officers. So all of the committees of an education officer on all the parish committees, so that truancy can be dealt with. So members, we're hoping that this will be a change to rescue our children, so many of whom have gone wayward. So we're asking all members and all Jamaica, we will continue to promote it so no child will be left behind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, permission to speak from a seat other than my own. Minister, I just wanted to ask just really one question, and it has to do with, we spoke earlier about parents who were not able to do the level of parenting that we think is necessary. But there are some who are trying, might still not have the necessary, the capacity to do more, but they are trying. Is there room for them to refer a case to an officer when the activities that have been done are not things reported to the police, it's not at school? I had raised it before when we did the child diversion bill, and it's something I feel strongly about, so I'm going to keep asking it. Is there room for them to refer to the officer for action when others might not see the behavior as one meeting that criteria, but for the parent it is in fact still a problem?
The answer to your question is simply yes. The truth of the matter is that we're training our child diversion officers and the child diversion committees to be more preventative rather than recuperative. In essence, we are working with the child guidance officers in the schools, with the various institutions in the communities, that we sort of anticipate or recognize and pinpoint children who might be getting out of hand. And therefore, you capture them even before they commit an offense. But the truth of the matter is that the diversion act itself is about persons who get into minor dispute problems. But we want to be able to capture all deviant, delinquent, wayward children so that our community can be a better place. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, we have two other ministers to make statements today, both critical to the country's development. But I would like, because of the urgent nature of it, to invite the Minister with responsibility for water to make a statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Permission to speak from a seat other than my own. Mr. Speaker, I stand here today to give an update on the initiatives that have been undertaken by the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation and their partner agencies to mitigate the current and impending drought conditions affecting the country on the heels of the COVID pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the drought mitigation response is contextualized by the National Water Sector Policy and Implementation Plan 2019, which was recently approved as a white paper by this Honorable House. The policy is guided by 6 main principles, including integrated water resources management, universal access, and set services targets and standards, which incorporate universal access to basic services, access to our water resources for economic growth, and improvement to the quality and reliability of services. So, Speaker, the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, through the Water Policy and Monitoring Branch, has been working assiduously with the Water Resource Authority, the Rural Water Supply Limited, and the National Water Commission to ensure the sustainable management of our water resources and the provision of adequate supplies. So, Speaker, in order for us to understand the situation, we must first preface the discourse with the meteorological perspective as provided by the Met Services of Jamaica. Met Services of Jamaica manages a network of weather observation stations that include 103 manual rain gauges, 4 rainfall intensity gauges, and 100 automatic weather stations, of which approximately 10 currently report in real time. These are spread across the country and provide data representative of coastal and inland areas, plains and mountainous terrain. However, there are some limitations to their coverage and ability to provide timely updates to the drought scenario. Jamaica traditionally experiences a bimodal pattern of rainfall characterized by a primary peak or rainfall season in mid-October and a secondary slightly lower peak in May. These two periods are often depended on to produce sufficient rainfall to sustain us over the ensuing drier periods. So the rainfall obtained in the secondary rainfall season in May each year is expected to be adequate for the summer months of June to September. Mr. Speaker, April 2020 was relatively dry when compared to the 30-year normal, and this is most noticeable for northeastern parishes. For Kingston and St. Andrew, this makes 3 months of recording monthly rainfall
percentages of 50% or less. I'm going to repeat that, Mr. Speaker. For Kingston and St. Andrew, this makes it 3 months of recording monthly rainfall percentages of 50% or less. Mr. Speaker, based on the rainfall received during May 2020, the amounts recorded were less in every parish compared to May 2019. Every parish compared to May 2019 year over year. In some cases, the rainfall produced was even less than a quarter of the previous year figure. In May 2020, rainfall measured very low when compared to the climatological average of our 30-year normal for all parishes. Portland and St. Catherine had the lowest percentages, followed by Kingston, St. Andrew, and Clarendon, then St. Mary and St. Thomas. This followed the trend of April with below normal rainfall for the entire country. The comparison of May 2020 with the 30-year normal, again we are seeing a dire situation. Clarendon and St. Catherine have recorded consecutive months of decreasing rainfall percentages. The parishes of Manchester, Clarendon, St. Catherine, Kingston and St. Andrew, St. Thomas, Portland, St. Mary and St. Anne receive less than 50% of their 30-year means, with Clarendon, St. Catherine, Kingston and St. Andrew, St. Thomas and Portland doing so with 25% or less of their normal rainfall for that month. The standard precipitation index shows that all parishes were on the dry end of the scale to varying degrees. This index ranks dryness from near normal at the high end to exceptionally dry at the low end, and the figures for May reveal the following. Manchester, St. Catherine, Portland were characterized as exceptionally dry. St. Elizabeth, St. Thomas, St. Mary, St. Anne, and St. James were slightly better with extremely dry conditions. Kingston and St. Andrew, Clarendon were severely dry, and Westmoreland, Trelawney, and Hanover in the west were ranked moderately dry. Drought determinations are predicated on a 2-month period of continuing dry conditions. Except for the extreme western end of the country, the prevalence of drought was observed to be spread over northeastern, southeastern, and south central parishes. The preliminary rainfall data for June reveals that June 2020 was significantly drier than the 30-year normal for the month, showing that the drought situation at the end of June would be in no better state than was seen at May 31st, 2020. All parishes seem to have continued to deteriorate in terms of the receipt of rainfall. The same standardized precipitation tool also projects that severe drying will continue over northeastern and north central parishes, including Portland, St. Mary, and St. Andrew, through to September 2020. Moderate drying is likely for south central and southeastern parishes, as well for Hanover and Westmoreland. However, nearer to normal conditions are for St. James, Trelawney, and Manchester. Mr. Speaker, just to put that in layman's terms, as someone who represents a rural constituency, springs that usually provide a source of water are now dry. Both the National Water Commission sources and the parish council or municipal council sources that are used for major and minor water supplies are dry or producing very minimal water. So whereas we have in the past been able to blame the municipal council or the National Water Commission or rural water or whichever other agency based on what is perceived as inefficiencies or neglect or whatever the case may be. This is the reality of climate change in relation to drought. So the only thing, Mr. Speaker, that can assist us in the short, medium, and long term is a collective prayer for divine intervention when it comes to the weather. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that my colleague from Central Kingston can lead that charge. But that is the reality, Mr. Speaker, and it is very, very, very serious. Mr. Speaker, now that we are aware of the forecast, let us now turn our attention to initiatives that have and will be implemented by Rural Water Supply Limited and National Water Commission in light of the drought being experienced in parishes. Mr. Speaker, just yesterday, Cabinet agreed to make a special allocation of approximately $308 million to facilitate the implementation of various measures to alleviate the situation as best as possible. And I want to pause, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister of Finance and the Ministry of Finance for making this allocation in light of all that they are facing in terms of the budgetary cuts in relation to trying to deal with the COVID pandemic. But as you know, water is a critical part in both fighting the pandemic and, of course, an essential commodity of life. Mr. Speaker, what we tried to do in that submission was to try and look at the situation in a holistic manner in terms of the short and medium term. So, Mr. Speaker, rural water supply will be allocated $70 million to provide wayside tanks and loading bays island-wide. Mr. Speaker, I'll get into more detail on that. $63 million will be shared equally amongst the 63 members of Parliament to provide black tanks and trucking of water. Mr. Speaker, this would be the second allocation in less than 3 months, directly to members of Parliament. Directly to members of Parliament. I'll get to that. So this would make it $2 million in relation to the MPs having a say in relation to responding to constituents in relation to areas that are being left out for some reason, either by the municipal council or the NWC, depending on where it goes. Mr. Speaker, the National Water Commission will be allocated $100 million for the trucking of water island-wide. And specific for the trucking of for their customer supplies that they serve. And Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development will be allocated $75 million to provide additional water shops and for the trucking of water. And this would be a second allocation to the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development that got an allocation, I think, of $50 million previously within the last 3 months. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll get to the details of the initiatives in relation to these amounts. So that totals $308 million, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, we give kudos to the Minister and the Ministry for that consideration. Mr. Speaker, one of the methodologies that will be utilized by the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation to assist with the drought mitigation measures and provide water to assist in the fight against COVID-19 is the provision of installation of wayside tanks and strategically located loading bays. Mr. Speaker, as indicated earlier, $70 million will be provided to rural water to facilitate the installation of 130 wayside tanks and the construction of 39 loading bays. In the first instance, rural water, in collaboration with the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development, will determine the best locations for the installation of wayside tanks in the most vulnerable water-deficient areas. Contacts have already been made with the various municipal corporations, and they have responded and have advised suitable locations for the installation of the tanks and loading bays. Mr. Speaker, the 130 wayside tanks will be installed throughout the island in all parishes. If you average it out, Mr. Speaker, it will come to 10, approximately 10 in each parish. In each parish. The sizes will vary depending on the particular area. The 39 loading bays will be installed, which is approximately an average of 3 in each parish. Installation costs in the 13 parishes is $10.8 million. Again, it does not have to be equal. It will all be dependent on the assessment and, of course, the drought situation facing and the water supply situation facing those areas. The benefits to be derived from the installation of the wayside tank at the strategic locations include easy access to potable water by residents in areas devoid of adequate water supply, ease of delivery of water by trucking when compared with the house-to-house delivery, and the installation of the loading bays also at strategic locations will enhance the trucking of water and reduce the cost of water delivery, thereby making it more efficient and more cost-effective. So, Speaker, there's no doubt that trucking of water cannot be the way to go. It is the most expensive and inefficient way to supply water. But in the case that we are facing here now, we don't have much option in relation to the immediate. One member of parliament was saying to me that sometimes by the time the truck goes up the hill to the district, half of the water has already leaked out of the truck that you have paid for to go to the particular community. So those of us, again, in rural communities know and experience that every day. But, Mr. Speaker, it is a crisis, and the government has a duty to respond as best as possible immediately. Mr. Speaker, I'll now turn our attention to the National Water Commission and the role that it's playing in ensuring access to potable water by our citizens. Since 2016, the National Water Commission has implemented a number of programs aimed at improving efficiencies, financed primarily through the K-Factor funding program. The K-Factor is a predetermined surcharge collected from our customers earmarked to finance projects aimed at reducing the level of non-revenue water, rehabilitating retiring selected wastewater treatment plants, and expanding the sewer collection network in Kingston and St. Andrew. Some of the programs financed through this K-Factor funding program since 2016 is a storage tanks and pumps replacement. A total of $1.1 billion has been spent on phase 1 of the program, which includes the purchase and installation of 68 tanks and 72 pumps. The key objectives are to effect a substantial reduction in the NWC's energy consumption, improve service delivery reliability to supply customers, and reduce contingent non-revenue water. The Caribbean Regional Fund for Wastewater Management, the CREW program, to date approximately $7 million US and $1 billion Jamaican has been spent on the rehabilitation and decommissioning of wastewater plants. 2 wastewater plants have been rebuilt, 3 plants have been decommissioned, and 3 have been rehabilitated, resulting in the reduction of operating costs and increased compliance in the NEPA effluent standards. Reconfiguration of Portmore wastewater systems, which saw the decommissioning of 5 wastewater facilities and the redirection of sewage flows to Soapberry at a cost of $22 million US. Harborview sewage plant rehabilitation at a cost of $1.3 billion. Port Antonio supplies sewage and drainage to include the reconstruction of the Anchovy wastewater treatment plant for an approximate cost of $30 million US. Essex Valley water supply improvement to include new source and pipe replacement at a cost of $630 million Jamaican dollars. Ancillary works aligned with the Mid-P projects for the replacement and installation of new mains. These works were recently completed: Hagley Park Road, Barbican Square, Constant Spring Road, Mandela, specific ferry to 6 miles. The Jamaica Water Supply Improvement Project, Category A, Rear Cobra Main Replacement, Tullow Spring to Flatbridge, Constant Spring and Seaview Water Treatment Plant rehabilitation. Jamaica Water Supply Improvement Project, Category B, replacement from content to ferry. Kingston Water Supply Rehabilitation Project, rehabilitation of 26 facilities at a cost of 1.8 billion Jamaican dollars. Mr. Speaker, some of the other ongoing projects include the Kingston and St. Andrew non-revenue water project, aimed at reducing water losses, physical and commercial, from the assessed level of 61% to 30%. Current achievement C, losses reduced to 45%, with a year remaining on the program. The overall cost of this project is $42.5 million US dollars. So, Speaker, the NWC has also invested in initial phases of the SCADA system in the amount of $3 million and is expanding using its internal resources. Work is to begin shortly on the Portmore non-revenue water program, another efficiency improvement project estimated at $13 million US dollars. Mr. Speaker, replacement of 13-kilometer transmission main along Spanish Town Road to Glenmore Road at a cost of $3 billion. That was recently approved by Cabinet. Mr. Speaker, the NWC derived benefit from these programs, and as such, the efficiency gains are passed on immediately to the customers of the NWC through the application of the X factor every month to each customer's bill. For the period 2015 to 2020, over $8.25 billion has been credited to customers' accounts. Mr. Speaker, in relation to the critical nature of the water supply in Jamaica, there's many of these water projects that are in different stages of procurement. And Mr. Speaker, with all the best intention, based on the critical situation that we face, there's going to have to be some discussions with the former National Contracts Committee, now the Public Procurement Commission, with a view of how these projects can be prioritized. If not, Mr. Speaker, some of these projects that we are announcing here, based on the current procurement guidelines, and they think will take a year, 12 months, 18 months. You can pick a figure. And the truth is, Mr. Speaker, that based on the crisis that we are facing, the government has to prioritize getting these done within the procurement guidelines, but with an agreed methodology to get them to that stage where they can be assessed and approved, Mr. Speaker. And we will be having discussions through the ministry with the Public Procurement Committee to see how, and it doesn't mean billion-dollar projects only, Mr. Speaker, because a billion-dollar project in Kingston and St. Andrew means the same to a $10 million project in Clarendon, Kellits, or Limehall, St. Ann, or Bangor Ridge in Portland. So it is not the amount of money that we are trying to get around. What we are trying to do is to make sure that all water projects, whether it's a small, medium, or a massive project, receive the same attention so that we can bring assistance, well-needed assistance, based on the fact that climate change and drought conditions are here to stay, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, based on recent media reports, it is important that we understand the NWC's tariff regime. And I would further say that it's not only the NWC's tariff regime, but other utilities that are regulated by the OUR. The NWC's tariff is set using the following approach. Establishment of a test year. The test year is the last 12 months of audited financials. Adjustments of the test year to reflect normally accepted changes in operating conditions. Determination of the rate base. Determining the revenue requirement. This is the amount of funds the NWC requires to be financially viable whilst delivering an acceptable quality of service to its customer. So, Mr. Speaker, an acceptable quality of service to its customer is the discussion. And that will have to be had at some point. And knowing the open, frank type of minister that I am, you can be assured that it will have to happen. I don't know how long I'll be there, but however long, we'll make the best of it. Mr. Speaker, I think I'm running out now. Mr. Speaker, the required revenue incorporates cash and non-cash items in the budgeted operating expenses. The items included are operating expense, depreciation, interest, and return on rate base. This return is a compensation for capital investments in the regulated asset base and is computed by the application of a rate of return to the asset base of the National Water Commission. Determination of a K factor, a surcharge on bills for capital investment in operational efficiency projects, and X factor, a refund to customers monthly for the efficiency gained for the capital investment made prior. Again, Mr. Speaker, that is something that the consumer deserves to know on a regular basis, so they can judge to see exactly what the efficiency level is and whether or not it is satisfactory. Determination of price indexation parameters, pricing adjustment mechanism, PAM, and indexation that adjusts customers' monthly bill based on fluctuations, increase and decrease in foreign exchange, consumer price index, and electricity costs. The NWC rate for water is determined by the OUR, which uses to determine overall expenses that it considers reasonable to keep utility viable, and that rate is determined by the utilities expenses. The NWC's expense include operating costs, interest depreciation, return on rate base, revenue adjustment, and stretch factor adjustment. What is excluded is fluctuation in foreign exchange currency. The rate determined is based on the forecasted volume of water to be sold to either commercial or domestic customers. So, Mr. Speaker, the question of losses, whether through theft or leakage, forms a part of that component, a component of that is determined as to the rate. So, Mr. Speaker, and that is a industry norm practiced in most all jurisdictions. So it's not isolated to this particular jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, for its latest tariff, the NWC requested the following. NWC proposal's last tariff application was in 2018-2019 financial year. For the last tariff review application submitted by the NWC to the OUR, the NWC proposal included, amongst other things, the following for consideration and approval by the regulator. The NWC requested a reduction of the tariff blocks from 6 tiers to 3 tiers. The OUR reduced the blocks to 4. This resulted in high-volume residential customers being capped at a lower rate, with those consuming over 9,000 gallons paying less based on the December 2019 tariff determination. Customers in this band realize a savings of approximately 11%. Introduction of a reducing block for commercial accounts. The NWC requested an introduction of a reducing block for commercial customers, resulting in large commercial customers consuming over 2 million gallons per month, seeing a 38% reduction in rates for consumption over 2 million gallons. Introduction of a standby charge. The NWC proposed introduction of a standby charge for large commercial customers that remain connected to the network but only use the NWC as a backup in the event that their own water source fails or is interrupted. The proposal was approved and the policy is now being reviewed. K factor and X factor. An increase in the K factor from 16 to 20% was requested, and the X factor moved from minus 6.2% to 0%. The K factor was moved to 20%, and the X factor moved to minus 5%. The Z factor, NWC requested the introduction of a Z factor to address external factors that satisfy the following criteria. They affect NWC's costs. They are not due to NWC's managerial decisions. They are not captured by other elements of the price regime. Reduction in tariff review period. The NWC in 2018-19 tariff application proposed to the OUR that a reduction in its tariff review period from the current 5 years to 3 years. This was aimed to achieve two things. efficiency gains achieved during a period can be passed on to customers in a real way through rates more quickly. Additional deterioration in market conditions that negatively affect the NWC can be reviewed earlier by the regulator. The OUR did not accede to the NWC's request, which means, Mr. Speaker, that they are still at a 5-year review. Again, that will require more discussion to get the rationale for that, because obviously a 3-year would allow for the consumer across the spectrum to benefit. Mr. Speaker, the measures outlined will help to mitigate against the current and projected drought period, and the government stands ready to implement additional programs and initiatives to ensure that all Jamaicans have access to this very important commodity. During this period, we need to seriously contemplate our action as it relates to sustainable management of not only our water resources, but also the water that is piped to our homes and our businesses. It is important that we citizens recognize our responsibility in preserving this natural resource. Mr. Speaker, on days when we don't, I'm closing now. Mr. Speaker, on days when we don't have water, we complain and forget what was wasted yesterday. We must begin to change the narrative on how we approach the use and management of water within our homes and places of work. I implore all Jamaicans, those who extract, and all of us who utilize the commodity in one way or the other, to be smarter water users. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I just want to give my commitment that we will work assiduously to make sure that we get better efficiency and, most importantly, better public relation and communication in relation to this very important resource. And to say to my colleagues that rather than raise individual issues as it relates to water affecting your constituency, I'll be more than happy to meet individually or to correspond in some way, shape, or form so that I can advise you as to what is on the program that I have seen based on the brief that I have received for this financial year, and of course other priority projects that you may have can be also put on the table to see how. And to most importantly, in my usual style, and I know both Peters will agree with me, that we will do it in a bipartisan way to the benefit of every citizen in every constituency in Jamaica, as that is the only way that we are going to move this country forward. So thank you. Your report is ready already. Because you were one of the first persons that even before I was appointed, that asked me to check into your water situation, and I have a full report for you. So this, no, we'll talk about that. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and to say to you, Mr. Speaker, that it is, in fact, a very daunting challenge, because the issue of water has been a very, 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 very vexed issue for many years, and I will give it my best to make sure that we see major improvements. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Look, no, man, that's all I thought. Dr. Ferguson. Mr. Speaker.
He didn't consult you. He didn't consult you.
Mr. Speaker, members of this honorable House, I want to begin by thanking the Honorable Minister for so quickly coming to Parliament, even as the circumstances of the time would demand it, and to make this extensive report. I want to, however, begin, Mr. Speaker, by asking of this House, when statements are being made by ministers, if I had known that you are going to be making this extensive report to this House, I would have done some research. And I tell you why, Mr. Speaker. Last year, just about this time, the Prime Minister spoke to us for probably about 2 hours.
About what?
Same drought period.
Same thing.
A whole range of projects.
Same thing.
Promises, most of which have reached nowhere.
No, it's 7.
I said not to play down your presentation, Minister. I'm trying to. But I want to put for the people of Jamaica who are faced now with a drought that is almost unprecedented right across the country. We are also in a period of COVID-19 where our citizens, wherever they might be, are being called upon for good hygiene, washing hands and all the other things. And therefore, water becomes even more important. But I just want to say, there's one thing you touched on, Minister, which has to do with the procurement process. And the procurement process in the context that we need to have the kind of process which will still be transparent, that will still be open, but will ensure that as it relates to water, we are able to do these projects on a time-sensitive basis. And I make mention here, Mr. Speaker, although I'm speaking nationally, just about my own constituency, where 3 tanks were built starting in January last year, finished in towards the 3rd quarter of 2019 under the pump and tank program. They came in, the Member of Parliament was not informed.
Oh man, usual thing.
I found out why when the tanks were way advanced. But I'm putting a case here, Mr. Speaker. Those tanks that were completed from last year, I think September, October, it was just in recent times that I am sure about one, the Fraser Hill, would have been connected. So you build a brand new tank, significant amount of gallons. I think one is like 500 gallons. And at the end of it, the connection of the pipes to get the water to the people, nothing has happened. I have written letters upon letters. And again, I must thank this new minister, because already he has communicated to me about what the intended actions in that regard. But I am saying, Mr. Speaker, a number of the proposals before us and have come before us today, if you look at it in context, check with the members of Parliament and find out those projects, some of them that have started, where are they now? And how much better off their constituents are. Because what you have put forward, Minister, again touching on the K factor and so on, it is a hard case to make about the NWC and efficiency. A very hard case. So even as we talk about what the K factor is supposed to do, when we talk about a Z factor and what it is supposed to do, you have to convince the country first. Every day on the talk shows, persons are calling in. We cannot even control, Mr. Speaker. And this is why I expect this new minister to do something. Because every day, even a simple leak, they can't even fix on a timely basis. I have a project too in Old Pira, started months ago. They're trying to do it on weekends. The people are without water for the longest while. And the project is there. They now say they can't get overtime. And every day, the team is out there moving around. But you have a project that can bring water to hundreds of people. And it is just there sitting in a time of drought. When we have water, because in that particular area, there's no problem getting the water from Phillips Field. So I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, that where we are, what this minister needs to do, member from Southeast St. Ann, what this minister needs to do is to get us to a state where the low-hanging fruits, right now, you can deal with those issues. Once we continue to lay out these big projects with a procurement system that ties you up, not for 12 months, sometime for 2 years and beyond. Not with water, not when you're having the worst drought in the history of the country. It is not possible, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, while it is an excellent report in terms of saying what you intend to do, as the Prime Minister did last year, I am making the point that if you just look at your regional officers and their performance, look at I believe that Water Commission has the most vice presidents in any organization in this country. They'll make Grace Kennedy look like a joke. I am just saying, Mr. Speaker, that if we can get it right. I want to raise that issue about the allocation. Because you're saying $308 million will be made available. Members of Parliament will get $1 million. Another million. Another million. Most of us would have. The first one don't pay. For some persons. But I am, Mr. Speaker, just look at it in context. You are giving to rural water 70 million. You're giving to local government and you are giving to Water Commission 100 million. That's 100 million grant. You're giving a grant to Water Commission. Is that what you're saying, Minister? And that is a fact. I am just saying the 100 million that is being given to Water Commission, and you are saying as a grant, this money will now take water only to NWC customers. Is it that the NWC is having a cash flow problem? You're saying, Minister, for the records, that the NWC is having a cash flow problem. And as such, because the customers will have to pay. Yes. But to be true, Mr. Speaker, we are saying that there are a number of things to happen at the NWC. We could blame it on COVID with the overtime necessary to do some things. But right now, if we can't get the crews back to do some serious work, no, just like how we are opening up entertainment, which is good, we are opening up tourism, we have to open up water. We have to. The people are having a difficult time. very quick. And we made some concessions, and I raised some issues about it, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to the OUR, having given NWC the opportunity as it relates to timely reconnection and that kind of thing. What we are now saying, Minister, that in reviewing that action, it is important to see what the NWC has achieved by getting the regulator to give those breaks during the COVID time. I'm sure the opposition is willing to work with you to get the results for the people of Jamaica. But we are going to be very strident in ensuring that this money will be well spent. And I want to find out, so you're saying that the members of parliament will not have anything to do with rural water, or will not have anything to do with NWC? We need to know that, because short of that, this little 1 million, that you say we get another million as if it's a lot of money. Not for the time we are in. So we need to know more about that. And we want to be assured, Minister, those projects that the Prime Minister announced, I want this House again to be updated as to where we are with them, and in order to get the thing going. I want to thank you for your presentation.
Yes, but answer him.
I want to answer off the top. So, Mr. Speaker, let me just say clearly that the Prime Minister has indicated that he will be making a statement as it relates to water, based on the fact that he was not able to go into it in detail in the budget presentation. And because it should have been today, but he obliged me to allow me to deal with this. So I would expect it next week, Tuesday, because he does have it prepared, and it is more extensive in relation to the water projects that are to come on stream and the benefit and the timeline. So I guess he will update you also on the announcements that he made last year and where those are. That is a little above my pay grade, but he will handle it. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the issue that we concur completely on is the low-hanging fruits. So, Mr. Speaker, rural water 2 years ago got a budgetary allocation of $100 million. Last year, we increased that to $800 million based on the impact of water and the crisis of water throughout Jamaica. This year, even despite the COVID pandemic and the cuts in the budget, $523 million has been approved in the final budget for rural water. So that is $1.3 billion, Mr. Speaker and colleague. That is approved money that needs to be spent. A lot of those projects I spoke to in there. I have a document here, fully updating on rural water and all the projects. And I'm saying to you that there is going to have to be some communication between the members of parliament and myself and rural water and NWC, so we can prioritize, look at where the major issues are, and move on it, because the fact is it's not a monetary, it's not a fiscal constraint. It is an implementation. So follow me, colleague. We are 100% on that. I want to say to you that aside and apart from that, you and I have spoken. I have my own experiences like everybody else here. It is one thing to get the project approved. It's one thing to get it started, but then to get it finished. Same like a house when you're building a house. Easy to do everything and get it up to the second floor. And then time comes now for the finishing. Just like when your time comes for the finishing of the project with the pipes and the connection, the this, that, the other. All of a sudden. So I am fully aware of that, Mr. Speaker and colleague, and I'm giving my assurance that we are going to look at all these projects, where these projects are, what is required to finish them, and most importantly, and this is the part that's always left off, to set specific timelines. Because when you don't have a timeline is when it can drag for years and years. So the timelines that we set will be documented, and those reports will have to come to me on a regular basis, and if they are missed, somebody have to explain to me why they were missed. So Mr. Speaker, all I'm saying to you is that we are fully aware of the issue of water, and I'm saying to you that we will work together as it relates to NWC. You asked about the allocation of water, of funds for municipal council, local government, and water. Everybody has taken a hit in COVID. So revenues are down all across in every agency, private sector company, etc. So the bottom line is that right now, their revenues are down and the demands are up in relation to trucking of water, etc. So we have taken a decision to try and assist, specifically to assist to trucking of water, because that's the quickest and easiest response. Maybe not the most efficient, but definitely. So we're going to work on that. The other issues, we will sit down as my colleague and we can discuss, and I have no issue with working with you in your portfolio responsibility to see how we can deal with the OUR, how we can deal with NWC, how can all the issues that are stagnating the progress of the implementation of water and efficiency, and most importantly, accountability in relation to allowing for the paying customers to know exactly what they are paying for. And so you have my commitment on that.
Mr. Daly.
No, but that is... That
Mr. Speaker, I would first of all thank the Minister for his update. And I will say I am happy that finally somebody is in charge of the water portfolio. I'm happy for that, and I'm sure both sides. The Prime Minister could not, and we have said it over and over, do all these things. We have somebody who will now pay attention to this very important portfolio of water. And thanks for the report. Let me, oh, he has housing too. I hope him not keep the one. Minister, the allocation that was made earlier this year for the chucking of water has created a lot of problems. We got this letter for $1 million. And it is sent to the parish council. The parish council has to receive these bills from the truckers, ordinary people, poor truckmen, private truckers. They send to the Ministry of Local Government. Then the Ministry of Local Government requests of the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation for the funds to be paid. You have truckmen work from January, February, March, and have not yet been paid from this $1 million. And I am suggesting something. And the 500. Find an easier way. The allocation for trucking of water, send $1 million for each member of parliament to the municipal corporation directly. Don't wait for the municipal corporation to have to send in all these bills to the Ministry of Economic Growth. Can't find the papers after. A poor man who has to buy gas oil, pay the driver, pay for the water sometime, can't wait for 6 months for the little money. Can't wait. And every single one of us, as rural members of parliament, are faced, urban too? I didn't even know. I think because the place so near, you could just drop off the bills road and New Kingston. I didn't realize. No, I didn't realize. I thought, no, because you are near to New Kingston, could just drop off the bills round there and the truckmen get paid. I draw your attention to one trucker. His name is Mills, who has been drawing water for Crofts Hill, Kellits, James Hill, anywhere. You can't find him. They won money from last year, November. NWC can't get paid. So I'm making this recommendation. Think about it. If you're going to give the MPs $63 million, just ask us where you want the money to go. I would mind it goes to NWC in Maypen or the Parish Council in Maypen so that the bills can be paid quickly. Quickly. And I'm asking you to think about this. The second thing is, and you have said it, so I'm not going to pressure you, those projects that have been languishing, and I listen carefully to you, kind of long, but, you know, good information. Can you imagine? In 2014, we broke ground for the Bullhead water supply. Bullhead water supply, NWC. It took the NWC some time to get them rural water as their contractor or project consultants or whatever. I just saying to you, there is an abundance of water in the Bullhead. And after so many years, the people of Mesa River, the people of Sandy River, the people of Bullhead proper, the people of Kellits, the people of Tate cannot get water. I have met with them 4 times, with the NWC and Rural Water. Finally, 2 weeks ago, and I'm sending to Parliament, 2 weeks ago, the President and his team reported that we are going to connect those persons where the pipes are already laid so that the people can start to pay their bills and get water. They have procured pump. They have laid the lines. They have made the tanks. They have done everything. JPS has given them their transformer, the power they need, and the people cannot get any water. No, Janice Hill was announced by the Prime Minister. Janice Hill, I met with them. There's Brandon Hill, there's Janice Hill, and quite frankly, I have to say it, the courtesy of the NWC President and his team and Rural Water and their team to meet with us when we request it, I have to say I appreciate it. But they need to consult the members of Parliament when they are doing these things. You can't go into an area and decide, I'm going to put a tank here. You don't consult the people, you don't consult the MP, you don't consult the councillor. Can't go on like that, man. We are elected representatives of the people, and we must be consulted. So, Minister, I like the way you start out in your first thing on water, and I'm looking forward for you to be a successful minister for the next couple of months you have. Very couple of weeks, you say it's weeks? But as usual, be open for consultation and be open to receive the input of your colleagues, members of Parliament. Thank you.
Members. I really understand the importance of the subject matter and how important it is to deal with the matter of water. However, I think that we are to stick to the rules and guidelines. Members are asked to ask questions. So members are asked that you follow. But I do understand the situation, but let us try to stick with the rules.
Minister. Mr. Speaker. Minister, with the wife is in the house now, so I need to be texting. Minister Vaz. One, in your statement, you speak about Manchester characterized as exceptionally dry. And in Manchester, we get our water either from down by Porous or from St. Elizabeth. But we have a lot of parish tanks in the parish of Manchester, which is under the jurisdiction of the municipal council. Each municipal council around the island where parish tanks are concerned, now that they are dry weather, because many of these parish tanks are dry, that an assessment has been done, because I just got a report from the municipal council in Manchester, that about 4 of mine, they are leaking, so they're not holding any water. And where we don't have any wayside tanks, this is where they will deposit the water. Since you said that there's not a funding issue at the rural water, work in conjunction with the municipal councils in repairing some of these parish tanks, so that once we get water, 1, they can hold the water, and 2, we can deliver water to these parish tanks. And secondly, in previous presentations, I think there was mention made about the municipal councils, the Ministry of Local Government purchasing some water trucks. I don't know if the Minister of Local Government can give an update on that, because it will help in many instances, because as it is right now, the private contractors is who the municipal councils are using, as well as the members of parliament, as well as private citizens. And there's a shortage of trucks in many parishes. I can speak about Manchester. There is a shortage of trucks, so that when you order water, it's a 4-day wait before you can get water. Can the Minister of Local Government, through the Speaker, give an update on the purchase of those water trucks?
I have Dr. McNeil next. Yes.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I wrote a letter about 3 weeks ago, I think just around when you were appointed. I addressed one to the Prime Minister and one to Minister McKenzie, and I had a word with Minister McKenzie at the time too, because of the drought, and I'd actually written the letter that I needed 2 million for the constituency because of the dire consequences. I suspect this is a response, but it's only half of what we probably need. But I'm looking at the map, and one of the things that I see is that you have Westmoreland as moderately dry. And I'll agree that, especially over the last few weeks, we have had some rain. But the fact of the matter is that there are 2 water supplies for my constituency, Logwood and Bulstrode. Bulstrode is at 50% and Logwood at 40%. That is what I'm getting from the Water Commission. If that is the case, then where them have severe dry now, that must be like the Sahara Desert. And the reality is that, so this, must the Sahara does reach? But what we need to know with this, can we proceed with this program immediately? Because, as I said, this is something I asked for 3 weeks ago. Can we proceed immediately with this program? And what are the options? Is it something that we're doing through the municipal council? How are we doing getting the black tanks? What is the procedure that you have in mind for this? I have one more question.
The comments made by the member from Clarendon.
Your mic not working well.
Maybe taken under consideration. I suspect that the first $1 million, I know that a number of people had accessed it and sent in their bills and gotten payment. I don't know what the story is in particular situations, but we can deal with those. But we will have a letter out before the end of this week, and I realize the importance of it, so we'll make sure that you can move on it immediately, and we will give you the format or the options in which we can suggest as to how to be able to expedite the delivery of the water and get payment.
The second question, no, I have another question. Minister, I'm happy that the member from Northwest St. James is here as well, because I looked through the report that you brought, and there is a concern I have. I've tabled the question in Parliament. I'm still waiting for the response. We had a discussion here. Prime Minister brought something last year. 2 years before that, we had something the year before that. These droughts are a cyclical thing. And what has happened is that right now in the grill, as I said, there's a shortage of water, and 70% of the hotels are closed. So imagine if the hotels were open, what the situation would be. We are being told by the Water Commission that the only resolution for Westmoreland and for my constituency is Rowan River. And the real problem we have is that from 2017, we got a commitment that within a year, Rowan River contract would be signed so that we'd have a year and a half or a year for completion so that work could begin. We're now in 2020 and we have heard nothing about that. And drought after drought is coming. Do you have any information on the Rowan River water supply?
Double check your mic, Mr. Vaz.
The specific details with me, but I will get it tomorrow and communicate with you. But I did see Rowan River outlet. I don't have the exact recollection of where we were, but it's in the report in relation to a project to be implemented.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ms. Minister, it will remiss of me if I did not ask about the Victoria Town Water Scheme. It has been on the books for the longest while. I have been having discussion with the regional manager, NWC, as it relates to the area of Prattville, Warwick, Grovetown. They have not had any water for the longest while. And we know that things are in the pipeline. It has been in the pipeline for too long. Could you give us an update as to what is happening with regard to the water for the Warwick area and the upgrading of the Victoria water supply scheme?
As I said earlier when I was making my statement, that I know the pressing issues of water specific to individual constituencies. Obviously, I wouldn't have a response to each individual. However, as I said before, if you just send me a note or a WhatsApp, I can get the information and communicate with you. And of course, I'm willing to meet if necessary to see where and what can be done to have these implemented. So in relation to the individual constituency matters, I would ask that you just hold on that and communicate with me directly, specific to the projects, and I will give you the necessary updates and meet with you if necessary.
Mr. Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm really not so much speaking only for my individual constituency, but really more so for the parish of Manchester, particularly on behalf of my friend, the MP from Northeast Manchester, who, probably is grappling with other issues. But, Minister, Manchester, as you know, is unique. 90% of the population lives above 2,000 feet elevation, and the two major water supplies are in Porous and Pepper. So the cost of trucking water in Manchester is prohibitive, particularly relative to most other parishes. So I really ask you to look at $1 million in terms of the volume of water delivered in Manchester is a joke versus a constituency on the plains. So I ask you to take that into account. The second issue has to do, Minister, with the backup at the loading bays. You've said in many loading bays the supply is down, but they only open most of them 8 hours a day. In this crisis, Minister, I know you're reading your magazine, but in this crisis, if we could open the loading bays for extra shift, to make it from 6 in the morning till maybe 10 at night, so that more trucks can be cycled and more water can be delivered. This is a crisis. This is not, I know what you said, Despite COVID, you're trying to make the allocation. But not despite, because of COVID, we need to double and triple up the distribution of water during this time. Minister, you made no mention of the expansion of the Greater Mandeville Water Supply Scheme. Over a year ago, at the groundbreaking of the Perth Phase 1A, the minister, and I think the member from Southeast Clarendon was there as well. A commitment was made. NHT was making a $800 million loan to the NWC to upgrade the Greater Mandeville Water Supply Scheme because of the 2,000 housing units at Perth and another 2,000 at Mount Nelson. A commitment was made then that by May 2020, Phase 1A, which is complete, would have had piped water. I don't even think any work has started on the upgrading of the Greater Mandeville Water Supply Scheme. Just the announcement. And now, as you well know, Minister, 4 different contractors are building houses in Phase 2. Thousands of housing units will be coming on stream. The NHT is going to be sued for false advertising because these people expect that they're going to have piped water when they go into their houses, their new houses next year, and it won't be true. So either the NHT makes it clear to these purchasers that you're going to have the expense of trucking water when you buy this new house, or something has to be done to accelerate the expansion of this housing scheme. The final suggestion, Minister, and I've made it at the parish level and the regional level. Kirkvine has wells at Porous that they're not used since 2008, or not used in any quantity for for processed water at the Kirkvine plant. Those wells are there with a tremendous capacity. There is no reason for them to be sitting idle when people are, literally dying of thirst. So there must be a way. You are somebody who understands how to get things done, to even temporarily allocate those wells from Rusal, who are the current operators, or it's not operating, but the current owners of that plant, so that it can supplement the Porous scheme, serve Mandeville, Williamsfield, and parts of Belfield during this crisis time. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Minister, I share the sentiments of my colleague from Western Westmoreland as it pertains to the delay in the upgrade of Rowan River, because it impacts Upper Westmoreland water supply system. And if you understand the geographical lay of the land in Westmoreland, you have 2 constituencies on the plains basically, Central and Western. Eastern is perched on the hill. And Honourable Minister, we have a challenge because our water sources are either in St. James by and large, which is the Don Trout, or Lower Westmoreland, Rowan River water supply. But the Don Trout system needs upgrading because all the people in St. Leonard's, Seaford Town, Amity and those places are without water. The Upper Westmoreland water supply scheme, which comes to Darlaston, needs extension into Enfield and those places. Along the corridor of White House, you need water up into Petersville and all those communities, which I've written to you about and things. But what I want now, though, Mr. Speaker, Minister, is for an additional loading bay in the parish of Westmoreland for Upper Westmoreland. It can't be that you're trucking water from Berkshire
almost on the border of St. Elizabeth in the mountains. And you go all the way to Savlam or almost Petersfield for a load of water. I mean, if you give me $1 million, it is like a snowball in hell. I use that term here again. Because the expense to truck water, the time factor to do 2 trips, just make it impossible. And I mean, we can play politics all we want, but the people suffer. And it is not far-fetched to have a loading bay anywhere in the Darlington area to serve Upper Westmoreland for efficiency and to serve the people.
Dr. Brown Burke. Dr. Burke. Dr. Brown Burke. Okay. Reverend Tweets. Members, go ahead, Reverend Tweets. Members. Members, Reverend Tweets is on his feet. We need to hear him.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Will the minister kindly say what steps are being taken to increase the supplies of water into the corporate area, particularly having regard to some of these 6 and 8 and 9-story buildings that are being made and where, when they are served, cause the diminution of supply to the inner city? That's the first question. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, will the minister acknowledge that what he has been fielding here is perfectly understandable issues of operation? Is the minister confident that he has a board and a bureaucracy in the Water Commission that can deal with the extent and density of the problems that we are facing?
Dr. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, not yet. Good to see you, Member Robbins. Good to see you. Yes. Minister, last year during the Standing Finance Committee meeting, the House leader was the person carrying the portfolio then. And he gave a solemn commitment that the Green Park well would have been made operational and that the people of Bamboo would have had water by the middle of this year. It is now July, and we have not had any form of work commence on the Green Park well to bring the water to the people of Bamboo. So that's a matter that I would like you to look into. And I figure that you are the action man, as you say, so I will see more action. The second issue, Minister, we have so many persons who are in need of a black tank. Really and truly, I think I have a list of about 1,000 persons. With $1 million, you don't come here to represent your people. Allow me to. Be quiet. So, Minister, I'm just asking, is it possible? Because with $1 million, if you bought 100 of the 200-gallon tank, that allocation would be completed. I'm just asking, as opposed to making $1 million available to the constituency, could it be $1 million to get the black tank and then an additional sum to deal with the trucking of the water? I'm quite sure that all members here agree. Some may not say so, but it would go a further way in alleviating some of the concerns that persons are having now. Because even trucking to some communities, you truck and they just really have some smaller containers that they really can't collect any of the water in. So if we could get $1 million to buy the black tanks and then another allocation to deal with the trucking of water, I'd be most grateful. Thank you.
Dr. Brown Burke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I believe that the presentation by the minister is most timely, and I am pleased that the country is benefiting from the clarification in terms of exactly what is happening and where we are now. Because certainly one of the things that we have been faced with, and I speak now particularly on behalf of the residents of Southwest St. Andrew, is that we never know what is happening. Just how we communicate the information in terms of disruption of service, in terms of trucking, and just in terms of what is happening has been bad, especially against the background of COVID-19. So the presentation is timely and I welcome it. Minister, I note that ongoing is the replacement of the 13 kilometers transmission main along Spanish Town Road to Glenmore Road, and that the ancillary works in Hagley Park Road and that area, that those have been completed. The truth is that there are so many households who are not sure whether they are customers of the NWC or not. And I say that because I want to ask another question around there. And that is because although they have metered pipe, although they have no water, they still kept getting this humongous bill. And believe you me, especially this time when money is scarce and you're trying to put food on the table and all of that, to be faced with these mounting bills in this kind of scenario is really, really frustrating. So I wanted to come back to the suggestion made by the member from Northwest St. Anne in terms of the allocations, which are, again, welcome, but just in terms of, in particular, the 63 million to members of parliament for both the trucking and the black tanks, and just how we implement that to make it meaningful, as well as just a kind of coordination. I'm asking, what is, how you see the different allocations working together so that they have the greatest impact, right? I understand the rural water supply, I think that is clear, but in terms of the allocation to the members of parliament for the black tanks and trucking of water, then Water Commission for the trucking of water, and then again the Ministry of Local Government. Yes, we see the water shelves, but again for the trucking of water. So I just want a kind of clearer understanding about how those parts work together to make sure that we get the most out of all of what has been presented today.
Mr. Hilton.
Minister, just quickly, 2 points quickly. I've had to recently issue a press release just really being upset about the situation as it relates to the constituency of Western St. Andrew along the boulevard and those communities off the boulevard. And it appeared for quite some time that every week we had a different reason as to why the water was not available. And we were told that we needed only a few days. And the few days turned into several days and weeks. And as was stated before by my colleague, never knowing exactly what is the cause, because we have had to suffer along the Spanish Town, the implementation of the trunk line and the Spanish Town Road and Mandela Highway last year, when that was clearly the case. This year, having resolved that problem, we're looking forward to a period of with some water. We are back into a situation where there is little or no water for weeks on end. So the clarity that you gave somewhat about the condition existing within the Water Commission is helpful. But what we need now is some response. And I'm not sure the money that was given, we're just now getting some black tanks and getting some water after weeks of constantly trying to move the process forward. So I think the process itself needs to be looked at. The other issue I have is that my constituency is one of those that is, for purposes of water and agriculture, is considered both inner city and a rural constituency. There are parts of the constituency, informally West Rural, that are joined the constituency that is rural. And I have areas like Cypress Hall, my colleague from West Rural would know very well. the condition existing in that area. Cypress Hall has been without water for years, and we've been trying to have made, you will see the representations that I've made on several occasions to get the situation sorted out. I'm hoping that with your entrance into the portfolio that we can work together to have some quick solution around that problem.
Mr. Vaz.
Just in closing, I would just ask my colleagues, especially those that have pressing issues in relation to their constituency, if you could just drop me a note and I can follow up easier than try to respond. Just to remember, Bunting, in relation to your suggestion about the opening hours of the loading bays, that can be reviewed, and most importantly, Member Buchanan, in relation to the loading bays. That's why that money was committed in relation to the wayside tanks and the loading bays, because we realize that there is a lot more efficiency that can come about if we have better geographic locations of loading bays. So we'll work together with you and the Municipal Council on that. And the other issues pertaining to the bigger wells and the schemes, as I said to you, the Prime Minister would have spoken today, and now that he has heard what we have said here today, he'll be able to come and speak to those issues in a more meaningful way, as those are issues that he was handling in his budget presentation. So I want to thank my colleagues for the vote of confidence in me so far, and to say that I will not disappoint, and we will work together. You asked me about, member, you asked me, I haven't met with the board to me. If not, I won't be here. MP, if you could just send me a note, and you and I will communicate much easier. All right, and we have presentations here. So thank you very much, members, and as I said, I look forward to working with you and to see how best we can solve the situations. Thank you very much.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the last member to make a statement today on the vital industry of tourism is our Minister of Tourism, who I ask that you invite him to speak now.
Mr. Bartlett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
can we get a copy of the...
Yes, you should. Mr. Speaker, please, the orderly, can we arrange for a copy of this statement for the opposition spokesman? He has none. Apologies, sir. Mr. Speaker, the tourism sector reopened to visitors on the 15th of June 2020, and since then has welcomed over 35,000 visitors and residents Jamaicans. It is estimated that during the month of July, Jamaica will welcome a total of 41,000 passengers, visitors and residents alike, and this will result at the end of the first month and a half of approximate earnings of some $80,000 million US dollars. The impact of COVID-19 on the tourism sector, Mr. Speaker, has been well documented and has given rise to the government of Jamaica implementing a comprehensive multi-phase approach to reopening the country's borders to visitors. The COVID-19 Resilience Corridor has proven to be an effective tool to manage visitor movement within the designated area. Pursuant to the Disaster Risk Management Enforcement Measures Number 8, Order 2020, Phase 1 of the Resilient Corridor was established along the main road from Negril to Port Antonio on the north coast of the island and facilitated visits to accommodations such as hotels, villas, guest houses, etc. within that space. In an effort to drive continued safe reopening of the tourism sector, plans were developed for the launch of Phase 2A, the South Coast Resilient Corridor, which is on the map that is before the Honorable House. And this will be spanning the Milk River to Negril area along the south coast. Much like the North Coast Resilient Corridor, Mr. Speaker, this area will welcome visitors with robust health and safety protocols. And we put a lot of emphasis on the protocols and indeed, Mr. Speaker, the compliance on the part of the stakeholders as well as the visitors. This expansion will enable more visitors to experience the tourism product while enabling tourism businesses and workers to restart operations in a safe environment. Mr. Speaker, just to describe the boundary starts at Farkas Beach and it goes north along Milk River Main Road, passing in Milk River Spa to the intersection at the Osborne Store Main Road in Clarendon Park. Then traveling west along the Clarendon Park Main Road, then on the Tollgate Main Road, then on to Scotts Pass Main Road. It continues west, Mr. Speaker, along the Porous Main Road, A2 Road, then on to Winston Jones Highway. Traveling in a westerly direction, it continues along the highway to the Spur Tree Main Road. Then it continues along through Goshen and Pepper districts, traveling to Santa Cruz. And then, Mr. Speaker, the boundary continues through the town of Santa Cruz, then Lacovia and Holland Bombo, and then through Middle Quarters. It continues along the Middle Quarters Main Road to Luana. And then it travels along the Brompton Main Road through to the intersection of Black River Main Road, then on to Crawford Main Road. And it travels along the Font Hill Main Road, and then continues along the border to St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland. And it travels in a westerly direction to White House Main Road, then through Bluefields, Cave, Ferris Cross, Paradise, Mr. Speaker, and it continues along the Smithfield Main Road through Savalamar to the intersection of Barracks Main Road. And it continues along Barracks Main Road to the intersection of Beckford Street. And then it travels southerly along Beckford Street to the intersection of Lewis Street. And it continues west on Lewis Street to Darling Street. And then it travels north along Darling Street to the Landilo Main Road. And it continues along to Little London through New Hope, Sheffield to Nampriel Main Road. And it continues to the roundabout at the intersection with Norman Manley Boulevard in Negril at the intersection with the Northern Tourism Corridor. You will recall, Mr. Speaker, that an earlier time we described in my budget presentation the Northern Corridor, which began in Negril. Now, this is part 1, section A of the Southern Corridor. The other section, Mr. Speaker, which starts from Milk River into St. Thomas, will be described and open as phase locations. So the boundary may also take into consideration, Mr. Speaker, all the main roads leading that area to the seashore. And that what, of course, will take into account Treasure Beach and all those areas. It is recognized that a collaborative approach, Mr. Speaker, is required to ensure the safe and secure reopening of the tourism sector. In light of this, the key pillars of an effective resilience corridor are: 1, the prevention, limiting access to only authorized properties, ensures that visitors will be traveling to COVID-compliant locations. And that's an important part of the first P there, prevention. 2nd, monitoring. The public and private sector stakeholders are responsible, Mr. Speaker, for collaborating the extensive monitoring exercises that is required in this corridor. The 3rd is reporting, to provide an up-to-date reporting at all times, particularly to the TPDCO, Ministry of Health, and the Ministry of Security in relation to action and movement that are contrary to the protocols that are established in those corridors. Accountability. It is up to the visitor to make honest declaration in seeking travel authorization. It is also the responsibility of the tourism entities to follow the protocols. Mr. Speaker, the protocols were designed based on benchmarks of nearly 20 markets in the Caribbean and globally, as well as international health agencies. They cover big and small hotels, great houses, attractions, beaches, transportation, shopping, social activities, restaurants and bars, and cruise ports. The fundamental elements of the tourism protocols are: 1, sanitization, face mask and personal protective equipment, physical distancing, clear communications and messaging, digital enablement, real-time health monitoring and reporting, rapid response, and training. The Tourism Development Company, Mr. Speaker, is playing a lead role in driving compliance with these protocols. They have deployed and redeployed, in fact, in some cases, existing product quality officers to increase the complement of persons dedicated to overseeing compliance from 11 to 70, so as to ensure that they have proper capacity to manage this task, which entails constant monitoring. Moving forward, Mr. Speaker, the intention is for the TPDCO to work in collaboration with the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the Ministry of Local Government, the Ministry of Transportation, and the Ministry of National Security, along with other tourism partners, to enforce the protocols along the corridor. Only yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we had meetings with the Ministry of Local Government, Health, and ourselves, looking at how we could build out capacity within this area and to bring the human resources that are available to us, because the budget is limited, so at no cost, but we could utilize the talents that we have in that area to strengthen the ability for us to patrol and to move within the corridor and to ensure that there's compliance. In order to become COVID compliant, Mr. Speaker, certified tourism entities are required to, among other things, submit a recovery plan based on the protocols, introduce proper COVID-related signage, as well as to enforce social distancing, hand sanitizing, and the wearing of masks. To date, Mr. Speaker, 113 tourism accommodations along the North Coast Corridor have been certified as COVID compliant, while 13 such accommodations have been certified along the South Coast in Phase 2A, which is what we just described. That process, Mr. Speaker, of certification continues. So, Mr. Speaker, effective tomorrow, the 15th, the South Coast Phase 2A of the tourism reopening will commence. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Local Government, in his comments, deferred to me to speak about the attractions and the fact that the attractions are the next element of the second phase 2A to be open. But we wanted to give an additional week so that further work can be done to ensure that all of the attractions are made compliant, Mr. Speaker, and this is very important to us. As a matter of fact, we have already had indications that 23 such attractions in the vicinity of the North Coast area have become compliant, and we have 2 along the South Coast, including one which is not in this immediate corridor, YS Falls, which is compliant, and it's among the first to be compliant. And also, because, Mr. Speaker, it drives more local action and activity. Most of these attractions are driven by local clientele, and so we want to make sure that they are there. And one of the reasons why the attractions are now being put to the 21st of July, is to ensure that we have that full level of compliance as is required. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I just want to use this moment to thank the many partners who have come together to give talent, ideas, skills, and resources to make the opening of Jamaica's tourism the success that it is being heralded across the world. Have there been total seamlessness in every regard? Absolutely not. Have there been challenges and issues? Absolutely. But together we have been working with the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Local Government, Transportation, and all the partners in the industry to minimize the impact of negative elements within this whole phase. And I'm proud to say that Jamaica stands as one of the few countries in the world where our opening has been hailed as a positive development in tourism. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dr. McNeil.
Mr. Speaker, let me say that we on this side are very happy for the announcement about the South Coast. I can tell you...
Dr. McNeil, your mic is not working properly.
Can you hear me? Yeah, but I can't. You want me to shout? Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah. Mr. Speaker?
Still not.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. We're happy for the announcement.
It's off and on, Dr. McNeil. It's on and off. It's not.
It's on and off? Let me hear. No, they need to hear it up there. Yes, Mr. Speaker? Yes, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister, we're all very happy about the announcement. The residents and small businesses on the South Coast have all been waiting on this for some time, and it's the lifeblood of many, just the small businesses, bed and breakfast, just the apartments, villas on the South Coast. And to be very honest with you, I think some of them on the South Coast for later. So now that you're announcing it's opening tomorrow, we are all happy to hear it. But there are two issues that I want to highlight, and I think it's important to highlight them. The first, Mr. Minister, is that I think that the timing of these announcements is a bit challenging. What we really need with all these protocols and how we're operating is to get our information, are getting themselves ready. It's all being done. But what happens is that we are getting these announcements like we did on June the 1st, like we did on June the 15th. We get the announcements of the opening a day before it's actually opened. Whereas if we were aiming for 2 weeks towards the announcement, it would allow us to even do a little marketing, whether it's for domestic or external tourism, but at least some work could be done so that you would be able to stimulate the business rather than everyone just waiting, not knowing anything when the actual date will be, and then you get it the day before. So, while we're happy for it, I think that the methodology of how we're doing things, we need to get to the point where we lay out a plan of what we intend to do and put some timelines to it. And if circumstances change, then we change with the circumstances, but would allow the participants in the sector to be able to plan with more certainty. The second issue, Mr. Minister, is one which I am very concerned about and I find very disturbing. The Speaker, we had been given the assurance, the protocols are that all visitors into the island would be either tested or pre-tested. And that is what the situation, that's what is supposed to happen. I've been reliably informed, Minister, that over the last 3 days, a number of visitors have been coming into the country without testing, either pre-testing or border control testing, because the system is breaking down somewhere. And Mr. Minister, through you, Mr. Speaker, if I'm hearing that, I know you're hearing it too. This, Mr. Speaker, is totally unacceptable and is tantamount to a dereliction of duty and could lead to a disaster of national proportions if it is so and not dealt with immediately. Mr. Speaker, the South Coast is unique. It is the home of community tourism, and we want it to remain safe. We are all happy about the decision to reopen it, but it is the responsibility of the government to keep the Jamaican citizens safe. So I'm asking you, I saw the Minister of Health here earlier. I'm sorry he has left. But we need to verify this information. We need to find out exactly how long it has been going on, what is happening with those persons who have entered the island without being tested. Are they being monitored? Are there any restrictions being put on them? And what is it that we are doing about it? Because this cannot continue like this. Mr. Minister, I say this to tell you that if this continues, we may be putting ourselves in a position to lose all the gains that we have recently made. So we support this announcement, but I say to you, more important than that, you need to address these serious issues that could really derail everything that you are working towards.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Opposition Spokesman on Tourism, Dr. McNeil. Firstly, the question of the timely announcements of the changes in terms of, well, you know that we manage on the basis of science and data. And the algorithms we use, we have a period of 2 weeks for reviews. So it's always 14 days every time. So the orders are made, and they usually run for 14 days or 30 days, depending on the particular factor involved. In the case of most of these orders, they are for 14 days. And so I think that most of our people, particularly South Coast, because you know I'm in that loop, right? So they all were expecting a 15th, yes. So they are okay where that is concerned. But I do take the point that in the broader scheme of things, we can look at a longer period. But of course, this depends on information, how they are moving, and the action that is needed to be done, you know, and health does that, as you know, and we're guided, all right? The second is the question of the protocols and the pre-testing. First of all, you recall that we decided to do pre-testing starting on the 20th of July, because the 10th of July was when the visitors would upload their testing results. They start uploading on the 10th of July. That was a couple of days ago. So it wouldn't be fair for anybody to be saying to you that people are coming through who are not pre-tested, because we didn't require pre-testing until, in fact, we won't until the 20th. I can't speak to the question of people not being tested. We know that the operation required and the infrastructure is at the airport for it. So to the extent that you've raised it, I will certainly take up the matter with the minister in that regard. So I really can't. And I would then advise to sort of caution in terms of how deep and hard we go at the minister and his team when, in fact, we are not very sure whether that information is accurate or not. But I'm sure as a responsible politician of some vintage, you will appreciate the point that it's not everything we hear sometimes worth repeating, even in Parliament where we have protection. So thank you very much for the support, as usual, and just to make Parliament appreciate that you have been a big part of the team that have worked on the protocols, and you have been following, and your representative has attended our meetings or Zoom meetings and so on. And I think that in tourism we can say that both sides are a D-them on many matters. Thank you.
Mr. Green.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, just want to, on behalf of the interests, the tourism interests along the South Coast, to thank the Minister of Tourism and his team. You know, this is very, very important for us, Speaker. Oftentimes when tourism is spoken of, it is spoken of on the North Coast, but we do know that in terms of the retention of the dollar, that the South Coast's model is the model that retains the most. And in terms of the linkages, it is the South Coast model and the community tourism model that really has the greatest linkages. So we are very, very happy that this has happened. Also, just to indicate again, Mr. Speaker, sometimes we forget in relation to the amount of attractions. If you were to take St. Elizabeth alone, you have the YS Falls, you have the Black River Safari, Appleton Rum Tour, and Floyd's Pelican Bar, and a lot of people who are employed directly in tourism. And Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity just to use the floor of Parliament to thank those tourism interests, because a number of them kept paying their workers during this difficult period. And I think that is commendable. And I single out YS for really having that intervention. In terms of a question, Mr. Speaker, my hope, having heard the Minister of Water and the Minister of Tourism, and with the reopening of the South Coast Resilient Corridor to tourism, my hope is that we can move forward to treat with some of the long-standing water issues in a really good tourism gem of Treasure Beach. And we already have an estimate done, Minister of Water, Minister of Tourism, and as such, not so much of a question, but our hope is that we can use this time while the tourists are returning to upgrade the water system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, you know, we were all giving an indulgence to the member from Southwest St. Elizabeth, but there's really no provision in the standing orders for a junior minister to make a statement or ask questions after the minister's statement. But, you know, we're not going to quarrel about it, but I would expect you to enforce.
Mr. Bunting, I think the standing order said any member may ask question after a statement. Any member.
No, with respect, Mr. Speaker, members of the executive should not be interrogating each other. They have other forums. They have cabinet, they have council of ministers. So, you know, I am surprised, unless things are broken down so badly, that would take place.
Yes, yeah. You may be surprised, but it's still within the rule.
Mr. Speaker, the point made is acknowledged, and we must ensure that the conventions that have guided this Parliament successfully over the decades must be maintained. So, but nonetheless, okay. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to invite you to call on the Minister of National Security, who will make a statement on the recent Zozo that was done.
Mr. Dr. Chung.
A statement, the report on the zones of special operation. Yeah, the report, the 14-day report. Yeah, Mr. Speaker. behalf of the Prime Minister to make a short report on the zones of special operation, Greenwich Town and August Town. It is a requirement of the law. Oh, no, I have to call. That's Merle, she's in opium office. Yeah, it's around a couple, yeah. She's in opium office. Opium. Get a couple from her. All right? Today, it is the requirement of the law that after 14 days, a report must be tabled in the House by. So I proceed, sir. Mr. Speaker, the zones of special operations, those of a short, represent immense potential and opportunity as citizens are increasingly demanding safer and more secure communities. These measures symbolize a new paradigm in Jamaica's history, one which is met with great acceptance and consensus by not only the citizens, but also the opposition, which we appreciate. It is the spirit of cooperation that has led us thus far in the best interests of the country. Mr. Speaker, the current crime trends in both the Greenwich Town and August Town communities have been assessed by the security forces to meet the conditions for intervention at this time. Need one for House Leader as well. These communities have experienced an escalation in murders and shootings, largely perpetuated by the presence of gangs. August Town, which was once a crime-free community in 2016, has been experiencing an increase in murders and shooting directly related to gang-related criminality. The presence of the gangs has been influencing the institutionalization of crime and violence in the community. This is particularly concerning as the demographic data in that community points to a youthful population with the age cohort 15 to 30 representing a high percentage of the total population. Mr. Speaker, the profile for both the victims and the perpetrators of gang-related crime are usually characterized by young males from the most at-risk communities, and so it is particularly important that through this intervention we move swiftly to address our young male participation in crime. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, the Greenwich Town community has experienced an increase in murders and shooting, with a significant portion associated with increased gang-related violence and criminal activities. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that from the outset that the solutions to curtail violence are never easy or simple and will require the help and support of everyone. We learn new lessons daily, and while the solutions are diverse and complex, we are confident that they are not beyond our reach. Mr. Speaker, in support of the security forces and to effectively cauterize the threats posed by the criminal gangs in these communities, the Prime Minister, acting in accordance with the advice of the National Security Council, and having received the written agreement of the Commissioner of Police and the Chief of Defence Staff, declared zones of special operations under the law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, Act 2017 in the communities of Greenwich Town on July 1, 2020 and August Town on July 8, 2020. Mr. Speaker, as I moved out a little bit more because the Special Social Program Committee will have started their work. In fact, I pause and interrupt in the prepared text to say that we are having a summer school for grade 6 students in the Greenwich Town, which has started. The idea is that these students who tend to be left behind, in fact, they are sent to high school before they are prepared for secondary education by the placement, and they tend to end up in the schools in those communities. And while we assign them to a secondary school, we are fully aware they are not yet literate and numerate. The idea is to begin a process of transformation and development in the community where we will use the summer school with an extra budget to prepare them for high school so when they get in September they are literate and numerate. And that will allow them to benefit from secondary education and start a process in which the educational process will seek to address the challenges of our young males in these communities. The member of Parliament is here, and I will tell her that I should be there tomorrow. It's a bit late, and I hope we'll meet up and see what is happening. So the soft work has started by the requisite institutions, JCIF and other activities led by the Ministry of National Security. The hard infrastructure work has not yet started, but it is, I want to assure the members that this is a critical part of the entire program as we move from clear to build, and that there will be significant work done to improve the infrastructure of various areas of the communities involved, Greenwich Town and August Town. In fact, I think there's a significant body for the fishing village and none of our areas down there. And I want to assure the House and those who are listening, the concept of zones is a long-term operation. And in fact, you'll notice I don't use the word social intervention. I use the word programs. They're designed to get in the community, change activities, and stay there until there's genuine transformation and cultural change in the community. Greenwich Town and August Town in particular, the Greenwich Town and August Town zones will operate for a period of 60 days initially, to the 31st August 2020 and 7th September 2020, respectively. I'm making the statement to Parliament today in accordance with Section 6 of the Act, which requires a report within 14 days of the declaration of a zone. Mr. Speaker, importantly and consistent with the clear hold and build strategy, and let me repeat, clear hold and build. The idea is not just to intervene, it's to get in, disrupt the criminal activity, retain the security forces, and begin a process of change both in the physical and services offered to the community. It indeed is what we call a whole of government approach, and we have in fact articulated that much more heavily as we go forward with the city security program at this point in time. We have also acknowledged that transformation cannot be achieved without deliberate focus on social programs and the delivery of social services to the areas so identified. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it is often time that as we speak of these committees and we seek to bring in security operation or special projects, but the service from the education, the schools, the clinics are the worst you'll have in the country. And when you do projects in these areas, you may do some good, but if you leave the condition the same as before, then conditions will of course remain, return to what they were before. There are oftentimes rarely access to the Ministry of Labour and Social Security special social service programs. Many people are not even registered and part because those who are supposed to do the registration are afraid to go in the community and will not seek help and direction from the relevant community leaders like the Members of Parliament or the councillors. We are correcting that in this whole approach, and we are ensuring that everybody who has a stake in the community will be involved, and the people will in fact begin to benefit from the kind of social services and social programs that will bring about genuine change and change in their lives and lay a different foundation for the development of the community. Therefore, in addition to the current operational efforts by the joint forces, the Social Intervention Committee have been gazetted pursuant to Section 23 of the Act. These committees draw on a wide cross-section of sectors and importantly include representatives from the communities. Meetings have been convened for tomorrow, in fact, for both social intervention committees. Mr. Speaker, the violence and lack of certain social conditions in these communities point to a number of developmental challenges. It is within this context that approaches and decisions have been systematic rather than arbitrary and are guided by an approved social program framework driven to provide targeted solutions and improvements in a number of developmental areas. Namely, while not complete, but namely physical environment, land tenure where necessary. So when the program is finished, everybody who has property should have a title, community safety, human and community development, and employment, business and economic development. We mentioned human and economic development. We'll be moving along, described it, the Inter-St. Andrew Tech. We'll be relocating the simulator for articulated vehicle driving so we can draw young men both from that area and the neighboring communities who I find have an interest in that kind of occupation and therefore be interested in finding a productive life. Spiritual and faith-based intervention and leadership. Mr. Speaker, through the measures being enforced by the Joint Force have taken primacy at this initial stage of the strategy, the social programs effort will currently be rolled out in the zones. Operational aim in this clear phase will be to conduct law enforcement activities in order to rid the zone of illegal weapons and ammunition and to set the conditions for social and economic development initiatives to continue in peace and safety while protecting the fundamental rights and freedom of persons who reside or conduct lawful business in the zones. Indeed, one might say we are restoring their rights because when the criminal gangs are active individuals living in these communities can only speak of rights, because while we would like to have them, they are denied their rights by many of these criminal gangs. In closing, Mr. Speaker, it's important that the reality and impact of zones of special operations again be positioned within the context that they have been proven to work. Since the declaration of the zones in Mount Salem and Denham Town, the transformation process started. These two communities had previously been exposed to intolerable levels of crime and criminal influence, and the residents can now finally experience peace and security. This is a model that we must seek to learn from and scale up. Mr. Speaker, and will be scaling up. The innovative and constructive input from the security forces, the National Security Council, has been indispensable in the process of finding effective solutions, and we will continue to undertake a process of review to ensure that we remain steadfast and develop the right set of approaches for this country and in particular for the communities that have been identified. Therefore, as the Prime Minister indicated in the press conference, when he declared the Greenwich Town zone, the zones of special operation utilizing the clear, hold and build approach will be strategically aligned with the Citizen Security Plan, a subcompact of Plan Secure Jamaica. The CSP prioritizes attention to the most violent and vulnerable communities, specifically those designated within zones of special operations. The plan has already been developed and approved by the Cabinet for intensified implementation and constitute a strategic steering tool with a monitoring, evaluation, and learning framework to ensure that not only are things being done right, but most importantly, right things are being done. The Citizen Security Plan, monitoring, evaluation, and learning framework is supported by a performance measurement framework that sets out how citizens will be measured. How activities will be measured. Several important steps will be taken to make the performance framework fit for purpose to ensure accountability. These include baseline data for selected performance indicators and targets for planned activities within the space. In essence, the program will be monitored and we'll look at the outcomes. If I might use a simple example, you have a school, we look at what, over time, the new output is. We have a school which may be having no one getting CXC. Or if you take a primary school, the grade 4 literacy performance test is less than 50%. We'd expect that over a 2-year period that would come to 100%. These are measurable activities that can look at in the community. We would expect to see a fall-off in truancy and other activities that can be related to that to the education program and can be measured. You'd take this across to other activities where you include the registration of births, the time taken to get titles, the amount of, where the social housing impact, and each and everything having established baseline data can be measured over time, and also begin to look not only at the reduction in crime, but in particular the improvement in the community's both human and physical resources. Mr. Speaker, this framework is meant to ensure the effective and coherent implementation of the plan, using a whole-of-government cross-sectoral approach. The plan will also benefit from a strong independent oversight using the Citizen Security Oversight Committee, which will serve as an independent body, bringing together stakeholders from both political parties, the private sector, civil society, academia, and NGOs. This program, Mr. Speaker, is a long-term program. I've heard too many people, especially in Augustown, which has had a plethora of social interventions over time, but all of them disconnected and operating in silos. The approach of the government is to bring them together, ensure there's coordination, and we fill the gaps and we have accountability and we look for outcomes. This Member of Parliament, and I'm speaking this evening on behalf of the Prime Minister, but I represent a constituency that has had very difficult and challenging times. And we have had, in one community, we have had some 58 different interventions simultaneously. But the situation we have today is worse than it was before. So when I scream about the way we approach social intervention, and I speak to it, I do so feelingly, because it is my intention and my commitment to work with this government to ensure we transform these communities and offer a productive, honest life to our young males, in particular in these communities. We'll dismantle the gangs, reduce the crime, and have productive, capable Jamaicans come out of them. The committee will provide an objective overview of the efficacy and efficiency of the CSP and keep the public engaged in the progress of the CSP. The committee's membership and terms of reference are currently being finalized. Mr. Speaker, we are building on what has worked, what can be further improved as we review and refine our concerted efforts to accelerate transformational change in these communities. I thank you.
Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for permission to speak from a seat other than mine.
Let me go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, the matter before us, as we all know, is not a controversial one. The opposition from the very outset, having participated in the promulgation of the legislation, does support the enactment of the law, and it is of record that we have made numerous calls for areas that have been under intense incidents of murders and other serious crimes to be so declared, and for the required resources, both from a security standpoint and also from a social intervention standpoint. Since the declaration of the enactment of the law, we have had only two prior to now, Mount Salem and Denham Town. And it would be interesting to have some real empirical data on the development in those areas. The minister in his comments a while ago speak to a 2-year duration to assess the results. For example, in schools, we have had over 2 years of the zones of special operations in those 2 areas, and therefore it would be very, very instructive to see what the data tells us. In respect of the 2 areas before us, Mr. Speaker, the question is why it took so long. Take, for example, the Augustown area. We have had in recent times, from the beginning of the year, number of murders in that area. And not only the occurrence of the murders, but the conflicts in those communities have been intense. I visited the community a week or 2 weeks or so ago when the JDF officer got shot and another member of the community got shot in that community. But I was aware of what was occurring before. I never heard, in fact, when I visited the day, I subsequently had a meeting with the divisional commander and the officer in charge of the area to inquire about a declaration of Azozo being of assistance to cauterize the violence that has overcome the community for some time. So yes, we welcome the declaration in both areas. The Member of Parliament from Southwest St. Andrew, in which the Greenwich Town area falls, will speak on it. She, perhaps more than any other member of this House, have made tireless calls, and those have all fall, and the member too, from you got more than what you wanted. You wanted a Zozo, there was a SOE declared in your area. But the members and the member from West St. Andrew have been calling tirelessly for this kind of intervention, and it has all fallen on deaf ears and finally has occurred. Yes, and there are some other areas too that the Zozo is more than welcome. But Mr. Speaker, we welcome the declaration in those areas to all the murder and to all the level of fear. You can count murders easily. Well, the member from Central Westmoreland would take issue with me saying you can count those who are murdered easily. Not Central Manchester, not to be true, because the data from the police is not forthcoming as to what the true picture is about the level of murder taking place across the country. And I mention here, Mr. Speaker, since the 27th of June, when the data was showing an continuous annual increase in the level of murder, miraculously, the following week, the government refrained from publishing the undeclared, undetermined deaths, so that the numbers switch from an increase to a reduction, and then that becomes the talking point, how much it is reduced by. So even the data that is made available is questionable. But I want to emphasize, through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister, as I say, you can count the murders, but the level of fear that exists in these communities. I visit some of them, like Augustown when it occurred, the last shooting there. Not just a soldier got killed, got shot. Member of the community got shot in a small space, smaller than that little corner over there. By the Indicom count of bullets was 67 bullets in that small space where a number of dwellings exist. When you have that kind of shooting in the community, and of course this was with the soldiers, outside of those you have the factions in the community that is involved in these violent activities. The fear that these people have to live in, Mr. Speaker, none of us in this house would even want to have to live with a fraction of that. So we welcome the presence of the security forces. We welcome their presence there, and that will allay some of the fears of the residents. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, the social intervention side is what is desperately needed in a meaningful way. Minister, we welcome the birth certificates, the fence, and all of those things that you don't need a Zozo for. Right? Many members of parliament engage in those. The kind of social intervention, Minister, that we want in these communities are social workers who can interact with the residents and all the various factions who are responsible for the violence and seeking to settle disputes and differences in a violent way. That is really where we want to see the investment in social intervention. We can't rely upon force to reduce violence in these areas. We have to rely upon change in social behavior. Right? We have not been having that kind of intervention. When the Prime Minister declared the first state of Zozo in this house, it was asked of him, using the objective indices that you use to declare Zozos, look at the other areas that we could say deem are near Zozo in terms of the physical conditions, in terms of the behavioral practices in those communities, and intervene then before having to wait to a more crisis situation that you declare a zone of special operation. Minister, we want these communities to be safer, but we have to be more proactive. And as I said, in the case of Greenwich Town, in the case of August Town, this declaration is way, way long in coming. I am urging all the members of the communities involved to cooperate with the security forces. I am urging the members of the communities to work with the various social intervention agency like JSIF and others that might be engaged in other activities so that we can see a gradual transformation of behavior where communities can be more peaceful, less violent, and Jamaica can become a safer place. I support the move, and I wish all the success in its implementation.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, permission to speak from a seat other than my own. I rise to support the establishment of the Zozo in both Augustown and Greenwich-town. And I think that that would take no one by surprise, since my position has been consistent and I have been vocal in terms of the need for the Zozo. You know, the first time we had a discussion around the state of emergency, I made a call at that time that what we needed certainly in the St. Andrews South Police Division was more than just boots on the ground. And every single time that we have spoken of the zone of special operations, that has been my call. So I'm extremely pleased that Greenwich-town has in fact now had a Zozo. As I went through the community just to kind of touch base with community members and to get a feedback from them of what they were experiencing and how they felt, it also became extremely clear to me, Minister, that we have not done enough public education in terms of the difference between the state of emergency and the zone of special operations. People just believe everything is Zozo, you know? And persons say, but we have the Zozo now, but look from when we had it. And we had a shooting or a killing just a little ways away from the police post. And I took some time to explain the difference between the Zozo and the state of emergency. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the Zozo in a minute, but Minister, I'm sure it would not surprise you that individuals in the neighboring communities, whether it is along the Maxfield Avenue stretch, we know what would have happened by Gem Road just this week, whether it is in the Payne Avenue, Payneland area, and we know the murders and shootings that have taken place over the last 2 weeks, whether it is York Avenue that we know the police is dealing with, and Majestic Gardens that has its fair share. And I say that even though I know I run the risk of persons saying that McCraven, that I have one in Greenwich-town, and here I am talking about others. But Minister, I am sure you, more than many of the members who sit amongst whom you sit, have a better appreciation of the reality of St. Andrews South Police Division and what takes place there. And so, Minister, I am pleased at what is happening in Greenwich-town. And by the way, I did send you a letter today. If you probably would have left office before it came, you'll probably get it tomorrow, which would echo some of what I'm saying about still the need for a review of what is happening in neighboring communities that have the same characteristics, where the cohort of 18 to 30 as a percentage of the population is higher there than almost anywhere else in Jamaica. It has traditionally been so. Where we have had increases in murders and shootings, it is still there. Minister, the inconvenience of the road closures, I've spoken to individuals, in particular the elderly and the infirm, who are inconvenienced. They understand that that is part of the trade-off in terms of making sure that they have a safer community. And there are many members of the community speaking with them for those who might be who might be deterred or concerned about how further they have to walk to get out because some of the roads are turned off. They're looking forward, Minister, to the transformation, and I know we have been talking about our schools, and I know that there are always issues around budget, but I think, Minister, we start with the schools that are in the area, but we also have to recognize that there are individuals who live in the area who every day are confronted by the circumstances that makes learning difficult, even though they do not attend school in the area. And so we can't forget them. Yeah, we can't forget them. We have to make sure that they are also taken into account. Minister, you know that I've been speaking also, because we have the Oversight Committee, there is an opportunity for a kind of look at, call it a regional area plan. The same thing is required at the national level, that we need not just a national plan, but that we need a national partnership around that plan. I'm going to tell you, I don't know who sent you here, but I'm very mindful of who sent me here. And I'm here speaking on their behalf, so I ask you to be silent. Put on back your mask. If you need to go down and take a break, step out and take a break. Minister, in terms of, we on this side have been consistent in saying that some of the things that are required is to get the guns, get the gangs, and to deal with the social and economic transformation. Minister, it is important for us to share the baseline data, because what we have found in development is that when we put the baseline data out there and we formulate the plans and we monitor the implementation of the plans, it then does not become your opinion as to whether or not progress is being made, but it becomes evident when progress is being made or when more effort is needed to ensure that we reach the goals and the targets that are set. Minister and colleagues, thank you very much for your indulgence. This really is something that touches me deeply, that I have been speaking about. So for those of you who have been patient, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your support, members. Just
Minister,
we have the.
Dr. Chang, before you proceed, members, members,
Minister, yes.
We are taking the standing orders, throwing it aside.
I don't.
We are giving a speech.
I'm making no
please.
Chairman,
we are giving a speech
anticipate what
after
I'm
the
saying.
statement by Minister.
I'm making no speech.
Member, I'm speaking. Could you have a seat? I'll recognize you. When a statement by a minister is done, the person who the opposition appoints to answer does that. The rest is questions. Everybody is giving a speech, a debate. Let us stop it, please. If you have a question and a statement, then get up and ask your question. We're not going to allow you to give a speech on it. Dr. Chan,
Chairman,
that member have a
Minister, my understanding is that although Western St. Andrew is not favored with a ZOZO, but merely a SOZO, a SOE, that you have, the statement has been made here and a commitment given that those constituencies that had long been under the SOE, that there were particular projects and special intervention that will be considered. And I'd like to ask whether that statement stands today and whether the matters that we have discussed, the specific projects, that we can move ahead with them now.
Question, member. As a quick comment, Mr. Speaker, to indicate that we have a very active social intervention committee, and therefore a lot of the questions the member who are affected will ask will be dealt with in those committees, and some of our suggestions will be brought there because the concept is evolving. But just to say, one other thing I want to emphasize for the general membership of the House, and for those who are listening and want to comment, we are not rebranding, now we're just spreading programs around as also to the sake of naming something. The zones of special operations have particular budgets at a minimum level. In fact, I think, depending on the size, the minimum amount. Capital, it may be $400 to $500 million. And those details will be available to the House members and to those who want to hear. I see some comments about difficulty. It's one of the most open programs. I'm not sure where the researchers were going. While in the new approach, and what you have learned from it, and the request of, and as we debate it, is that the resources in existing social program will be focused on those communities. So what you're having practice is that you bring in a project, but as I said, nothing was done for the school, or nothing was done to get the people titled in place. Those are transformative and changes. What we're going to do is do it on a coherent basis that everything happens within that time period, and therefore there can be behavioral and cultural change in the community. Because when you do one project and leave, and that's why I tend to use the term, and I emphasize the speaker, a program rather than an intervention. Intervention means you intervene, do something and leave. We are not in that base again. We are not intervening. We are moving in with the whole of government to implement significant change in the community where we declare a zone. Now, there are a number of communities that have that particular problem. They have been defined by the Planning Institute of Jamaica. Within 100 communities, there are about 25 of particular challenges. But we cannot do them all one time, and we would like to, because there are significant budgetary costs. But we are expanding. We do have a number of communities which are near that stage, and we are looking at how we can introduce programs in those areas, member from Western St. Andrew, that will have impact on the community. The security base, the need for security, I am particularly strong on emphasizing. I have had much of the work that I'm describing those are done in some of my communities. But where there is the only way you can have success, behavior change, and a whole transformation is there must be peace and security in the community. Therefore, in entering these communities, we must move in with effective security measures to dismantle the gangs and redirect the energies of the young males in those communities. I have a constituency in which the rate of dropout in these inner city communities of young males is some 70 to 80% at grade 9. They are therefore prime recruits for gangs, so we have to change the outlook for these young men. I have one community that said we have had multiple interventions, but the security base was missing. We did not get the support. So the limiting factors here are the amount of capital we have to spend, not just what I name our community. We have to put in an effective program, and it's an investment in the people of the country and the people of the community. And therefore will not be able to go as fast as we would like. But as the budget settles down, we have come to a critical time this year. Much of a significant portion to go into the COVID-19 event, which has gone and was necessary. But the government's program is moving on along those areas. I am aware. So just want to be aware. But the question of the data, all that data, member that you're asking about, will be placed on the police website and everybody will have access to it. Within about the next 2 or 3 weeks, we'll have it done and posted on the website and everybody get it at the end of the week. So we're not hiding anything. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you and thank the members for the support. The zones of special operations are particularly strong program for challenged communities, and the city security program will be a broader program reaching out to the country nationally as we proceed and as the budget allows to. But we are committed to ensuring that the people in these communities will see a different way of life, will offer the opportunity to really develop productively and peacefully. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Who is next? So, announcements.
Laid on the table of the House today are the following. Minister Paper number 34, entitled Annual Report of the Firearm Licensing Authority for the year ended March 31, 2017. Minister Paper number 35, Annual Report of the Private Security Regulation Authority for the year ended March 31, 2017. Minister Paper number 36, National Child Diversion Program. Annual Report of the University of the West Indies, UWI, Mona Campus for the academic year 2018-2019. Office of the Principal, UWI. Annual Report and Audited Financial Statements of the Norman Manley International Airport Limited for the year 2017-2018. COVID-19 Economic Recovery Task Force, Rebuild Jamaica, Final Report, June 30, 2020. Interception of communication designated persons who may require communication data order 2020 and interception of communication designated persons who may require communication data order 2020 resolution.
Bills brought from the Senate. Petitions. Papers. Reports from committees. Notices of motion given orally. Dr. Chuck.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give note that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. The Interception of Communication Act. Interception of communication designated persons who may require communication data, Order 2020 resolution. Whereas by virtue of Section 16(1) of the Interception of Communication Act, the Minister may, by order subject to affirmative resolution, prescribe any person as a designated person for the purpose of Section 16 of the Act. And whereas on the 14th day of July 2020, the Minister made the interception of communication designated persons who may require communication data, Order 2020. And whereas it is desirable that the interception of communications designated persons who may require communication data, Order 2020 be affirmed. Now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. This resolution may be cited as the interception of communications designated persons who may require communication data, Order 2020 resolution. The interception of communications designated persons who may require communication data, Order 2020, which was laid on the table of the House on the 14th day of July 2020, is to be affirmed. Mr. Speaker, is hereby affirmed. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Prime Minister, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, he will move to introduce and have read the first time a bill shortly entitled The Representation of the People's Amendment Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that notwithstanding Standing Orders 32A, the sectorial debate be allowed to continue until Tuesday, July 28, 2020. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Mr. Speaker, I have an answer that's overdue from the Minister of National Security. A straightforward question about the publishing of the crime statistics. Why on earth would you be unable to produce that within an answer within the 21 days, Minister? With respect.
I'm sorry, I respond. No, it is, the answer given to me, in fact, I had to correct them because the crime statistics will be published on the police website. Should be by weekend, on a weekly basis. Okay. Yeah, that we have had. All right? You can keep it.
take it, he's answering the question now. What about the daily stats? Will that be available?
That's what we're not put on the daily and on the website. It's the weekly stats we put out, as is. But you can, No, the daily stats is not appropriate. It has names of Pure Stell and all that kind of stuff.
But in the same way that you'd put the weekly stat on the website.
No, I wouldn't go to change the format. The correct format of the daily stats give the names, the incidents, and details which are that vary. The weekly stats are what we'll publish on the website. Okay.
Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sittings of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Motions, presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Public business. Mr. Simuda.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Those in favor? Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
I now ask that the motion be approved.
Those in favor? Members? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker,
I think members.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I wish to apologize to my colleague and dear friend for having her sit so patiently for such a long time to make her contribution to the sectoral debate. But the events of the day were so fulsome in their involvement of members of the House with the statements from ministers and so on. I have noticed, however, Mr. Speaker, it could not escape me that some members who, through pride of place, were able to give statements have since left the chamber. For those of us who have to stay here and see to the conduct of the business of the House. So, Mr. Speaker, I encourage members that when they have fulfilled their obligations to this House based on the agenda, that they continue to support those who still have work to do. Mr. Speaker, I will now invite you to request of the Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports to make her contribution to the sectoral debate.
Minister Grange.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I begin my presentation with thanksgiving. We have much for which to give God thanks. The Almighty has been faithful to us in good times and in these challenging times. Let us give thanks for the strong, steady, inspirational leadership of our Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, as he leads our nation in the fight against COVID-19 and the public health, economic, and social challenges associated with the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, let us continue to lift him up in our prayers as we need him to go on making decisions in the best interest of Jamaica. I also give thanks for my colleagues in the Cabinet and for the members of this Honorable House, for the leadership of our health and security services, all those on the front line who are working to keep Jamaica safe, my team in the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, and its departments and agencies, as well as the people and sectors whom we serve. I give thanks for the people of Central St. Catherine and my councillors for the privilege to serve and work with them over the last 23 years. We have come a long way, Mr. Speaker, and we have achieved much together in infrastructure development, especially community facilities and schools, roads, safer communities, cultural and sports development, youth engagement, economic opportunities, and our training and educational support programs. Mr. Speaker, I have a handout here from my constituency that with pleasure I have a package that will be presented to all the members here. We're all elected to serve, and I'm proud that I'm serving my constituency well, and I will shout it loud. So I'm energized when I see those who benefited from our constituency development initiatives and are now able to pay it forward by assisting others. Mr. Speaker, I remain hopeful because of the giftedness of the Jamaican people, their warmth and creativity, their dynamism and indomitable spirit that have resulted in excellence in all sectors. It is by tapping into the gifts and awakening the spirit of the Jamaican people that we will, by God's grace, regroup, re-engineer, and reopen to a brighter future with culture, gender, entertainment, and sport. Mr. Speaker, the sectors of my ministry thrive on in-person gathering in close proximity. They are motivated through touch, feel, and taste. And the presence of large crowds is essential to success. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the required protocols of social and physical distancing, stay at home, and community lockdowns have had severe effects. Mr. Speaker, the impact of COVID on culture, entertainment, and sport has been devastating. This year, there were no Boys and Girls Champs, no Festival of the Arts, no Carnival in Jamaica, no Reggae Sumfest, no National Athletics Trials, no Olympics. The National Premier League had to be abandoned, and so many other events just did not happen. Most artists have not worked since March, as concerts, tours, and events in Jamaica and across the world have been cancelled. Many creative professionals have also been out of work, as studios closed, affecting audio, lighting, and other technical production professionals, graphic designers, curators, script writers, stylists, among others. The data, Mr. Speaker, shows that between March and June 2020, more than 10,000 community bars were closed. 560 round robins were not held. Usually there are at least 60 per week. The festivals and events economy, including such activities as Calabash Literary Festival, Caribbean Fashion Week, Style Week, and over 7,200 events that would have been held in towns and communities across Jamaica were all shuttered. Also losing out have been our elite sportsmen and sportswomen. One athlete, Mr. Speaker, reported losing 14 million Jamaican dollars since March. We estimate that as much as 26 billion Jamaican dollars has been lost, and more than 40,000 creative and sports-related jobs have been affected since COVID. I've been engaging in discussion with members of the community on how we can regroup and re-engineer to get them back on track. It is clear that the most vulnerable players in the creative and athletic sectors need support, and we have been providing support in a number of ways. Through the National Registry of Entertainment and Creative Industry Practitioners in my ministry, we have been supporting applications for relief through the CARE program. We have been using the e-registry, Mr. Speaker, to validate that, say, Tom Stokes, who says he's an entertainer or an entertainment practitioner, is indeed a member of the industry and his application should be considered. I use this opportunity to encourage entertainment and creative industry practitioners to sign up to the registry. Individual registration since March has increased by more than 1,000 over the similar period last year, and company registrations have increased by 87%. And individual registration by 1,000%. I want to just explain quickly that the National Registry of Entertainment Practitioners is a database for entertainment, culture, and creative practitioners. We refer to it as the e-registry, and it is the centralized Government of Jamaica database portal for listing Jamaican entertainment and creative service providers and companies. The registry also facilitates research and data collection for the benefit of the industry. The e-registry is open to all sectors of the entertainment industry, including dance, animation and digital media, fashion, film, audio, visual, music, performing arts, and visual arts. Practitioners who register with the e-registry, which is administered out of the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport, have access to the following benefits. Fiscal incentives under Fiscal Incentives Act 2014, access to duty-free importation of equipment related to the practice of entertainment. 2, access to grant funding for events, film, dance, or music production. And under that program, we also have the Artist Ambassador Program, where there's access to participating in overseas entertainment and activities. We also assist with free movement benefits. That is the CARICOM Single Market and Economy Skill Certificates and Work Permit Attestation Letters. We also provide some assistance with visa attestation letters. Mr. Speaker, learning from the experience with creative industries practitioners, we're also moving to an athletes management system and registry to give support to athletes as they emerge from COVID-19. The athletes management system and registry will assist in the development of policy and programs and will help to calculate the contribution of sport to national development. I appeal to athletes, coaches, and other stakeholders in the sports sector to sign up to the registry. We have already received names and TRN of all the players in the Premier League clubs, thanks to the president of the Premier League Association. He has ensured that that information has been sent to the ministry. While we develop the sports registry, we have also been working to assist vulnerable athletes to get assistance from the CARE program. For example, a number of Paralympians from the Paralympics Association applied and received benefits through that program. In addition to support provided through the CARE program, I've been in discussion with the Minister of Finance and the Public Service, Dr. the Honorable Nigel Clark, and his team about a special support package for the creative and athletic sectors to assist them to get back on track. The minister listened and he responded. I am pleased, Mr. Speaker, to announce that $40 million has been allocated by the Ministry of Finance and approved by Cabinet to assist culture, entertainment, and sports sectors. Mr. Speaker, I received multiple stories on the harsh financial impact COVID has had on the sectors. And I sincerely thank Minister Clark for his kind consideration in responding to their needs.
That's right, Mamie. That's right.
However, Mr. Speaker, the $40 million is in addition to the amounts that will be paid to creative practitioners under the CARE program directly from the Ministry of Finance. So it's not just 40 million, it's 40 million plus. And, you know, at one point, the sector, entertainment sector was saying they have not been recognized. But I think today we can say we have truly been recognized, and the minister has put his money where his mouth is. Practitioners who have received or will receive funding under the CARE program will not be eligible to receive assistance from the special support package that is being made available through the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport. But this is good news for our sectors. The greatest assistance that we can provide to our athletic and creative practitioners is to ensure that they can return to doing what they love to do in a way that secures public health. In this regard, we have been in discussion with our stakeholders, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, as well as the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development, as we regroup and re-engineer for a phased reopening of the sectors. So far, government has approved protocols for national track and field athletes to resume training at Independence Park, no spectators. Water sports national representatives to receive training at the National Aquatic Center, no spectators. Resumption of horse racing at Caymanas Park, resumption of golf at Half Moon and Constant Spring Golf Clubs, the holding of athletics time trials at Jamaica College over the weekend to record official performances for Jamaican athletes to be submitted to World Athletics, the IAAF, no spectators. And Shelley-Ann performed in a most outstanding way on Saturday in a world record. We're going through the we're leading, yes. We're going through the approval process for the resumption of other sports competitions and training for national level athletes in discussion with the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development and the health authorities. Additionally, protocols regarding the entertainment industry were announced today by the Minister of Local Government, who is the regulator and who is responsible through the local authorities to issuing license for venues. While as Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, I ensure that there is support for the sectors, that they are developed. We ensure there is capacity building, and we continue to ensure that our culture, our entertainment, and our sport is at the center of brand Jamaica and continues to make Jamaica proud. I thank the Minister of Local Government and Community Development, the Honorable Desmond McKenzie, and his team for working with my team to ensure that all the protocols have been developed and that there was full consultation with the industry. Mr. Speaker, these are serious industries. Through these industries, many families have food on their tables and roofs over their heads. Our national profile is enlarged. People come here to Jamaica and do business with Jamaica because of our creative and athletic people. This isn't speculation, Mr. Speaker. We have been doing the measurement, and we have found that the entertainment, cultural, and creative industries, including sports, which I call physical culture, contributes approximately 195 billion Jamaican dollars to the Jamaican economy each year and employs 76,000 people. I am, along with my team at the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports, are focused on each of those 76,000 people, their families, and the wider public as we develop protocols working along with the various ministries to gradually reopen the sectors. I continue to remind stakeholders to comply with the protocols so that we can get back to work, improve our quality of life while maintaining public health. Mr. Speaker, there's opportunity in adversity, and our people rise to the occasion at every moment of crisis and challenge. As tours and events were cancelled and venues closed, musicians and entertainers pivoted and created online concerts, such as Chris Martin's virtual concert, Digicel Setlist, and the internationally acclaimed Versus Clash featuring Beanie Man and Bounty Killer. The pandemic has forced creatives to look afresh at online platforms as performance stages or classrooms, and at money transfer apps to sustain themselves during the crisis. Our artists rose to the challenge and joined with my ministry, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, as well as the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, in staging a remarkably successful telethon Jamaica titled Together We Stand, that raised approximately $60 million to bolster the country's response to COVID. Well done. Mr. Speaker, we have collected the majority of the money that was pledged during the broadcast on air and online and forwarded to the account of the National Health Fund, which has been procuring PPE for our frontline workers in the battle against COVID-19. I'm sorry? How much we have received? 60 million. And still, people are still donating. We have transferred the funds to the Health Fund. I thank the many who contributed to this most worthy cause. I also express appreciation to the Jamaican and international artists and personalities who participated in the telethon. And I'm really happy to say we are still accepting donations. I report to the House that we hosted the most successful reggae month ever in February, just before the onslaught of the pandemic. And I must tell you, I have reggae month shirts for every member of Parliament. But you won't get it today. You'll get it next week. I commend the leadership of the Entertainment Advisory Board under the chairmanship of Howard McIntosh, the partnership of Jaria under the chairmanship of Ewan Simpson, and the host of artists and technicians who work together to make it happen. As we look towards the next Reggae Month, we do so with an objective to promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth by finding the opportunities in the crisis. Infrastructure work continues at Port Rocky. The plan is to build out the entertainment zone in Port Royal, which will include Fort Rocky, Fort Charles, and the old coal wharf on non-ship days. Like nearly everything else, Mr. Speaker, sport will never be the same in the new COVID era. But long before the pandemic, we had been devising and implementing measures to reshape the sports landscape in Jamaica. We implemented new requirements by which sports federations and associations can access funding from the Sports Development Foundation or the ministry. Under the new arrangements, federations and associations retain eligibility for financial assistance by providing audited financial statements annually, or financial statements depending on the level of funding provided. Federations and associations must also submit quarterly reports or risk having monthly subventions withheld. These measures are part of our program to improve governance, transparency, accountability, and to guarantee value for money that the government invests in our sport federations and associations. Mr. Speaker, we are finalizing the restructuring of our national sports entities, the Sports Development Foundation, Independence Park Limited, and the Institute of Sports. This restructuring is in keeping with the public sector transformation and modernization program to create a more efficient and effective public service. Mr. Speaker, I wish to give the House an update on the Institute of Sports, which was referred to in the past as a rogue agency. Mr. Speaker, we have turned around the Institute of Sports, and it is now a well-run organization doing what it was mandated to do, develop sports from the grassroots up, right across the island. While MOCA continues its investigations into irregularities that we uncovered at InSports, the latest management report advises that more than 90% of issues highlighted in the Auditor General's report have been addressed. InSports is finalizing for tabling its first set of financial statements since 1992, 28 years. All outstanding statutory payments have been paid up, and the monthly payments are now being done on time. InSports now has a proper accounting and inventory management system. Staff and bills are now being paid on time for work done. Pension contributions that were in arrears by 80 million Jamaican dollars have been cut by more than half to 33.6 million, and we continue to reduce the arrears to ensure that staff will be able to receive a pension upon retirement. Importantly too, Mr. Speaker, InSports is getting back to business, no longer closing or scaling down grassroots initiatives, but expanding them. As an example, InSports launched the National Primary Schools Athletic Championships in the 3 counties to ensure that for the first time, the event would attract participation right across Jamaica. The InSports Summer Program has been growing every year while introducing new disciplines to young people, including golf, bocce, surfing, swimming, and lawn tennis, to add to volleyball, basketball, football, and netball. The program also includes performing arts, visual arts, and craft. In our program to reshape sport, which we call physical culture, we have developed for the first time, Mr. Speaker, a monitoring and evaluation framework and results management system to quantify the value of sport to national development and to the economy. We thank the Commonwealth Secretariat, the Planning Institute of Jamaica, and all stakeholders for their involvement in this framework and results management system, which we will be implementing this year. Among other things, it will help us to assess the impact of COVID on sport and physical activity. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to Jamaica Festival, our annual celebration of emancipation and independence. Usually, the term refers to activities organized by the government to celebrate our national milestones. We want to broaden, rebrand, and refocus Jamaica Festival as a summer of cultural and entertainment activities celebrating the freedom of the Jamaican people and the independence of our nation state. We had intended to launch the new Jamaica Festival this year, like Jamaica Carnival as a brand. But COVID-19 caused the cancellation of many of the activities. However, Mr. Speaker, we are moving ahead with a few activities, including a revitalized Jamaica Festival Song Competition. Since its inception in 1966, 54 years ago, the Jamaica Festival Song Competition has been about finding that song that we all as a nation can sing together as we celebrate our independence. The impact and reach of the competition had fallen, but after years of hard work to revitalize our national celebrations beginning in 2007, when we reintroduced the Independence Grand Gala, I can say that this year, Mr. Speaker, I'm satisfied with the renewed interest in the Jamaica Festival Song Competition. The 2020 Jamaica Festival Song Competition is historic, not only because of the number of reggae stars who are among the top 10, competing along with other artists who are not as well known, but giving them the opportunity for greater exposure and name recognition. It's historic not only because of the prize money of $3 million to be shared among writer, singer, and producer. It's historic not only because it will be the first virtual competition in Jamaica Festival history. It's also historic because for the first time in Jamaica, the Jamaica Festival song, the top 10 entries, Mr. Speaker, have been packaged as an album and are now available for download and or streaming on international music platforms, namely Spotify, Deezer, Amazon Music, Apple Music, Tidal, and other such online platforms. By listing on these music streaming and download platforms, we have taken the competition to the world, creating the opportunity for the participants to maximize their earnings through their creative works. So every time there's streaming or every time there's a download, those participants will be earning. The writer will be earning, the performer will be earning, and the producer will be earning. Not just Jamaican dollars, but foreign dollars. This year, the winner will be selected by public vote via text messages and calls. We have partnered with Digicel to facilitate the public vote across all networks. So although we are partnered with Digicel, you can participate even if you have a line phone. The songs are on social media, streaming and download platforms. They're on radio and they're on television. We have released the telephone lines for members of the public to vote for their favorites. The winner will be announced in a live broadcast.
Minister Grange, could we disturb you for a few minutes so that the minister can seek for the House to proceed beyond 7:30? Mr. Warmington.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the House the time be extended beyond 7:30 for us to continue the business deed. The time is now 7:20. I ask for the House. I don't ask you no question. Just shut up down there and let the man talk.
Those in favor?
Extended for us to complete the field.
Those in favor? Those against? As of it. Ms. Grange.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we will also be launching the 2020 Jamaica Festival Gospel Song Competition this week. That too will be a virtual competition with improved prize money. The winner will also be selected by public vote and announced in a live broadcast on August 2 on CVM TV and online. And so, the finals of the festival song competition will be on TVJ on July 26, and the finals of the gospel song competition will be on CVM on August 2. So we are embracing media right across. For gospel, we have partnered with Flow to facilitate the public vote. So for the festival song, we're partnered with Digicel. And for the gospel competition, we have partnered with Flow. The National Independence Church Service will also be held on August 2, and that too will be virtual. So it will be carried on the broadcast media and online. We will celebrate our emancipation in a very special virtual ceremony on July 31, when we recognize our emancipation. And we will have the Independence Spectacular as a virtual edition of the Grand Gala on August 6. A full program of activities will be announced later this week. I am, however, Mr. Speaker, inviting Jamaicans at home and abroad to celebrate the spirit of independence with vibrant and creative displays of the national colors. The Spirit of Independence competition is a special focus for us this year, as it is an excellent way to get Jamaicans involved in our independence celebration, even amidst the pandemic. So we are encouraging municipal corporation, business places, government offices, and private residences here and in the diaspora to demonstrate the spirit of independence by decorating their surroundings in the national colors in elaborate and eye-catching designs. So we want you to feel the spirit. We will be awarding prizes under the categories of Best Decorated Town Center, Best Decorated Business Place, Best Decorated Government Office, Best Decorated Private Residence, Best Diaspora Community Celebration, and Best Media Celebration, which is a special category for media houses that display the spirit of independence, not only visually, but through their content. Because we want them to play as much Jamaican music and Jamaican works during that period. I don't know how many persons are aware that every time something is played on radio and television, royalties leave Jamaica and go to the foreign creators of works. So I'm saying, I'm making this special appeal, play Jamaican music. Play Jamaican music. The theme for our independence celebrations this year is resilient and strong. Let's celebrate Jamaica 58. Mr. Speaker, as we look ahead to our Jamaica 60, our nation's Diamond Jubilee in 2022, and we look ahead. I am pleased to announce that Cabinet has given approval for the establishment of the Secretariat for special commemorative activities within the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport. The Secretariat will have responsibility for the planning, implementation and monitoring of activities to commemorate the 60th anniversary of Jamaica's independence in 2022, including the Diamond Jubilee legacy projects, and that will include a monument to the police. The monitoring of the completion of the Jamaica 55 legacy projects, and the planning and execution of the activities in Jamaica for the observance of the International Decade for People of African Descent 2015 to 2024. So, Speaker, I want to say a bit more about our efforts to monetize Brand Jamaica. Jamaica has one of the strongest and most identifiable nation brands in the world. And it was built on our culture and sports.
That's right. That's right.
However, for many years, we have struggled to convert sufficiently the success of that cultural, creative, and sports brand into the kind of hard economic outputs that we require: jobs, growth, and competitiveness.
That's right.
How do we change that, Mr. Speaker? We believe that with the right blend of evidence-based interventions, targeted activities, and a more coordinated support and investment landscape, Jamaica is well placed to develop and grow a high-value and value-adding culture and creative industry sector. Mr. Speaker, the fastest growing sector in the world, fastest growing, is the culture and creative industries. In fact, it is referred to as the orange economy.
What? Orange economy.
Orange. But in Jamaica, we are going to call it the tangerine economy. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we have a roadmap, a business plan to get there. The National Cultural and Creative Industries Council will implement the business plan to deliver prosperity to the Jamaican people through the cultural and creative industries, including sports.
That's right.
I've mandated the council to accelerate the implementation of the plan.
And they will.
And this business plan was commissioned by the PIOJ. Among the deliverables this year are the establishment of partnerships with various ministry departments and agencies to get things moving. There are about 8 ministries under which the culture and creative industries fall. And so this council will be like an umbrella entity that will bring it all together. The conclusion of consultations on the draft national policy on culture and the creative economy of Jamaica, and submission to Cabinet for consideration. Advancing the process of strengthening of the regulatory frameworks for cultural and creative industries. In this regard, a technical expert has been engaged under the European Union UNESCO grant program to give support. And finally, preparing the Jamaican cultural and creative industries landscape for the implementation of the Jamaica Cultural and Creative Economy Act. Mr. Speaker, an important part of our work is to equip our people with skills to build lives and contribute to national development. In this regard, I have mandated the National Cultural and Creative Industries Council to dedicate a portion of its budget for business development training for cultural and creative practitioners. I will say more about this initiative in September. This will add to our Economic Opportunities Program, which last year trained 30 residents of Port Royal in various craft works such as beading, batik and chasing, and metalworks in collaboration with the Nigerian High Commission. The training helped the residents to start new businesses, offering outstanding products and enabling them to benefit from the opening of the cruise ship arrivals in Port Royal. The Economic Opportunities Program has also done training and offered grants to communities in and near the Blue and John Crow Mountains World Heritage Site, as well as with the Accompong Maroon community to help our people to develop products and businesses to earn from our rich culture and heritage. And so after we train them, we provide them with funding to start up their business. Additionally, we continue to facilitate cultural exchanges to build the capacity of our creatives. Last year, we partnered with the Mexican Embassy, the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, and the Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts to transform Temple Lane, downtown Kingston, into the site of a stunning mural depicting the culture of both Jamaica and Mexico. The internationally renowned muralist Erwin Gomez worked with Jamaican artists on the project. A number of other such cultural exchanges will be announced later this year.
That's right.
Mr. Speaker, we have established 3 new scholarships to build capacity. The Barry Moncrief Scholarship in honor of the late stalwart of the National Dance Theatre Company will provide a grant of $250,000 per year for 3 years to a student who has completed the first year at the School of Dance at the Edna Manley College. There's also the Arthur Wynne Scholarship, marking the centenary this year of the birth of the great Jamaican athlete, and it will be awarded to a second-year student enrolled in a 4-year degree program at the G.C. Foster College for Physical Education and Sport. This scholarship will cover tuition and accommodation for the remainder of the program. And finally, the Alison McLean Scholarship in Gender Studies, named for our late former permanent secretary and gender activist, will be awarded to a final year student at UWI Mona to cover tuition. That's right. Mr. Speaker, Black Lives Matter. The Black Lives Matter protests across the United States and the rest of the world have moved the discourse to the subject matter of reparations and the need to confront systemic racism. Since 2009, when I launched the National Commission on Reparations, our government has been formally dealing with the matter of reparatory justice for Jamaicans whose ancestors were forcibly removed from their homeland Africa, taken across the Atlantic Ocean to the Caribbean, where they were enslaved for 400 years and suffered the most degrading and inhumane treatment recorded in world history.
That's right, that's right.
Mr. Speaker, the National Commission is now called the National Council on Reparations to facilitate the CARICOM Commission on Reparations, which was set up after our local body. Jamaica was the first to set up a reparations body and the only one through a mandate of Parliament on a motion brought by the member of Central Clarendon, the Honourable Mike Henry. The remit of the National Council on Reparations remains to advise the government of Jamaica on the legal, political, and diplomatic channels to secure reparatory justice for our people. Over the last year, the NCR has engaged in campaigns to increase awareness among Jamaicans of all ages here and in the diaspora regarding
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the member be allowed to sufficient time to complete her presentation.
Those in favor? Aye. Those against?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So over the last year, Mr. Speaker, the NCR has engaged in campaigns to increase awareness among Jamaicans of all ages here and in the diaspora regarding the historical and related modern-day issues surrounding reparations, the forms of reparations might take, and the intended beneficiaries of reparations. The Council has also been leading a wider discussion on how the legacy of centuries of slavery affects black people in Jamaica and across the world. These include, Mr. Speaker, health-related issues as a result of the dietary and other negative actions of enslavers, the undereducation of our people, the political and economic implications of the post-independence era, such as high debt and inability to finance adequately the education and health requirements of our people. The Council is now finalizing the reparations policy framework concept paper. The policy will set out the government's mission and purpose, focus and direction, actions and positions for reparatory justice. We have met with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade and will be meeting with the Attorney General for guidance on the way forward. This is not a matter that we are going to hide from. It's a matter that we will confront right up front. While we pursue reparations from the United Kingdom for enslaving our ancestors and the legacy of centuries of slavery which still affect us, we have also been examining ourselves and listening to the cries of our own people for reparations from their own state over many decades. There is no doubt that what happened on Good Friday, 1963 at Coral Gardens to members of the Rastafari community is a stain on Jamaica's development. For more than 50 years, our Rastafari brothers and sisters lived with the physical, psychological, and emotional scars of that incident and the feeling that successive governments had let them down by not sufficiently acknowledging what they had been through.
That's right.
Mr. Speaker, that changed in April 2017 when our Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, decided to do the right thing. He took responsibility and apologized for what happened in Coral Gardens in 1963 before he was born. In keeping with the Prime Minister's apology and our government's commitment to reparatory justice, I led a team in the ministry working closely with the Administrator General's Department to establish the Rastafari Coral Gardens Trust. The public defender had recommended a fund for no less than $10 million, Jamaican dollars. Mr. Speaker, today I'm proud to say, to date, we have put $90 million into the trust fund, which is being managed by the Administrator General of Jamaica. Not 10 million, 90 million. And I want to thank Jamaicans for Justice for the role it played, acting on behalf of the Rastafari Coral Gardens Benevolent Society in working with us to establish the trust and to ensure a smooth operationalizing the trust. Additionally, we have provided funding, Mr. Speaker, to the Benevolent Society to run an interim care home for survivors who need special care while we continue to make arrangements to establish a permanent facility for aged survivors in collaboration with the Member of Parliament for Northwest St. James, the Honorable Dr. Horace Chan. And I must pause here, use the opportunity to recognize former Senator Barbara Blake-Hanna, who is in the chamber here with us today, who played an important role in going out, pounding the pavement, went and found a number of the survivors who were living in horrible conditions and came back with the recommendation that we should set up a home for them. And today I just want to recognize her for the work that she's doing.
All right,
so I'm using this opportunity now, Mr. Speaker, to say that the wider society must also examine its approach to members of the Rastafari community and pledge to end discrimination that is manifested in our actions, including the denial of school admission to children with locks. Mr. Speaker, we continue to promote love of ourselves and our African features. There is nothing wrong with our natural hair or locks. And no one should be denied services in Jamaica because of his or her hairstyle. Mr. Speaker, just recently, my ministry supported a symposium titled I Love Locks as part of encouraging respect for the choice to wear locks, affirming the beauty of our natural hair, and preserving the rights of Rastafari. Our program of celebrating positive self-identity also includes, Mr. Speaker, our program of celebrating positive self-identity also includes putting on a pedestal outstanding Jamaicans worthy of emulation. In this regard, we installed the final of the 4 statues in celebration of outstanding Jamaican athletes: Usain Bolt, Shelley and Fraser Price, Veronica Campbell-Brown, and Asafa Powell. We will be announcing other statues that will be commissioned going forward. In the last financial year, we also celebrated the centenary of the birth of our beloved Miss Lou and completed the renaming of Gordontown Square in our honor in association with the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation. Miss Lou's statue now stands predominant in the Miss Lou Square as an attraction for Jamaicans at home and in the diaspora as well as tourists. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm winding down, but I must touch on the gender issues. Domestic abuse has increased across the world during the COVID-19 lockdown. The stay-at-home measures that countries have had to implement had the unfortunate side effect of having women and our children locked up with their abusers, sometimes without access to family or friends, or an opportunity to call for help. Mr. Speaker, we got the calls. We got the calls, but we were able to respond to all calls for help that we received. And we continue to build our capacity to respond. Mr. Speaker, the work from home orders had stopped our work to renovate and retrofit buildings to be used as shelters for victims of domestic abuse. Well, today I'm happy to say that work has resumed, Mr. Speaker, and we are on schedule to open one of the shelters in August this year. But more than that, Mr. Speaker, we have taken possession of a second property and title the title for the third property is now being transferred. And I must say that the Minister of Finance found the money and gave it to us in the budget to acquire 2 properties. So, one property will be operationalized in August. Another property, I've just taken possession of it. The keys here, Mr. Speaker. And the third property, the title is at the title's office to be transferred to us.
We're not telling you.
I can't tell you where the shelters are.
What you want to know?
We can't say. But suffice it to say, I now have 2 sets of keys.
Yes.
So I'm saying to all the women out there, real keys.
This morning.
Real keys. And I know I have the keys to all of your heart, you know. I know that. In March, we launched the Spotlight Initiative Jamaica program, which will strengthen the government's efforts to end violence against women and girls. The Spotlight Initiative is a global multi-year partnership involving the European Union and the United Nations focused on eliminating all forms of violence against women and girls. The Jamaican program will focus on establishing 24-hour hotlines for victims, including text lines for the deaf and hearing impaired, review and/or development of legislation to increase protection of vulnerable people, such as children and the elderly, as well as ongoing sensitization of the public on gender-based violence. Mr. Speaker, we have also established partnerships with Jamaicans for Justice, with UNESCO, and the High Commission of Canada in our effort to eliminate gender-based violence and empower women and girls and achieve gender equality. So, Speaker, now I move to a topic that has generated some interest recently, and that is sexual harassment. We are moving to improve public sensitization on the matter of sexual harassment, including with members of this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, we have signed an MOU with the UWI Open Campus for anti-sexual harassment training of managers and other workers in the public and private sector. Research will also be conducted on sexual harassment and workplace violence. Mr. Speaker, sexual harassment is a very serious matter which militates against the desired level of peace, harmony, and happiness in our country. I chair the Joint Select Committee of Parliament that is examining the bill entitled An Act to Make Provision for the Prevention of Sexual Harassment and for Connected Matters. We have been receiving submissions from members of the public, and we will take each comment, critique, and suggestion into consideration when compiling the final report by the end of the year. I appeal to organizations and members of the public to make submissions to the Joint Select Committee and make their voices heard on the draft bill. Their input can make a difference. I use this opportunity to again remind the public that the bill is proposing to deal with conduct in the workplace, institutions, and tenant-landlord interactions, such as physical contact of a sexual nature, a demand or request for sex or for favors of a sexual nature, the making of sexual suggestion, remarks, or innuendos, the showing of pornography or the display of images or objects of a sexual nature, and any other physical, gestural, verbal, or nonverbal, or visual conduct of a sexual nature. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry is promoting partnership with UNDP through the Purpose Enabling Gender Responsive Recovery, Climate and Environment Resilience in the Caribbean, NGENDER. The project will provide support to vulnerable and underserved groups in selected rural and urban communities. The support will include delivery of care packages to 1,400 households, provision of dignity kits to adolescents in the Women's Center of Jamaica Foundation program, provision of cash transfers to 200 heads of households, and provision of cash grants to 5 entrepreneurs as part of the Empowerment Support Program. Mr. Speaker, we can't leave our men behind. We have also designed programs targeting men and boys. The Mentor Me 2020 program will see outstanding men helping high school boys to develop essential life skills. The program will be piloted in 2 Kingston high schools this year. Then there is the Young Fathers Jamaica Initiative, which will assist adolescent fathers to become outstanding dads. This initiative will also address issues of fatherless, effective parenting, and the role of men in ending gender-based violence. The initiative will be implemented across 19 locations of the Women's Center of Jamaica Foundation. And I must explain here that the Women's Center assists teenage mothers and pregnant teenagers to complete their education and put their lives back on track. But we can't leave the baby fathers out. The baby fathers are also important, and we are committed to assisting them in becoming good fathers. Through these initiatives, we hope to tackle toxic masculinity, which is at the heart of the high levels of violence, including gender-based violence in our country. So, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, there is much for which we give thanks. We give thanks for Tonian Singh, Miss World 2019. We recall her dynamism and enthusiasm as she represented our country. We give thanks for the Reggae Girls' maiden appearance at FIFA Women's World Cup. We give thanks for the performance of Team Jamaica at the IAAF World Championships in Qatar, where Jamaica won 12 medals across disciplines on the track and in the field and finished 3rd on the medals table. We give thanks for the historic qualification of our national senior team to the Lacrosse Women's World Cup. We give thanks for 11-year-old Alex Powell, who has become the first Jamaican and Caribbean driver to sign for a Formula One team. We give thanks for Coffee winning the Reggae Grammy. We give thanks for the Jamaica rugby team, which qualified for the World Cup Sevens. We give thanks for Tafari Hines, Jamaican Saint International model, who was selected for a new work of art featuring the Last Supper of our Lord, in which the artist decided to depict a black Jesus. The painting hangs in the historic St. Albans Church in the UK. We give thanks for Dalton Harris, winner of X Factor. Our creative and athletic people continue to bring fame, glory, and business to Jamaica, and for that, we are thankful. Mr. Speaker, the challenges of COVID have engendered within the ministry and its agencies a determination to work with our stakeholders to regroup and re-engineer for a dynamic reopening. In all, the indomitable spirit and resilience of our Jamaican people have again risen to the surface in response to the challenges. Through the creative imagination endowed in us, through our ancestors, we have been able to create new ways of doing and being ensuring throughout that we do not falter, but emerge from the ashes of COVID a renewed, robust, and dynamic sector, armed with the creativity and ancestral pride inherited from our ancestors, determined, Mr. Speaker, to remain vibrant. Jamaican brand, a Jamaican brand that the world has come to love and respect. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot to be thankful for. Jamaica to the world. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, every year it is my pleasure to congratulate the member from Central St. Catherine for a tremendous effort in enhancing sports, entertainment, gender affairs, women's affairs.
Please, we have not adjourned.
And today is no exception. She has done remarkably well. Mr. Speaker, I invite you now to call on the member from St. Mary Central to make his presentation.
Order, please. Dr. Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the members of this honorable House for being here and being with me as we make this presentation this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, as I rise to make my first contribution to the sectoral debates in my capacity as opposition spokesman on health and wellness, I want to thank the Almighty for giving me strength to serve in this and all other capacities of life. To my wife and children for allowing the representational politics to share our family, and for bearing with me during the demanding rigors of the work. I also want to thank the many thousands of supporters and constituents who have made it possible for me to be speaking here today in the capacity as your Member of Parliament, and to say your unflinching faith and confidence in me has not gone unnoticed, and I will always treasure your loyalty and support. To my constituency executive and all my councillors and support staff, my CDF support and my driver, I express my deep appreciation and thanks. To the party leader and leader of the opposition, Dr. Peter Phillips, for appointing me to this important portfolio, I want to express my gratitude and also my commitment to serve in this noble party. Mr. Speaker, the health sector in Jamaica can be categorized as being in a state of ill health. This state of ill health is not as a result of the many thousands of hard-working and competent health workers in the country, but the inadequacy of the resources and facilities available to the sector for the workers to practice and deliver good medicine. Here I want to salute the thousands of doctors, nurses, community health aides, and myriads of other health professionals for the excellent work they have been doing. Personally also, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that my colleagues in the health sector are some of the best in the world, who have undergone excellent training, and those who have gone to other jurisdictions for further experience and work show that Jamaica has reasons to be proud of its training and excellent product.
This ill health I speak of, Mr. Speaker, existed before COVID-19. And what this pandemic has done is to expose the underbelly of this system. This was manifested last year, 2019, when the country grappled with the dengue outbreak, when many of our people, especially children, died as a result of overcrowding and congestion in waiting areas of hospital and health centers, with personnel straining from pressures in trying to attend to patients and having to resort to the triage system where you deal with the most urgent and critical ones before you deal with the others. Therein, we saw at least 50 persons dying from dengue in last year alone, with most of them being children under the age of 15, Mr. Speaker. The congestion of which I speak, Mr. Speaker, was of patients waiting in chairs in emergency rooms after being admitted without getting a bed. Some of them were there for at least 3 to 4 days. Some, Mr. Speaker, were expectant mothers to be delivered and unable to get a bed in the delivery suite, then being left with no other choice but to use chairs to sleep on, long hours in the waiting areas in the emergency area without being seen by any medical personnel. And the list can go on, Mr. Speaker. Let me remind Jamaica that the opposition reported in a news conference on December 3rd, 2019, of the appalling state of the emergency rooms at the Falmouth, St. Anne's Bay, Spanish Town, Mandeville Regional, and Savannah Lamar hospitals, and the admission room at the Victoria Jubilee Hospital. And let us not forget the Bustamante Hospital children was also featured highly in the news due to the number of dengue deaths there, as well as the overcrowding and the related complaints emanating from that facility. The truth is, Mr. Speaker, that these conditions still do exist. But with the advent of COVID-19 and the news surrounding that pandemic, those ills of the health sector are not being reported, nor have they reached the newsrooms, as they no longer bring catchy headlines. But our people still continue to suffer. I'm also sure that many will say, Mr. Speaker, that these conditions existed for some time. I am not here to dispute that. But this minister, and I'm sorry he's not here, is the one in charge now. He is at the control now, and he must take full responsibility for whatever happens. The time has passed for this constant cry that, and I quote, it has been happening since many years under different administrations, unquote. The cabinet appointment gives the minister full responsibility, and that, Mr. Speaker, was boldly declared by the minister in the sectoral presentation in 2018. He proudly declared then, reflecting in his titled presentation, taking responsibility, that he is responsible for the successes, and might I say also, Mr. Speaker, the many failures. So, Minister, this lays squarely at your feet. Let me turn your attention to COVID-19. The pandemic that has affected the world and has brought a number of significant changes to our normal way of life. It has devastated health sectors right across the globe, has caused hundreds of thousands of deaths, and has also caused countries across the globe to react in a way which have really defied the norms of trade and international relations. Suffice it to say, we have not escaped it here, and it has had significant and devastating effect on the health sector as well as the economy. In his sectoral presentation last week, the minister spoke to the tremendous and creditable work undertaken by the health teams across the island to reduce and contain the spread here in Jamaica. The remarkable service they have done for this country deserves special commendation, and we on this side join in commending their unfailing dedication and the sacrifices they made and continue to make on our behalf. The minister also extended thanks to the opposition for what he describes as our, and I quote, understanding and support, particularly through their service on the Joint Select Committee of Parliament, which was established to examine COVID-19 matters, unquote. Truth be told, Mr. Speaker, the opposition entered upon the reference because we felt that this fight was a fight for all of us. One that required that all hands on deck to keep all Jamaica safe. And as a responsible opposition, it was our duty to do all that was necessary to protect the health of the Jamaican people. We offered advice. We gave support. And yes, we never failed in providing constructive and timely criticisms. Some were accepted. Some were followed down the road in an effort not to give credit for the advice. And some were just blatantly ignored, Mr. Speaker. But you know, Mr. Speaker, history has a way of factually showing things despite those whose purpose in revisionism is to make their own history. In support of the role the opposition played, here are the irrefutable facts. The records show, Mr. Speaker, that as early as January 22nd, 2020, in a press release, the opposition urged the government to take steps to mitigate the risk of China virus spread to Jamaica. We never had a name for it then, Mr. Speaker. 2 days later, the Ministry of Health began sensitization of key stakeholders as it seeks to optimize operational readiness for the novel coronavirus, as was stated by the then acting chief medical officer. On January 27, 1 week later, the health minister had the first cabinet note alerting the cabinet to the actuality of the novel coronavirus and Jamaica's preparedness and response. And the following day, on the 28th, Mr. Speaker, the minister made his first statement in the Parliament about coronavirus and preparedness and response. So, Mr. Speaker, we have been on board from day one. Additionally, so far during the pandemic, the opposition recommended that the government pay particular attention to the asymptomatic carriers and their ability to transmit the disease, despite initial suggestions by the ministry that it was not so. The opposition in a press conference suggested masks be worn by all persons long before it came a fashionable or even established guideline from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. We called for testing of healthcare workers long before the ministry started to do so. On June 2nd, in this very house, we called for pre-testing of visitors an entire month before the government decided that they would institute it, and for some states within high-risk countries. Mr. Speaker, if the government had taken the recommendations of the opposition as part of the whole country approach to COVID-19 response, to which the leader of the opposition committed on March 10th, that the party would, and I quote, work with the government, the private sector, trade unions, and all other stakeholders in this fight against the crisis, unquote. If the government had taken a different approach, at inclusion, today we would be in a far better place, without having to backtrack on some critical decisions which have proven to be costly to this country. Based on reports coming out of the ministry, the number of cases in Jamaica stood at 588 on June 1, 2020. Since then, not even a month and a half to go, the cases have risen dramatically to 759. This, Mr. Speaker, is a significant addition of 170 cases. This has been since the borders were reopened to the controlled re-entry and entry program and to tourism. The opposition had recommended from June 2nd, 2020, that the government adopt a pre-testing program for persons coming to the country. But it wasn't until 1 month later, that the government decided to go that route, and then it was only partially effected. It is our view that the numbers could have been significantly reduced were those recommendations accepted. The decision then to go for testing of all arriving passengers, which has now been walked back, was foolish. The minister obviously did not consider the significant strain that it would have placed on the limited resources, as well as limited resources in terms of testing capacity and costs. Minister, this disastrous decision has cost the country dearly of resources which we are now learning we obviously don't have. You know, Mr. Speaker, on July 10, 2020, TVJ asked for comments on the subject of whether or not Jamaica should stop testing at our airports. The comments were as we would have expected. The overwhelming majority of persons spoke against that decision. The people, even then, thought that pre-testing should have been the protocol from day one. And this, Mr. Speaker, accords with our position from the 2nd of June. But we are also concerned about the whole testing environment as well. The ministry has now instituted expanded testing, and one such testing is for all patients who undergo surgery. We know that this has been going on, but there are many complaints still coming in of results not coming back on a timely basis to allow for proper timing of procedures. This has resulted in longer stays in hospital, as well as further congestion and increased costs. During the acute phase of COVID-19 pandemic, there was a significant reduction in the numbers of persons attending hospitals and health centers. Persons were literally afraid to go to these facilities for fear of contracting the virus. What this has meant for people with pre-existing conditions was a lack of treatment which would cause their health to worsen due to lack of medical attention. Now that the fear of COVID-19 has somewhat subsided, the run on our hospitals and the caseload has increased back to pre-COVID levels, but with more serious cases and sicker patients requiring admissions. The opposition has continued to make the case for more personal protective equipment for our staff at hospitals. We have even been told at the COVID-19 Select Committee meetings that there are adequate supplies. But we hear a different story from those in the medical profession, time and time again, Mr. Speaker, about shortages. Only last Sunday, in an article printed in the Gleaner, the president of the Medical Doctors Association spoke to the shortages of PPEs. Whom are we to believe? But what I know, Mr. Speaker, is that we cannot afford for our health sector workers' health to be compromised. Speaking of costs and wasted misadventures, Mr. Speaker, the ministry is now in a situation where the very doctors who are trained and are needed in the country are now being told that they cannot be employed. From as early as last week, there are reports that the region and the University Hospital of the West Indies had been advising doctors, especially senior house officers, some numbers suggesting over 100, that there were no future at this time in being employed in the public health system. From June 10, Mr. Speaker, from June 10, the University Hospital of the West Indies sent a memo to the staff in surgery stating that the 6 chief residents in surgery are to go and look jobs and return in November to sit exams. 6 chief residents in surgery. They also stated that only 7 new residents will be taken in, and for all others who are accepting the various DM programs, there will be no job offerings, and no decision will be made until December 2020 as to what their fate will be. Further, the University Hospital of the West Indies was unable to take any junior residents who were accepted for general surgery, urology, and pediatric surgery. But you know what is frightening, Mr. Speaker? The report in the Sunday Gleaner of July 12, this memo was June the 10th, stated that the Minister of Health said he's not aware of the situation. Mr. Speaker, 1 whole month after this is happening in his ministry, and the minister is reported to say to Jamaica that he's unaware. This is a public disgrace, Mr. Speaker. Where is that oversight and taking responsibility he spoke to 2 years ago? This same lack of oversight was manifested in the non-appointment of a medical council last year. This was also manifested in the private hospital non-registration debacle and the unfortunate death of a patient in recent time. This was also evident in the delay in getting increased funding for the dengue program last year, despite repeated calls by the opposition, including to the Honourable Minister of Finance, to give more funds to the Ministry of Health. And this did not manifest until the numbers and the deaths increased in November last year.
Only respond to crisis.
Do the right thing, Mr. Minister.
At the right time.
Do the right thing now. Is this what is taking responsibility is, Mr. Minister? Yours is not an easy task. But in spite of the challenges facing you with COVID-19, I'm speaking to the Minister now, you seem to be more preoccupied with taking a ride. And it doesn't seem you are able to ride and whistle at the same time. Now, as it relates to those doctors who are seeking employment, Mr. Speaker, they didn't just arrive overnight. They have been training for 5 years. They have been working for 2 years. Yes. If the minister's response is that the university was training more than they ought to, then plans should have been made from long ago to accept that cadre of doctors into the system, Mr. Speaker. It cannot be a situation that overnight you are being aware of something and you're asked to make decisions. But guess what? The country needs them. Find a way to employ them, Mr. Speaker, and do the right thing, because our country needs these doctors.
And we're taking outside doctors.
Let me now turn your attention to the matter of consultant posts in the public sector, which has been a concern for many years and one which needs to be addressed if we are serious about keeping the well-needed number of doctors in the system. We would want to know where that is now, Mr. Speaker. Also, the country needs to know what is the situation with the new permanent nursing posts being created in the nursing area. We are aware that a vast number of nurses have no job security and they work from contract to contract. We were told by the nurses themselves that this is one of the reasons they leave the island and seek more lucrative work abroad. Where are we on this, Minister? For too long we have kept this vital workforce on contract. The time has come to give them job security and show them we care as much as they sacrifice to care for us every single day. Further on the matter of nurses, Mr. Speaker, it is our recommendation, and we commend it to the Minister, that the Nursing Council make some adjustment to their examination protocols to allow for this COVID-19 period. We are aware and we have been told that COVID will be with us for a long time and will require a new way of life. The NCLEX, that is the National Council Licensure Examination of the United States, our biggest competitor for nurses, has during this period reduced the requirement in terms of time and number of questions required to be done by nurses to get a license. For example, they have reduced the numbers of questions from 265 to a maximum of 130, and the length of examination from 6 to 4 hours without affecting the quality of the examinations. Is this not something that could be recommended to the local nursing council? Nurses who have graduated with degrees and who get frustrated with the local nursing council and sometimes onerous requirement can sit the NCLEX in states in the USA and get licensed to practice there, thereby leaving our shores. Is this what we want? Minister, I want to say these nurses love it. and they want to stay here, but they also want better compensation and better security of jobs. Further, if the country is interested in training and retaining more nurses, can we not properly incentivize the program? A suggestion worth considering, simple as it may seem, Mr. Speaker, is the possibility of abolishing fees for clinical rotations paid by nursing students in the public hospitals. It's a small fee, but it adds up. And this could be done, the abolition of this could be done, Mr. Speaker, to incentivize the program and the cost to each student. Mr. Speaker, Cornwall Regional Hospital has been the sore point not only for the people in Western Jamaica, but for the entire country. We have noted that the first supplementary budget had a reduction of over $340 million on the rehabilitation of that facility. We were also told that this reduction will not affect the progress of work and that the facility will be completed by the year 2022-2023 financial year. You know, Mr. Speaker, this is after many deadlines given by the Honourable Minister. All missed, every last one.
Yes, we go and finish.
These are the facts, Mr. Speaker. The record showed the following. The Health Minister said in 2017 that the timeline to have Cornwall Regional Hospital in St. James fully renovated would have been April 2018. But the timeline was shifted in February 2018 when he moved it to September 2018. But guess what? He missed that. So, Mr. Speaker, when he moved it to November 2018, it was no surprise that he missed that too. In August 2018, Dr. Archibald MacDonald, chairman of the Cornwall Regional Renovation Oversight Committee, projected that the renovations could be completed by August 2019. In July 2019, the Minister of Health said the rehabilitation of the Cornwall Regional Hospital was progressing well, with the first phase slated to be completed in August 2019. This includes roof repairs, gutting of the 10th floor, and establishment of a hoist for the removal of debris. Phase 2, he said, including the gutting of the entire building, should have begun in September 2019 and should conclude in December 2019. I don't have to tell you what happened there. That would have been followed by phase 3 in 2020, which would see the complete rehabilitation of the facility. This segment was slated to conclude in 2021. Guess what will happen then? Because we are seeing, Mr. Speaker, based on the presentation of this year's budget, that it will be another 2 to 3 years before the facility is completed, another significant delay, and another missed deadline. Last year I had the occasion to tour the facility, Mr. Speaker. The level of work that was taken there was the gutting of the upper floors, 9 and 10. And you know, Mr. Speaker, the workforce was not more than 4 people. 4 men a tear down wall. How can you expect the work to proceed expeditiously if you have such a small workforce on it? If the government was serious about restoring this vital facility faster, work could have gone on much further than what currently exists. The minister in his sectoral presentation this year, last week, said that Cornwall, and I quote him, Cornwall is providing 80 to 100% of all services. The hospital currently provides 90% of all outpatient and 100% of all surgical services, unquote. That statement, Mr. Speaker, has angered the team and many of the hard-working doctors and nurses at that institution. Because as far as they are concerned, this is not a reflection of what is happening there. But even better, Mr. Speaker, ask the ordinary man and woman and the mother with the sick child who use that facility, and you will see that their experience does not accord with what the minister said. He spoke glowingly of the enhanced healthcare delivery service, which is a public-private partnership in providing well-needed laboratory and radiological investigations for hospitals where the on-site facility is either not working or is non-existent. He said 368 million of the 1 million that was told to us last year, September, had been expended to provide 9,000 Jamaicans with these services. The truth, though, Mr. Speaker, is that there are probably another 9,000 or more who would benefit from this service. Ask any member of parliament here, on both sides, who are being asked to assist with medical expenses from the CDF or from their pockets, and another picture will be painted. Information coming to me, Mr. Speaker, is that the reduction of the $1.2 million to the region in the area of delivery of health services budget in the first supplementary budget, that this program is being scaled down significantly. Why couldn't the public relations budget of Jamaica Moves, which is rumored in the public domain to cost about $1 billion, could not be significantly reduced to save funds to be utilized in more acute and vital areas of the health services and the health sector? Minister, you need to tell this House and to tell the nation how that budget, how much of that budget it is, and how the procurement for that particular budget was arrived at. Health, Jamaica Moves. Jamaica Moves. The minister spoke to the reduction in the length of hospital stays and bed occupancy rates, and deduced, Mr. Speaker, that this was in part to patients no longer having to wait an extensive period to get diagnostic results. But what the minister needs to address, Mr. Speaker, is delay in getting pathological results from the National Public Health Laboratory.
Members' time for speaking has expired. House Leader.
I move that the member's time be extended sufficient to enable him to complete his presence.
Those against? Ayes have it. Dr. Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the members of this House.
You remind me of a Westerners batsman.
Mr. Speaker, as on the point of what the minister needs to do and to address his delay in getting pathological results from the National Public Health Laboratory, can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, a public hospital patient who has suspected breast cancer, or any other cancer for that matter, having to wait post-surgery to get back histology results from the lab up to 4, 5, 6 months?
No, that's going to happen true.
Within that time frame, many things can happen, which could alter the survival period of the patient, as the medical specialist treatment is guided by that result.
Look here, man, you have a tour of one in your constituency.
Pap smears are also another challenge, Mr. Speaker. Pap smears. Pap smears are also another challenge to get results. And these take up to 6 months for these results to be returned. A cancerous result can morph or change into serious spread within that time, Mr. Speaker. And had the results been obtained earlier, a cure with the appropriate intervention could be had. This has to change, Mr. Speaker. The health of our people is of importance. After a trying period last year, it was with a sigh of relief that the minister announced that the dengue outbreak was over and that we had been seen below threshold cases over the past 4 months. He made a comment also that the maintenance of vigilance should be practiced. I also want to agree with him on that, but I also urge, Mr. Speaker, that caution, because we have been advised by the Pan American Health Organization, a recent alert, that the threat of dengue is still real, and despite COVID-19 still poses a risk to the region, and that the country and that the country, we are saying the country cannot afford to go down the road of failing our children again, as was the case last year. The minister further spoke about non-communicable diseases. He stated that persons with NCDs, cancer, and obesity account for 70% of the population. 70% of the population. And yes, obesity is a significant prelude to these conditions. But I want to caution us now that the challenge the country faces will be down the road. Yes. COVID-19, with all its necessary restrictions, has caused many persons with diabetes and hypertension to become uncontrolled in their diseases. This is attributed to the fact that they are instructed to remain home and prevented from attending the monthly clinics because they were closed. During this period, many developed complications and are now turning up at clinics and hospitals with more serious problems. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that very soon there will be an increased demand on the dialysis service of this country, and down the road we are going to reap the whirlwind of this period. And this is why, as the opposition, we are bringing this to the fore. We have not heard the minister in his presentation say anything about dialysis, renal dialysis, and what steps are being taken to cater to the increasing number of patients needing this vital service. The emphasis that the minister has placed on Jamaica moves a step in the right direction. But it is only, if that is the only plan in place, then a whole generation of persons will meet their early deaths due to the lack of care for kidney disease. Mr. Speaker, exercise and lifestyle activity as espoused by Jamaica Moves will be beneficial in preventing these lifestyle illnesses. But what of the now? What of those who are in need of this type of treatment and cannot access it in the public health sector at this point in time? The main goal, Mr. Speaker, of any health authority is to have a first-class primary health care system. This system has to have reach and be able to respond and treat illnesses which occur in the communities. Only then it can help in the promotion of healthy lifestyles and foster interventions at the community level to prevent chronic diseases. It is because of these reasons and many more why we are disappointed that the minister has not given more emphasis to intervention at the rural health centers. We see the program of Adopt a Clinic, but we are saying this is simply not enough. Within the infrastructure upgrade of the minister's presentation, we see where of the 10 facilities mentioned, we have only 4 health centers which have been upgraded. The vast majority of the 336 health centers scattered across the country are in urgent need of upgrade and equipment. And this is where we urge the minister to put the resources. This investment will pay off down the road and ultimately reduce the burden on the secondary healthcare system, that is the hospitals. Primary healthcare too has to have the personnel in place to man the facilities. We encourage a greater and radical shift in policy towards staffing of these centers. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak on HIV/AIDS. The minister did not say anything about HIV/AIDS in his presentation. And seemingly discussions around HIV/AIDS have been put on the back burner since COVID-19. I noticed the minister, as I said, did not mention it in his presentation. Even though the government has only made a $30 million reduction in the program of the 780 total, which is primarily funded by the Global Fund, this should not affect the program significantly. But what Jamaica has lost out on, Mr. Speaker, is in one critical area, which is the recognition of the certification of elimination of mother-to-child transmission, EMTCT, of HIV. What is interesting though, Mr. Speaker, and I want you to listen and follow me, is that Jamaica achieved a reduction in maternal-to-child transmission to the point where the country was on a path to be considered for certification by the World Health Organization. The country was required to achieve this consistent reduction for 3 consecutive years before consideration could be given. The program required, Mr. Speaker, that Jamaica has 7 or less mother-to-child transmission of HIV each year. We did well in 2015, having achieved that goal. We did well in 2016, having achieved that goal of 7 or less. Then came 2017. Our numbers jumped to 14 and were shot out of the water, Mr. Speaker, and lost out on the potential certification, for which I might add, there are 7 Caribbean countries which achieved that goal in 2017. And when they had the presentation, I think it was in Antigua, Jamaica was not there. So again, we see another misadventure under the minister, who has to take responsibility and hug up that failure under his watch of taking responsibility.
True.
Much weather has been said about the study of the regional health authorities and the recommendations of the study. The government has been silent on this, and it's high time the country hears of the proposal contained in the recommendations. It is our view that significant savings could be achieved if there is some contraction of the top-heavy administrative structures, and these savings could be tasked to provide more medicine, more essential equipment, and better health care in the regions. The National Insurance Scheme, Mr. Speaker, the government started some study on the National Insurance Scheme some time ago, last year. A consultant was engaged, and even a time frame, an appointment was set for the opposition to have interview and solicit our views. From where I stand, it seems as if COVID-19 has stopped this in its track. We need to know the status of this, and if it has been put on hold, the country needs to know. Mr. Speaker, the opposition is of the view that for a country to grow, for its people to be able to attain good productivity and build their country, and yes, become prosperous, health has to be afforded more attention. If an individual is not healthy, then he or she cannot perform efficiently. If we have a healthy population, the possibilities are endless for the country. And this is why, as a government in waiting, we'd like to share some of what we will do better to advance that ideal position. What would the PNP do as a government for health? First, the ideal health budget of 5% of GDP, the gold standard borne out by a World Health Organization Commission study in 2003, is a goal that we would work towards. Currently as a country, we're only 3%, 3.6%. And attaining 5, not the 5 in 4, no, 5, would allow the sector to be able to address the deficiencies that currently exist. We would expand our public health services and build more health centers in the rural communities. We would operationalize all our rural health centers and assign nurses to them with doctors on a frequent rotation serving these clinics. Mr. Speaker, we cannot have a woman living in the community of Digan Plant and having to go to the clinic in Clan. It's my constituency where we live in, right? Being served by a health center operating now, where nurses, well, not operating now, but pre-COVID, where nurses come 5 times for the month. And where to see a doctor, she has to travel to another health center. We would build and expand renal dialysis units in all regional hospitals and selected Type C hospitals across the country. We would give our nurses the security, the job security they deserve, and expand the establishment to help to reduce the migration. We would expand and personally equip the National Public Health Lab so pathology specimens can be added in a shorter turnaround time. We would equip all major hospitals with cutting-edge working the operative term, radiological services, so that poor patients unable to afford the private facilities will be cared for in the public sector with the same standard of care. We would operationalize an efficient repair and maintenance program in the hospital and health centers, so the length of service we get from equipment will be maximized and lengthened.
Because we care.
We would expand the establishment of medical consultants so we can benefit from their expertise in our rural settings.
Because we care.
We would engage our young doctors in incentive programs where they would serve in rural communities for a period that would guarantee them that government pays either a portion of their student loan for those who have, or for those who don't, other incentives such as housing and hardship allowances.
Say that again. Say that again.
We will engage our young doctors in incentive programs. A program could also be arranged, Mr. Speaker, to guarantee them spaces in postgraduate studies for the period served in rural communities. We would put back community in the community health aid program and have more deployed in the communities as opposed to being appendages at public health centers and hospitals. And we submit, Mr. Speaker, and we submit that this is not the sum total of our plans. But certainly, our mission would not be marred by missteps and walkbacks, as would be engaging a wide cross-section of experts in their respective fields. And above all, Mr. Speaker, we would listen to the suggestions, the advice, and opinions, because we know that we are not the repository of all knowledge, as we have faith and trust in the Jamaican people.
We care.
We care.
We care.
Yeah, man. We care. Big shot, brother.
Yeah, man. Well done there, my dear member from Central St. Mary. The member is always very eloquent and he's committed to what he is representing. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask that you invite the member from Eastern St. Catherine to make her contribution to the sectoral debates.
Ms. Daly.
Okay.
Thy word is a lamp unto my feet and a light unto my path. Mr. Speaker and my colleague parliamentarians, there is no greater privilege I have than to serve the people of St. Catherine Eastern. They invested the full measures of their trust and confidence in me as their Member of Parliament for the last 5 years. Mr. Speaker, every day I will work hard to give them improved conditions and opportunities for a better way of life. Before I was elected Member of Parliament, I served the Leinster Division for 25 years as a councillor. I faithfully served the people of the Leinster Division as their councillor. This journey has led me to stand proudly today as the opposition spokesperson for youth, gender, entertainment, and sports. But, Mr. Speaker, I would like to use the opportunity. So many persons have supported me in my role as MP and spokesperson. There is not enough time tonight to mention all. But give me the opportunity to mention just a few. To my support staff at the constituency office, Sharice, Sanjay, and Miss Janet Lawrence, my driver, my security details, thank you for going the extra mile. To my counselors, Norman Scott, Keisha Lewis, Enos Lawrence, and Donovan Guy, maximum respect and a big thank you. Opposition leader, Dr. Peter David Phillips. Thank you for the confidence you have placed in me and for your leadership and guidance. You continue to inspire me with your commitment to service and integrity. To my colleague MPs, Dwayne Vaz, and my MP candidate, Wavell Hines, thank you for your work and support. To the staff of this Parliament who have served so faithfully, I thank you. Mr. Speaker, before I touch the area of my portfolio, I would love to give a brief overview of the state of my constituency. We have used the limited resources to assist as many as possible, especially the elderly, the poor, and the vulnerable. We have some challenges. We have roads, water, light, and unemployment. Mr. Speaker, I won't label it today. I have it in my presentation, so I will just leave it for another time. I now turn to the portfolio responsibility as opposition spokesperson for youth, gender, entertainment, and sports. The field of sports, Mr. Speaker. We talk a lot about the importance of young people, but we have not done much to create opportunities for them. For too long, we have ignored the fate of our children, especially in poor communities. Too many young girls and boys feel that a life of poverty and despair is their destiny. Too many of them see Jamaica as a dead end. They have no hope, no future. This is why we are losing so many of them to gangs, gun violence, scamming, and all manner of crimes. Many are lost in the hazy existence of drugs. Their lives have no meaning. Their future is bleak. Mr. Speaker, to save the thousands of young people on the margins, we need more coordinated and sustained approach across Jamaica. Such a program must include education and skill training, business support, and mentorship. We must develop networks in the schools and communities to identify and assist the youth who are falling behind and are at risk. The government must create a coalition of councillors, MPs, faith and community leaders, small and big businesses to look at the problems, potential, and the promise of each community. With these assessments done, serious efforts must be made to provide the resources, especially for the development of our young people. This is the only way we will improve the economic outcome for all our people, spread prosperity, and opportunity to every corner of Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, HEART offers many training opportunities, but there needs to be more partnership with JAMPRO, JBDC, and the Ministry of Labor to create opportunities for business development and financing of startups. We also must train with the intention to supply workers to other markets once the world opens up after COVID. Mr. Speaker, still, all is not lost. Jamaica has some of the brightest and boldest young people who are making waves and making us proud. A recent example are the students of UTEC who developed a device that will aid in the fight against the spread of the coronavirus. These innovations, Mr. Speaker, must be given support. We must find ways to encourage our youth to pursue science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Action is not a choice, it is an obligation. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to gender affairs. This is dear to my heart, and I believe it is dear to all of us inside here. Mr. Speaker, despite the advances our women have made, too many are living in fear for economic and violent threat daily. I heard the minister's remarks, but we must, Mr. Speaker, be very vigilant in terms of making sure that sexual and physical abuse must not happen. We must find a way to eradicate these. Our women are relentless. We will be relentless until every woman is free from sexual and physical abuse, can feed and educate their children, and keep them safe. Mr. Speaker, Jamaica has passed over 700 murders and nearly 250 rape cases in spite of Zozo and curfew. Our families cannot leave their windows and doors open. Our women live in constant fear of when the criminals will strike next. Many women are not safe in their own homes, as the partners who should protect the family are the abusers. The abuse is not just physical, Mr. Speaker. Too many of our women and children are living with the agony and the trauma of sexual abuse. Mr. Speaker, Jamaica is still waiting for an update on the disappearance of our visually impaired UWI student, Jasmine Dean.
True.
Mr. Speaker, why is there stone silence from the authority? Was her life not important too? Is her family ever going to know the fate of this precious, hard-working, vulnerable young woman? Just think about the pain they must be in. Mr. Speaker, poverty is on the rise. You just have to listen to the people who were barely eating before COVID-19 hit. Scores of domestic helpers were sent home with nothing. Just ask Shirley Price of the Jamaica Household Workers Union about the number of domestic workers who were let go with just their last pay.
True.
no financial cushion. Tourism workers were sent home. They still have to pay their bills and feed their families. What the government gave them, while commendable, could not do much. For many, it was spent before they even received it. Mr. Speaker, sometimes you hear they talk about persons, but I'm thinking about a lady who I know by the name of Miss Mavis. She was working as a domestic helper up to March. She was told not to return to work. She has 3 school-age children and an elderly mother to take care of. For her, there is no food basket, no food pyramid. It is what she can find to stop hunger. And some nights, they go to bed hungry. The fancy PR, Mr. Speaker, campaign do not mean a thing to Miss Mavis. Her only focus is to save her family from starvation. Mr. Speaker, Mavis is just one of the thousands of Jamaicans whose family is on the brink. As the value of the dollar continues to fall, the reality only gets worse. Many elderly Jamaicans who supplement their meager pension with remittances are in trouble now. Their children and others overseas have lost their jobs too, thanks to COVID. So there is no money coming in. The ever-increasing light and water bills cannot be paid, and some are doing without medication. As the economy worsens, many women desperate for job security will be afraid to report or push back against sexual harassment.
That's true.
So, Mr. Speaker, I say to my colleagues, particularly the Minister of Justice, our women need to have the space and the time to report these abuses.
Hear, hear.
The pressure caused by the economic downturn and made worse by COVID has been tough on women and men too, but especially single mothers. Many are now at a breaking point. Mr. Speaker, I know that the Minister of Health must be prepared now to address the psychological wellness of our women. Healthy women raise healthy and well-adjusted children.
That's true.
Mr. Speaker, September is just around the corner. In normal times, back to school is a strain on poor families. This year, it will be 10 times worse. Many families will not be able to find school fees, uniform, books, and lunch. The government, Mr. Speaker, must find ways to help parents and get the relief packages to them as quickly as possible. Make sure the classrooms are ready before September morning. Mr. Speaker, the protection of all our people is the responsibility of the government, and in that regard, this government has failed miserably. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to entertainment. Our once vibrant entertainment industry has been hit hard by the shutdown and the curfews because of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, the entertainment industry was already under strain because of the state of emergency and ZOZO and the zones of special operations, ZOZO, long ago. some parish councils will tell you that entertainment was on pause for the last 2 years.
It's true.
They have not been able to collect the usual fees to help supplement the meager subvention from government.
It's true.
They are feeling the pain too.
Because of the state
Where
of
is the Minister of
emergencies.
Local Government?
Because of the state of emergencies.
The entertainment industry is at the risk of dying if something is not done immediately.
Remind them about the state of emergencies. They look surprised about what you're saying.
I don't know why. All effort must be made, and I'm happy to hear some of the announcements made by the minister today to get the industry up and running again. Whatever the measures, we must ensure the safety and security of our patrons. With all the other things that the Minister of Local Government mentioned today, I will not go over. But just to say, Mr. Speaker, what would be help a little better would be the pre-sold tickets, so that you would limit the crowding at the point of entry. I don't hear anything about temperature check, but I would advise that we make sure that we do temperature checks at these events. I also believe, Mr. Chairman, that you should have no re-entry at the events, so you don't go in and come back out. And we don't just speak it, but we have strict enforcement by the authorities so that these measures will be carried out.
Good suggestion.
Mr. Speaker, why not establish an entertainment zones done in a way to facilitate large and small events? Mr. Speaker, many entertainers that I have spoken to are concerned about the future of the industry. They are asking for urgent discussion on the Noise Abatement Act to prepare for a full reopening. They are recommending the use of noise measurement equipment and uniform standards to prevent arbitrary and spitefully shutdowns. Mr. Speaker, until things return to normal, we must find creative ways to showcase our entertainers and the unique entertainment to the world. As was mentioned before, but worth mentioning again, the Beanie Man Bounty Killer IG Live, watched by nearly 500,000 viewers worldwide, including some of the world's biggest stars, is an example of that creativity. Even the organizers wondered how they were going to top that. That is the power of our entertainers, and we must protect them and their business. As Bunty said that night, take them to Parliament and settle the argument. Mr. Speaker, I could not agree with him more. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the portfolio of sports. Sports is very special to every Jamaican. It is a central part of our national identity. It is a training ground for our young citizens. It teaches tolerance, discipline, loyalty, teamwork, and it is a vehicle from poverty to obscurity. We know that it is a unifying force which knows no partisan or political color. over the world, Jamaica is made larger because of our athletes.
Hear, hear.
They make our country proud with each run, jump, throw, each meet, and each game. Whether it is a Shellyan, a Usain, a Chris Gale, an Asafo, a Vernica, a Aliyah, a Alfonso, or the great Michael Olden, who with class and intellect framed the conversation on Black Lives Matter so very well recently. Mr. Speaker, they stand tall. We understand and share the anxiety of our athletes, coaches, teachers, organizers, and supporters. Many are preparing, but there are no games, no meets, and no tournaments. There are the athletes whose contracts are very, very uncertain. Mr. Speaker, we acknowledge the economic challenges being faced by some, especially the upcoming athletes. Their eyes were set on making their mark at both the local and international game. Aside from the athletes, there are those who depend on the staging of these local events to make ends meet. I speak of our vendors, event planners, drivers, and fixers. Many of them are women and single parents. I encourage them not to give up. Things will get better. Mr. Speaker, I support the response of the Minister of Sports, and I'm very happy that the Minister of Finance has made available funds in order to continue offsetting their costs. In offering the financial assistance to athletes in these difficult times. But, Mr. Speaker, I was listening to the newscast last week and heard the cry of the Paralympian who did not receive that assistance. So I'm hoping that coming out of today's presentation with this allocation, those Paralympians who have not received anything will be able to start getting something. I urge you, Minister, to ensure that those who really need the help are not left out. Mr. Speaker, this is a teachable time for our athletes. Get smarter in investing your earnings. You do your sports. Find time to get qualified and certified in something else. This is for the rainy day, or what we would call the tambourine season. I make a special appeal for support of our young athletes who travel long distances to training camps. They should be given, Madam Minister, a bus pass to access the public transportation. They cannot afford, some of them, to even pay the bus fare to go on the training grounds. So a public bus pass would assist immensely. Mr. Speaker, as a daughter of St. Catherine, I must single out the current female president of the St. Catherine Football Association, Mistress Elaine Walker-Brown. She is doing a marvelous job in what is traditionally a man's world. I support her call for more female football administrators to be trained. I am also making an appeal for the development of the G.C. Foster College, a generous gift to us from the people of Cuba in 1980. It was a training ground for some of our teachers, coaches, of our outstanding athletes.
That's right.
So, Mr. Speaker, let us try to do the necessary things to bring it up to international standard. It is a national disgrace that the students are being transported elsewhere for aquatic training at a cost to the institution. That money, Mr. Speaker, could use to help to offset other expenses in the institution. We have the space out there. We have the expertise. Why should we allow this institution to run down so badly? Mr. Speaker, we relished in the glory that our athletes bring to Jamaica. We must upgrade our facilities to international standards.
Here, here.
They need proper gyms and changing facilities at the schools. We must expose and prepare them for the international stage. Finally, Mr. Speaker, to break the cycle of poverty, we must break the cycle of violence. Every child must have a safe home, a secure community, adequate food, decent health care, and a good school. That is their human right. We must create a Jamaica that works for all and gives an equal opportunity to every child, every woman, and every man. We must come together and put aside the politics of division and self-enrichment. We must fight for our people. We must give them hope and reward the trust they placed in us when they elected us to this parliament. I say to the Jamaican people, you deserve a government that puts you first, that defends your interest and protects your families. You must never forget that we are your servant and you must demand the best from us. The strength of this little rock is in you, our people. Jamaica's power is in your unlimited courage, your undying spirit, and your unmatched pride. May God bless all our people, and may God bless this beautiful country, Jamaica land we love. Thank you.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the member, every time she speaks, it rings true and sincere. Oh, it blows? You prefer, it blows like a horn, eh? Very well done.
Thank you.
Very well done. Excellent, excellent. Encouraging. The penultimate speaker for the evening, Minister of Finance. Minister of Finance. Short. So, Mr. Speaker, if you would invite a member from Western Westmoreland to make his presentation.
Dr. McNeil.
Thank you. Mr. Can you hear with the mics? Yes? Okay. Mr. Speaker, the time is 9:15, so I'm going to be as brief as possible because I know. Go for it. Go for it. I got you. I know. All right. Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me Right. Yes. Yes, Mr. Speaker, let me start by acknowledging my family. My wife just texted me and asked where I was. I told her to turn on the TV. she's making sure. But I want to thank. Yes, absolutely. I want to acknowledge my family, my wife and my 2 children, and my mother, who is normally here by my side. But given the hour and the fact that Minister McKenzie has only raised the limit to 75, it excludes her, so she would not be able to be here. But I want to thank them for their indulgence and the support that they give me to allow me to do my work. My personal team, and of course my constituency of Western Westmoreland. Ours has been a love affair for many years now, and I'm hoping that it will, or expecting that it will continue for years to come. Mr. Speaker, I just want to make one tribute. I think it is appropriate for me at this point to say something. I want to make a tribute to a strong Jamaican woman who made a sterling contribution to tourism in Jamaica. That lady is my aunt, Joyce Wright. Joyce was Ken and Roy's sister. She was the oldest hotelier in Jamaica when she passed last week at 100 years and 3 months. 100 years and 3 months. She was the founder of Rondell Village in Negril, which is one of those small boutique hotels which has won many awards. And in 2015, both myself and the minister were at the meeting when she received the Lifetime Award for Achievement by the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association. So I think it's appropriate on her passing that my presentation. Tourism will miss her, and so will I. Before I get on to my brief presentation, but I just had to make a little point. As someone once said to me, all politics is local. So there's something I need to point out. I said it last year, and I'm going to repeat it again this year. It's important just to keep it on the table. Negril receives between 25 and 30% of all the arrivals in Jamaica. And so the contribution to the Tourism Enhancement Fund is about that, 25 or 30% of it. In 2015, we had 2 signature projects which had been put on the books. One of them was the craft market, and the other was the Negril Beach Park. Now, Negril Beach Park. Now, all the plans had been developed, all the approvals gotten, the monies were allocated. As a matter of fact, the beach park went out to tender and they had a difficulty with the tender and took it back. So, Speaker, after 4 years, none of those projects have been started. And the minister came down at the start from 2016. From 2016, the minister came down, and the minister determined that he made a promise to the craft traders and to the community that these projects would be finished, and they have still not been done. And I noticed, Mr. Speaker, that week before last, I saw a new list. I saw a new list of beaches come out, and they've taken the grill off that list. We're not even on the list. So I just point it out again, and I would say, no, Minister, what I would say is that there is good news. So, Speaker, I would say there is good news, and the good news is that I can state that that the first projects that will be done by the new PMP administration when we take over later this year will be those two projects in Negril, will be the two that we do when the administration changes later this year. Mr. Speaker, we are living in very, very difficult times. COVID-19 is the greatest existential threat to the world and certainly to tourism in the world, the greatest threat of our time, both here in Jamaica and the entire world. And it has affected every single person in our sector. And we must be realistic about this impact. In April and May, we locked down the entire country. So everything was locked down. In June, we had a phased reopening. We're now going through July and August, 2 months that are normally very good. People don't recognize that July is normal in terms of arrivals. One of, if not the best month in terms of arrivals. And this year, we'll get some, but of course, because of COVID. When we get into September and October, those are our shoulder months. And if it was bad before, it's going to be particularly bad after. Then we get into November and December. So, Speaker, most persons in the sector believe that December or January, the start of next year, will be the period in which we get any real meaningful recovery, that we're looking towards that. So I think the point that we have to look at with this is the fact that we have gone 4 months from April to the end of July, but then we have 4 more months from August to November. So realistically, we're halfway through this very painful period that we're feeling. We're opening up, some people are getting a little help, but the fact of the matter is we're only halfway through this really difficult period. So, Speaker, this opening up is mostly, as the Minister pointed out earlier, the accommodation sector, and there are elements of the attraction sector that they're opening up now. But, Mr. Speaker, there's a whole section of the economy who, for all intents and purposes, remain closed and are still struggling. And we must help them. It's something I've spoken to the Minister about over the years. It's just one of those things I think is just so important. These areas are the transport sector, the craft markets, and the raft captains. For all intents and purposes, their businesses, the craft markets are all locked, and the fact of the matter is that they're all struggling, and we have to find a way to help them. In terms of the transport sector, Juta, Jekyll, and Maxi. Up to yesterday, I was on the phone with a number of the presidents having a discussion, and they're still complaining, Minister. They're complaining because they're still not receiving the payments. They're still not receiving the payments up to yesterday when I spoke to them. Not only that, no, I'm said, and they're not receiving their payments. And secondly, there's an administrative glitch on the COVID side, which has come up saying that when they go in and they're to collect, they say they don't qualify because the organization is not registered. And they're very upset about it. They have spoken to the ministry, they've been, even the Ministry of Tourism, but it's still a problem because they're not receiving their grants. And they are qualified, and they make the point that they know they're qualified because they would never be able to get their road license if they were not registered. So it's just an issue. It's just an issue that needs to be addressed, and I am pleading on their behalf that we look into it. There's a second thing, and this is something important. It may not need money from government in a real sense. Many of these persons in the transport sector, they bought vehicles, took out loans before the season started. They got vehicles, and then all of a sudden they're now being stuck with those loans, and then everything locked down for a number of months. Some of the banks gave them a moratorium over a period of time, but that's now ended. And many of them will lose their vehicles if something is not done. And what needs to do is, with the ministry, go in with the TF, have a little discussion with the banks. There are loans that are given out to the tourism sector. See if by putting some money with the banks, they can either give them a moratorium on the payment of the principal of the loans, or whether or not they can do something else, such as lower the interest rates. Just something to help them out, because it is so important to get this done. The second group of people that I'm talking about are the craft markets. The craft markets are in dire straits. They are being locked down totally. Now, there are thousands of craft traders across the island, and there are a couple of things that need to be done. One, they have to get a moratorium on their rental. They have been given, they were given the first few months. They pay rental to the parish councils, to the UDC, to the planning authorities. They're all government agencies. Now, they have gotten a waiver for the first few months. They got it to the end of June. Rental waiver. Remember, the markets are completely closed. So the waiver is, it's right. I know two of them got the waiver for this month. They're being informed. But what needs to be done? Government just needs to come out and say, look, based on what I've just said, till December, we're not getting back on track in a real way. Just get the government to waive all the fees now going right round to December, so they can take it off their minds and they can just determine that they won't have that pressure on them. So I'm just asking the government to consider that for them. They also are getting some problems with the COVID care packages, many of them not getting it. And Minister, one of the issues that is happening is that the craft traders have gotten on the list, but a list was sent in of craft producers, who are the ones who actually, your artisan village people, but their list has not been approved, so they were left off. So I think with this group, they're a struggling group. They need the help. These small entrepreneurs and operators are struggling and near death, and we're only at the half point. We must ensure that something is done to keep them on life support till some semblance of normality returns. A large part of the economic recovery will never occur if the small, micro, and medium businesses are not included in the recovery. In addition to all those suggestions that I made before, I would like, in light of the extension of the SET program I believe that this group of entrepreneurs, the small persons who are struggling near death now, that an additional payment of the COVID care that was given to them, which they still haven't received the first one, that they give a second payment to the craft markets, to the transport sector and the tourism industry, and to the raft captains, given the fact that for the rest of the year, business is also going to be negligible. So I'm appealing to the government to consider this further. You know, Minister, I'm saying to you, I spoke to the presidents. They're looking for you. They're looking for you, the presidents. They're calling. Yes. All right. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of other. We want to go home tonight, so I'm begging you. Mr. Speaker, there are a couple other issues that are very important, and I'd just like to address two of them that are of concern to the industry. The first has to do with the redundancy payments. And I just want to say that the end of July will be 120 days since the lockdown in the start of April. Some places lock down in the middle of April, so you will go to the middle of August. But the fact of the matter is, by law, the workers in these establishments are entitled to redundancy at the end of this period. Mr. Speaker, there must be a meaningful discussion between the government, the employers, the trade unions, and the workers to address this issue as quickly as possible, because it can become very problematic, Mr. Speaker, in terms of how the industry proceeds. There is a second issue, Mr. Speaker, the issue of the best cash. And this goes to the Minister of Finance. Tourism workers were given monthly payments for 3 months initially with the best cash and set cash program. The set cash program went straight to the worker. The best cash program went through the employers. The best cash program, as you know, has been plagued with problems from the start. Confusion over whether it was taxable or not. That issue was resolved. However, a more difficult issue in the sector is the fact that the employers have prepaid the best cash program for the last 3 months. You have now indicated that you are going to extend it by 2 months, but you have not paid even the first payment. You have not paid even the first payment of best cash to the hoteliers. And the fact of the matter is that the cash flow issues that are backing up on them is now becoming a problem. You have recently announced the extension of the program. And while we endorse this, if you don't resolve the outstanding payment issues, you're going to find that you're not going to have a successful completion moving forward. And many of the hotels may very well determine that rather than do it as best cash through them, you're going to have to move back to a set cap problem. You're saying they will be transferred this week? I spoke to them last night. So, okay, yeah. All right. Mr. Speaker, the post-COVID world understandably requires a whole new set of protocols. However, there needs to be clarity and consistency of communications from the government on these protocols. When you were speaking about the South Coast earlier today, I mentioned it. So, Speaker, there's been too much unwarranted confusion with the reopening of our borders. Too much confusion. When they were opening the borders on June the 1st, when we were opening the borders on June the 4th, up to the 28th, 3 days before, there had been no protocols put out to our partners in the industry. This caused American Airlines to cancel the flights to Jamaica because they couldn't get the protocols.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member is misleading the House in that regard because American Airlines never canceled any flights to Jamaica as a result of that protocol. American Airlines work with us straight through to the 15th. If you're talking about the transfer of Jamaican nationals, the repatriation, that's a different discussion from the opening of the borders for international. Right? Okay.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
I'm very clear in what I'm saying, you know. I said when we reopened our borders on June the 1st, because of the late protocols, American Airlines canceled its flights.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, sir. American Airlines was not on the list of airlines that were scheduled for repatriation. It was JetBlue. I'm Spirit. Just to let you know that, because I spoke to them every day.
All right. All right. All right. So, Mr. Speaker, that was on the 1st. On June the 15th, when we were bringing in the first visitors into the country.
Yes, we Jamaica. That's why he said we.
The minister is taking this like a real debate. I seek your protection, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, Doctor.
Mr. Speaker, on June the 15th, when we were opening up to visitors, the Prime Minister first announced that we would have pre-testing. As a matter of fact, he went on questioned CNN, and told the world that we were doing COVID passports. He moved from that to say that there would be no testing at all. Then after that, they said, okay, we were going to do border testing. And at the end of the day, they came right back to pre-testing, which is what the committee that we sit on had recommended in the first place. No, Mr. Speaker, I say all of this because the real problem is that when there are problems like this, when you do this, it creates problems in the industry. I'll tell you why. Because you will have hoteliers.
Members. Go ahead, Dr. McNeil.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I would ask you to remind the member that this is not a joint presentation. All right, please. Mr. Speaker, the real problem with it is that when you go out and persons in the industry go out and say Jamaica is not going to require testing, and then a few days before you open up, you determine that everybody mandatorily has to be tested. It creates problems because visitors will say that they have bought their tickets under false pretenses, and it's a very litigious society. So you need to be careful, and what we need is to ensure that all of these...
Mr. Speaker, a point of order. Mr. Speaker, no.
Please state your point of
I
order.
think accuracy...
Mr. Speaker,
accuracy is important. This is a matter of record. Hansard records it. And somebody 100 years from now will come and read and leave with the impression that he's accurate. So I'm making the point that the government of Jamaica has not said that pre-testing is mandatory for everybody who is coming to Jamaica. We have not. And please, so do not say that, because we have not. What we have done is to say that pre-testing will be required for 4 states. 4 states, which are high-risk states in the U.S. 4 states.
But Mr.
For accuracy, 4
Mr.
states.
Speaker, with due respect, I'm very clear what I'm saying, and I would ask that I not be interrupted again. I'm asking you. Could you please?
Mr. Dr. McNeil, the member rose on a point of order. And he has made his point of order. It's not for you to.
Mr. Speaker, let me repeat. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to repeat what I said, because I do not know if the minister is listening. I said on June the 15th, when we were opening up to visitors, the Prime Minister first announced pre-testing, which he did even on CNN. He then said no testing at all for anybody. He then went to mandatory testing at the borders, and then he moved back now to pre-testing. All of it is true, Mr. Speaker. I'm begging you, just listen to what I'm saying and let us deal with it. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier today, I have received credible reports that for some visitors coming into the country, there's been no testing. They have passed through without testing, which would go against all the protocols that we have. Mr. Speaker, this is totally unacceptable. It is totally unacceptable and can lead to a disaster of national proportions. As I said earlier, the government needs to state whether this information is correct, how long it has been going on, and what they intend to do about it. Because down the line, this is going to have severe ramifications. For clarity, Mr. Speaker, our recommendations remain the same. For clarity, our recommendations remain the same. The minister knows them because I state them at the committee as well. Number 1, all arriving visitors should receive a PCR test. All arriving visitors should take a PCR test done by a certified lab and upload the test onto the COVID site, and with that test they are able to get the ticketing process. The second, if they are not able to do it because of whatever problem or there is an issue, a PCR test should be taken at the border at their own cost. And how you do it, they have to prepay the test before the ticket is issued. So that when they come, they just go in and they will get the test done. And because it's not a commercial venture and you're doing it and money is to be earned from it, you give the commitment as a good business that you will get the result to them within 24 hours. The third thing is that all visitors should have mandatory insurance, and there's a discussion taking place on it, and that insurance must be paid to ensure that the cost of whatever problem may happen will not fall on the Jamaican people, and that insurance should cover isolation costs, medical costs if necessary, and repatriation is part of it. Now, I will just say further that if for any reason you're getting into problems and the PCR pre-testing is unavailable, or the border testing is overwhelmed and persons arrive or they're these issues, the government must, as a fallback position, find the most credible rapid testing available. It's not something that we put as a recommendation, but the fact of the matter is, what you cannot have is no testing at all, because that is reckless and unacceptable. We believe that all visitors must be tested to ensure the safety and protection of our workers and the country at large. Another outbreak in the country would result in another lockdown, which will be inimical to the industry, because that will go far and wide. I close this segment, Mr. Speaker, by just saying, the minister just brought it up. He said that the Ministry of Health is now saying that only 4 states have mandatory pre-testing: New York, Florida, Texas, and Arizona. Mr. Speaker, this makes no sense at all. The United States is a country with no borders. Everybody is moving back and forth across the country, and it must be treated as one country and one set of protocols for that country. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm now going to just two issues. I want to make 2 suggestions, and again, I think those are the, you'll know again. You'll soon find out shortly. But, Mr. Speaker, during the next 4 months, which, as we pointed out, is going to be challenging, there are a number of suggestions that we could explore. One of them is the work-from-home tourism, which is something that persons are talking about. Many persons living abroad are now working from home as part of this new dispensation. Home can be anywhere. JTB can market this to persons overseas to take long-stay vacations at attractive rates here in Jamaica, and they'd be able to work from this home. It's not a novel idea. It is being done in other countries such as Barbados, and would be ideal for Jamaica. I'm almost finished.
House Leader, members' time for speaking has expired.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I move that the member's time be extended to enable him to complete his presentation.
Those in favour? Those against? Ayes have it. Dr. McNeil.
The one thing, thank you, and thank you to the members, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's not a novel idea. It's been done in other countries, and Jamaica would be ideal. And just for the record, one of the things that is most, one of the things that would be most useful for this is that you have to ensure that your country is safe. That is one of the main things, which is why we on this side are pushing to ensure that we have stringent protocols, and also that these protocols are adhered to. The second point that I would like to make, Mr. Speaker, is that right now, a lot of especially the small properties, I number the big properties. One of the things that's happening now is people are taking advantage of local tourism. With the properties with the low occupancies and a whole range of occupations, and when the attractions open, it will be a great opportunity. And so it's something, you know, a lot of the hotels and different people are putting their things online, but it's limited. And I think that this is an area which has tremendous benefits, the whole staycation. And people are a bit stir crazy, they want to get out. In many American newspapers, you will find 2-page spreads with all the you know, vacation and Cancun and Jamaica and everybody and all the deals. And people go through it, and sometimes you just see these deals and get it. So it's a great opportunity. Now, Mr. Speaker, I've seen a lot of full-page ads in the paper recently. Some of them have the most dapper, full-size pictures of the Minister of Tourism. And I would want to suggest, Minister, that one of the things you could do is to take yourself out of one or two of the full-page ads and put the deals for the entire tourism sector and create an economy and allow them to really deal with domestic tourism. Mr. Speaker, it would be beneficial to properties across the length and breadth of the island and really start to open up the domestic tourism. And this will have the positives of having Jamaicans explore their island, and at the same time, it would allow these properties to earn a little more income and to rent more rooms and ensure that the employees can go back to work. It is a win-win situation, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm coming to the end of my joint presentation. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we Jamaicans are capable of great resilience, and we've recovered from significant shocks at different stages in our history. This is one such stage, the greatest challenge of modern times. It is going to require a collaborative framework as we pursue the rebuilding required to withstand the economic storm, which will not be an overnight event. There must be a clear and consistent health protocols to ensure safe travel, and the recovery plan must include a tourism reimagined that extends a lifeline to essential players of the industry. The lifeline must include our craft traders, our taxi operators, small and medium business operators, and ordinary people who currently make a living from tourism. They have all been integral to the success of Jamaica's tourism and deserve to be treated as such. We recognize that our industry cannot thrive without unreservedly investing in our workers and encouraging our investors. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we must fully acknowledge and recognize that for tourism to be a success, every Jamaican must feel they have a stake in the industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleagues for staying with us till 10 o'clock at night. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and God bless you.
Speaker, both you and Ed is welcome.
Mr. Clark.
It's less than 5 minutes. Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders in me to take the motion, notes of which I gave earlier.
Those in favor? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Ayes have it. Dr. Chang.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, the Interception of Communication Act was enacted in 2002 to provide for the interception of communications sent by means of telecommunication networks and for connected matters. The legislation authorized the interception of communication of a specific person named in a warrant and enables authorized officers to request technical information from the telecommunications service providers under the Telecommunications Act. The act is of significant assistance to the work of our intelligence units, both the military and police, and the major organized crime and anti-corruption agency. Section 16 of the Act speaks to the disclosure of telecommunication data pursuant to subsection 16.1 of the Minister of National Security may prescribe any person as a designate for the purpose of section 16 by order subject to affirmative action. Order subject. Access to real-time information, of course, Mr. Speaker, becomes essential in the work of these agencies, where preserving the lives of Jamaicans, preserving lives and extreme violence situations, in particular issues like kidnapping, are encountered. In current situation, it is only the minister who is entitled to seek immediate real-time information. The normal, of course, acquisition indicate the earliest paragraph is that you seek a warrant and proceed to get the information. What we are seeking here with this amendment is to designate a number of persons, as indicated in the Act, who will have access to real-time information in critical situations. Of course, it is indicated that within 72 hours, the requisite authority will, of course, seek the warrant that is required to proceed. In order to give effect to the following, Mr. Speaker, the order gives effect to the following. Pursuant to Section 16(1) of the Act, the following persons are prescribed as designated persons for the purposes of Section 16 of the Act by the Minister. A, the Chief of Defense Staff of the Jamaica Defense Force. B, the Head of the Military Intelligence Unit of the Jamaica Defense Force. C, the Commissioner of Police of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. D, the Assistant Commissioner in charge of the Narcotics Unit of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. E, the Assistant Commissioner in charge of the National Intelligence Bureau of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. And F, the Director General of the Major Organized Crime and Anti-Corruption Agency. The Speaker, it is imperative that we provide our security forces with all the resources that are available in order for them to effectively carry out their duties. Criminal organizations involved in acts of extreme violence and activities like kidnapping are a real threat to our society. By approving these designates, we will begin improving the response capabilities of our security forces to effectively intervene in these life and death situations. Indeed, I think we have kept ourselves free of the notoriety of kidnapping by virtue of the cooperation of the agencies in dealing with such issues prior time. It's important we establish this order that it can be done legitimately as may be required. I recommend the resolution to the House.
Mr. Jackson. Mr. Speaker, the Minister clearly outlined the functional aspect of the order, which is, as he said, to authorize designated persons in the security architecture to obtain data for the purposes of investigations and to save life and carry out arrests where necessary. Mr. Speaker, this act was promulgated some time ago when the technologies prevailing were essentially through the network providers. So let me say on the outset, we have found no objection to the order being approved. But what is of interest to many is what other forms of information gathering capabilities exist. If you note in the order, Mr. Speaker, there are certain designated officers of both the JDF and the JCF, and now we have MOCA in place, which is one of our chief investigative bodies. They are the ones authorized to access this information. Mr. Speaker, this authority is not a light one. It allows the state to intrude into private conversations, business conversations, conversations of all types. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, information in the wrong hands can be very dangerous. Information used for other than desirable purposes can be very dangerous. And the concerns that many of us have is that based on information that we have, that the capability for intercepting telephone conversations exists outside of what the provisions in this order provide for. And I would like the minister to tell us that the government is not involved, have not engaged any entity, state or private entities, locally or internationally, who has the capability and use the capability to intercept communication and data for use other than what is provided for through the state security entities using the powers that we are approving under this order. It is very, very, very important. I want that to be said. If the minister give this assurance that this is not taking place, it is a worrying situation. We have heard about the engagement of Israeli companies with the capability to do such activities. I am saying it here. Right, it is being said. I am saying it here. There are engagement of these entities. There are engagement of these companies for which the details and extent of their activities remain unknown to many. Right? But we have a duty, all of us in this house have a duty to protect the privacy of every Jamaican, and whenever that privacy is being breached, there are parameters around which that can take place, as is being provided for in this order, which we are approving. We have no problem with information being accessed in this way. You know, if we have an MOU to catch the criminals, them like one that are pleaded guilty and is serving sentence outside of Jamaica, that result in the reduction of crimes and murders in Jamaica, we'll welcome that. But we are in an environment where crime is increasing. You take me down that road, stay there. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, we offer no objection, but we have those strong concerns about what exists and is in operation outside of what this order provides for.
Thank the member for his support. Mr. Speaker, let me clarify the order. The Intercept Act as relates, and the activity of the security force relates to this practice of this. The order here is still as it was, in which in normal circumstances, the security forces must go to a high court judge, in fact, the Chief Justice, and gets a warrant to investigate. They must establish a prima facie case that they have an investigation proceeding. This order seeks to allow the force to deal with extreme circumstances. That's just a factor, specialized circumstances which must be, and they must go to the court within 72 hours. So that kidnapping is something like that, right? You need immediate information. All right? It's an example, and the best example, which is why we don't have a serious upsurge of, as was happening in other Caribbean. And the members who were occupied the seat before me are fully aware. And it was done on the basis of cooperation rather than a legitimate but a legal framework. What this is doing is establishing a legal framework that there will be no hesitation on the part of any of the telecom companies to participate and do so. That's the sole purpose of this order, is to give the authority to these individuals in extreme circumstances. Right? So if there is a report of a terrorist action somewhere, a potential terrorist action, you can do so immediately and then get the thing sorted out. So there is no attempt to, in fact, change the station. It's in fact designed to assist in adapting to the developing technology which allows for communication of many means very quickly and in a short order in certain activities. As far as the continued debate about the government involving other information catching activities, there is no basis for it. We have no such relationship. In fact, it might be said that some of our partners who we worked with capacity have reduced their footprints in Jamaica and shifted emphasis elsewhere where they think it is more relevant. We, of course, have to have some capacity as a country, and that capacity remains, and the work of the aides of MOCA and MIU is there. The detailed information available to the opposition if they so choose. And I think MOCA, which essentially a network as it stands, all backup information is stored at camp, aware and maintained in the JDF facilities, and the other agencies will do the required investigation with the support of the court's office. We have no particular hidden relationship with anybody to collect information and investigate Jamaicans or any other personnel in Jamaica. So, Mr. Speaker, I now move that this motion be affirmed and assure the members that there is no secret or nefarious activity being conducted by any other government agency. In terms of our own development of our capacity, the contracts we have been made available in the budget debate that we have. And if you wish to look at them again, you can do so as we expand our cyber defense capacity. As we expand our cyber defense capacity, it's in the budget, and you can get the details of it and the relevant companies. There's no investigative capacity in there.
Minister Clark. Yes, the question is that the order be approved. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Minister Clark.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to introduce and open the debate on the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Nomination, Selection and Appointment to Boards Regulations 2020. Now, Mr. Speaker, you and the members may recall that we passed similar regulations on the 10th of December 2019 at a similar time, and those were tabled in the Senate for debate. Yes, because I was the one who opened the debate on it, and I remember particularly. I'm here all the time. I'm here at this time a lot. Ask the House Leader. But anyway, where am I responding? Those regulations that were affirmed in the House went to the Senate, and due to the unforeseen delays in affirming them in the Senate, that has had an adverse impact on the effective date of the regulation. So we've had to withdraw them and retable them. Now, in retabling them, we have used the opportunity to make slight adjustments, one being to include a minimum gender representation or requirement into the regulations, as this is not only consistent with global best practices, but it also furthers our national goals of diversity and gender balance, where we can create a society in which women and men have equal opportunities to contribute to national development. These regulations, Mr. Speaker, but I have to go over them just for the record, just to go over what's in them again. These regulations are made pursuant to the powers granted under Section 24 of the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act, and represents a seminal tool towards achieving good corporate governance in respect of public bodies. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, we would all agree that there's a need for a more transparent and structured approach to the process of public body board appointments. All citizens have a vested interest in seeing public bodies optimally meeting and fulfilling their mandates, and this is with good reason. Mr. Speaker, there are approximately 143 public bodies in Jamaica. Their operations impact the lives of ordinary citizens on a daily basis, and their boards and managers have under their control and management a vast amount of state resources. Public bodies in totality are responsible for resources that rival the resources of central government. Whereas the tax revenues are in order of 600 billion, public bodies in aggregate administer revenues in the region of $450 billion every year. The government has heard and answered the cry for greater and more transparent regulation for the process of board appointments, given the implications for achieving good corporate governance. Section 1 of the PBMA Act provides that the minister may make regulations generally for giving effect to the provisions and purposes of this Act to include specifying the criteria for appointment of appointment of boards of public bodies. These are those regulations, and as you permit, Mr. Speaker, I'll just do a clause-by-clause presentation of the specific provisions. Regulation 1 is a short title, Mr. Speaker, and addresses the preliminary issues such as the name of the regulations and sets out the date that the regulations are to come into effect. Now, previously, in the regulations passed in December, it was stated as February 1st, 2020. However, given the delays encountered, the regulations now provide that it takes effect 4 months after the date published in the Gazette, so that we don't have the same problem we had the last time around. Mr. Speaker, this is the general operation date for regulations that will allow steps to be taken to operationalize the regulations, and certain other key components of the regulations will be delayed in order for preparatory steps to be made. These delayed provisions, primarily dealing with the selection appointment procedures, which are regulations 10 to 16 and 18, and the second schedule, was to previously come into effect on November 2020, but now will come into effect 10 months after the date of publication of these regulations in the Gazette. Regulation 2, interpretation, sets out the certain critical definitions to include the definition of prospective director, which means an applicant or a current director who is eligible for appointment or reappointment. As I go further in my presentation, Mr. Speaker, I'll say more on applicant, which is a groundbreaking addition to the law, as with the introduction of the applicant, persons can now apply to be considered for appointment to the board of a public body. Regulation 3, exclusions to the application of these regulations. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, the regulations do not apply to the boards of educational institutions, i.e. school boards, except where those educational institutions or their boards are public bodies. So the CMU is a public body, but an educational institution such as a school is not a public body. So these regulations don't apply to Manchester High. The regulations do not apply to ex officio members of boards who are persons who by virtue of their office are named to be appointed to boards of public bodies, except for procedures in respect of appointments. In respect of ex officio appointees, who are representatives of private organizations, ministries, departments, or agencies who would have already been vetted by those organizations they're coming from and determined to be persons of good character. Regulation 4 on the database provides for the establishment of a database or a directory of prospective directors. And this is pivotal, Mr. Speaker, towards meeting the needs for transparency in the selection and appointment of prospective directors. Information contained in this database, such as the name, the knowledge, the skills, and experience of prospective directors, will be subject to a due diligence check to determine the veracity of this information. And this directory will be established within the Ministry of Finance and Public Service and will be an electronic system. Appropriate staff will be recruited and designated to carry out the duties related to the administration of the provisions of the regulations. And the Financial Secretary will have the ultimate responsibility for the administration of these regulations. Regulation 5 is on the maintenance of the database, which I call a directory. The database, Mr. Speaker, will be kept in a secure and reliable facility, and so we have provided for this. Of course, Mr. Speaker, the question will arise, who will have access to the information kept in the database? As this government is committed to the principles of open government and the public's right of access to information as enshrined in law, any member of the public may have access to the information by requesting writing to the Financial Secretary as set out in Regulation 6, access to the database on information in respect to current directors, i.e., there's a prospective directory of directors, from which persons will be nominated and ultimately selected. The information will have general information on the person's qualifications and background. And if you're serving on a board of a public body, any member of the public should know that, okay, this person has such and such a experience or skill sets and so forth. And that is the purpose of this regulation.
Minister, if you just yield 1 second, why would you just not allow it to be available on the internet? Why would somebody have to write to get permission? On what basis would you not provide it?
It's similar to how, I mean, we have it structured in such a way that you would write to the financial secretary for information on the database. They're not, it's going to be just a standard course. Well, so we can in another round, we can look at that in the future, member, whether or not you want to have all 2,000 members on the internet. Okay, let me finish and respond to you. But that's a good suggestion. The prospective director can make a request in respect of the information. The information that is accessible is the information on the names of the current directors, the board or boards to which they are appointed, and their competencies or skills, as was mentioned. This is important, Mr. Speaker, due to Regulation 7, which is on confidentiality. This provides for confidentiality with respect to information contained in a database. Prospective directors can be assured of the confidentiality of the information shared and the integrity of the system in which information is stored. So not all information will be publicly, what is publicly available are the competencies and experience of the director. But there are certain boards, for example, for which due diligence would have to be done or fit and proper assessments. Clearly, that information would not be available publicly. Correct. Correct. All right, Regulation 8, changes to the database. This regulation, Mr. Speaker, provides for changes to the database as it relates to prospective directors. So the prospective director may notify the financial secretary of any error in the database concerning their information. And the financial secretary can also, on his or her own initiative, or in a response to a request to do so, correct or update information. The regulation also provides that prospective directors will be advised of any such changes or updates. Regulation 9, eligibility for inclusion in the database. Regulation 9, subsection 1 sets out that a person may be included in the database by nomination by certain interest groups, which include, but is not limited to, professional bodies, business associations, trade unions, public sector agencies representing special interest groups such as the gender affairs, children or youth, consumer affairs, and the disabled community. In addition, Mr. Speaker, persons can be nominated by political parties registered under the Representation of the People's Act, members of the academic community and civil society groups, such as those representing human rights groups, environmental action groups, as well as child and youth advocates. The current chairman or board members, the portfolio ministers and permanent secretaries may also nominate persons to be considered for appointment to boards of public bodies and thus for inclusion in the database. Mr. Speaker, this provision demonstrates our commitment to participatory government, inclusiveness and diversity, and highlights this government's recognition of the need to have a wide cross-section of our people involved and represented in important decision-making towards the growth and development of Jamaica. In addition to nominations, Mr. Speaker, Regulation 9 provides that a member of the public, if he or she feels they have the requisite skills, experience, know-how, or competencies and wishes to make a contribution, they can simply write to the Financial Secretary, Mr. Speaker. Such an opportunity has never previously existed, Mr. Speaker, and ought to be hailed as a forward and progressive step in the right direction, giving Jamaicans an opportunity to have a stake in their own growth and development. It bears repeating, however, Mr. Speaker, that no one shall be well, let me be clear. Inclusion in the database does not mean automatic selection. But what it is saying is that many people have a desire to serve. If you have a desire to serve and you have the competencies, you can nominate yourself. Coming to that. You can nominate yourself, and that puts you in the pool of persons from which selection can take place. As it exists right now, people who are selected are only within the minds of the particular minister. And there's no reference to any independent directory. We'll have a directory that has all the engineers, all the architects, all the lawyers, all the youth advocates, all the gender affairs specialists, all the communication persons, and you can select from among. It bears repeating, Mr. Speaker, that no one shall be included in the database except for those for whom a due diligence check has been undertaken to determine that the requisite knowledge, skills, and experience are what is said to be the case. And that might just be a simple check from an employer or from an entity that gives professional or administers professional qualifications, i.e., you want to know that the basic information that you have in there is reliable. The person has worked in a management capacity or has been in the postal department or whatever is represented to be the case is in fact the case. Regulation 9, subsection 2 addresses categories of persons who would not be eligible for inclusion in the database, Mr. Speaker. And these are as follows. And recall that many of the documents, the governance documents for public bodies, exclude these persons anyway. This is just making it clear that for public bodies, these persons would be ineligible. 1, a member of the House of Representatives. 2, a councillor of the local authority as defined in the Local Governance Act. 3, a person disqualified from serving under the Companies Act. 4, a bankrupt within the meaning of the Insolvency Act. 5, a person who has a mental disorder within the meaning of the Mental Health Act. And 6, a person who does not consent in writing to be subject to a due diligence check. In respect of Regulation 9, subsection 2A, which now provides that members of the House of Representatives would not be eligible for inclusion in the database, Mr. Speaker, this is an important provision towards ensuring, amongst other things, limitations of members of the political directorate on boards of public bodies. It doesn't mean that after your term of service you can't serve, but we're saying if you are in the political directorate, that is not the time for you to also serve on the board of a public body. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is something that generated a lot of conversation, and it's certainly in keeping with best practices around the world that members who serve in the political directorate, certainly the elected chambers, do not at the same time serve on the board of public bodies. And I hope Regulation 10, Mr. Speaker, selection procedures. Each board, as per the policy guidelines, is required. Well, when these become effective, they would know that would no longer obtain. Yes. So this is trying to move forward. And remember, these regulations come out of the corporate governance framework, which was first promulgated in 2011, and there's been a wide, consultation in society. Now, members of the political directorate may have different views on some of this, but there is no doubt that the society at large, and certainly the direction in which governance is proceeding in the world, and we can talk about that point some more if you want to. Members of the political directorate do not serve on the boards of public bodies. I mean, it's...
Minister, is the regulation, are you suggesting that it has a retroactive effect or a prospective?
the reason why we are, and all of what I'm saying here, I went and gave a similar speech in December. What we had in the regulations passed in December was that they would come into effect in February, and the database would be available in November, and we specified the months. Now it went to the Senate, it didn't get passed in January or February, and then COVID, and it has not been passed, and so it's no longer valid, so we had to take it back and do it over. This time, instead, and I made a changes on the gender, and I made a change on the Senate, which I'll get to. This time, we have, instead of putting a month, effective February or effective November, what we have said is it's effective 4 months after it has been gazetted. So it can only be gazetted when it passes the Senate. So we've given, we don't have the same problem that we had this time around. Okay? So each board, as per policy guidelines, is required to have a competency profile, Mr. Speaker. And the competency profile was, that policy 2 years ago was put into effect. And this is an instrument that outlines the core and key competencies that are required of directors to serve on the boards of each public body. So this public body needs to have an engineer, a community representative, and a lawyer. Another public body might need a geologist, etc. Right? The selection procedures requires the financial secretary to prepare a list of all eligible prospective directors from this database or directory who meet the competency profile of the respective board. So it would consist of all the, if it requires, let me just stick with engineer for the time being. If the board requires an engineer, you would take from the directory all of the engineers, and the minister would have that available. Okay? This list is then given to the appointing authority, which is usually a minister of government, but in some cases can be His Excellency the Governor General or another body or authority. And it is from this directory given to the appointing authority that the authority selects prospective directors to be considered for appointment. So it's just that the process is transparent. The way in which somebody is appointed is the same way for John as it is for Mary. It's a process that has a transparent mechanism to it. He can't go outside of the directory, no. However, there's one, we can't take, that is not something that I think there is support anywhere to remove. Can't remove that, right? But he has a broader pool, and it is a transparent pool. It's a pool that everybody has a chance to contribute to, and you get to a board in the same way. It's not the process of getting to a board is the same for everybody. Yeah, but at the end of the day, the minister makes a selection. Regulation 9, subsection 2 specifically outlines categories of persons who would not be eligible for inclusion in the database. And Regulation 10.4 outlines categories of persons that are ineligible for selection for appointment, and these include a former CEO of the same public body to which he's been considered for appointment, where that CEO has held the office of CEO at any time during the period, the 3 years immediately preceding the proposed date. Okay? We haven't reached there yet. Mr. Speaker, this is to allow a cooling off period between that person's service as CEO and his or her service as director of the same entity. Also excluded from selection is a person who has connected parties with an existing legal dispute with the public body for which he or she's been considered for appointment. That person will be ineligible for selection. They could be in the database, but if you have an existing legal dispute with the public body, you ought not to be on the board of the public body. Okay? Mr. Speaker, this is an important safeguard against some forms of conflict of interest. If a person is ineligible to be a director under the terms of the Enabling Act or constituent documents of that public body, which is obvious, and if the person is also ineligible for selection, if the person is a director on 3 public body boards, not including the boards of subsidiaries. So this regulation, Mr. Speaker, would prohibit an individual serving on more than 3 public body boards at the same time. Mr. Speaker, also if the person doesn't satisfy the competencies or if the person is incapacitated. Mr. Speaker, ensuring that the skills and competencies of persons selected to serve are the required skills and competencies for each public body to meet their management needs is an important objective. Mr. Speaker, Regulation 11, categories of public bodies for which fit and proper tests shall be conducted. Mr. Speaker, Regulation 11 sets out fit and proper tests that will be required for certain public body boards. These are public body boards which carry out functions providing financial services, those that relate to regulating financial and gaming sectors, which is you require fit and proper for the companies that are being regulated. You need fit and proper, and I think that's a point you made on the BOJ Act revision. These persons ought to be fit and proper as well. But we're going a little bit beyond that, Mr. Speaker, and we're saying that there are other public bodies deemed to be of strategic importance, and we set them out in the second schedule of the regulations. And by strategic importance, we mean that these public bodies have a sizable asset base and are considered to have a significant economic impact. And here we're thinking of the NHT, the National Water Commission, the Port Authority, the Petrojam, and we say HART. Together, these 3 public bodies have revenues of maybe $300 billion. And we're saying that, look, if you're going to serve on the board of these public bodies, they need to have fit and proper. Right? And that is us moving governance in the right direction, improving it. And there can be improvements in time to come as well, further improvements. Mr. Speaker, this list of 5 is by no means exhaustive, and it can be subject to periodic review as time goes on. Regulation 12 sets out the fit and proper tests for prospective directors. And these criteria, Mr. Speaker, include never having been convicted for an offense involving dishonesty or moral turpitude, not being a bankrupt, there's no record of impropriety in the handling of monies, the person is a person of probity, is likely to exercise competence, diligence, and sound judgment, amongst others. Regulation 13 on appointments to the boards, all appointments to boards are done in accordance with these regulations, and importantly, with the consent of the prospective director, which must be given within 14 days of being notified for selection. In respect of Regulation 13, subsection 4, members of the Senate who can be appointed to public boards is limited to 4, Mr. Speaker. This means that of all public bodies that exist, only 4 senators may serve at any time on these boards. And Mr. Speaker, in the regulations passed in December, we had that senators were prohibited. So this is a change. There is a view that there should be none, and we may yet get to that stage. But sometimes change that is big and change of this nature comes in steps. So on the first step, we're saying that at any one point in time, not 13, which is what the government of any day would have, but 4, limiting it to 4 for the time being. No, it's not legally defined as a public body. That's an elected body. So we're saying that when you're elected, you have different motivations. I mean, being ethical, honest, etc. Your motivations and your priorities are different from when you are required to serve in an administrative capacity. And the public interest is better served if, and I'm going over the same point, but I don't think I need to go over it. You use the chair public bodies to my friend. Let me remind you of that. Okay. All right. Mr. Speaker, Regulation 13, subsection 6 provides that the total membership of the board shall be comprised, and this is a big, shall be comprised of a minimum of 30% male and 30% female, and 2, the remaining members may be of either gender or a combination of both. So if the board has 5 members, a minimum of 2 have to be female, and 2 have to be male. If the board has 6, a minimum of 3 has to be female. If the board has 7, a minimum of 3 has to be female. If the board has 8, a minimum of 3 has to be female or male. And this, Mr. Speaker, is a big step forward. The government, through this move, is signaling that gender diversity and the inclusion of male and females in the administration of the affairs of the state is of signal importance to the country. And we want for there to be equality of opportunity for young girls and for young boys in our society. Mr. Speaker, Regulation 14, Restriction on Appointment of Chairman, provides that chairperson shall not simultaneously chair more than 3 public body boards, though this does not include a board of subsidiaries. 3. It is a lot. This is to ensure that chairpersons are not stretched too thin and can offer the time and energy necessary to the business of the public body. And, Mr. Speaker, the Regulation 15 provides that the chairperson shall not serve for more than 2 consecutive terms. So term limits on the chairmanship of public body boards. Regulation 16 sets out some limit on the terms of service of directors. Whilst the appointing authority may reappoint any director from the outgoing board of a public body, one is not automatically entitled to be reappointed except as prescribed in the Enabling Act. If a director has already served on the board for 1 or more terms consecutively amounting to, in aggregate, 10 years, subject to the Enabling Act or constituent document, then that person will not be eligible for reappointment. So we're saying that if you serve on a public body board, the same board, for 10 consecutive years, there ought to be a rotation. Okay? And that is important for governance, that there is some degree of circulation. Mr. Speaker, this is important to ensure that persons with fresh and innovative ideas are considered for board appointments. And this, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of continuity, and this is why this regulation also provides that subject to the Enabling Act and constituent documents of the public body, that the appointing authority, and this is a very important one, shall select for reappointment at least 1/3 or 3, whichever is less, of members of an outgoing board at the end of the board's term, or where there is a change of government or change in minister, or where the minister makes a decision to appoint a new board. Mr. Speaker, no longer should there be a break in the important activities of a public board simply because there is a change of government or a change of minister, which hitherto this regulation would lead to the complete overhauling of the previous board to be replaced by a new one, which, Mr. Speaker, would require its own learning curve and which would often result in the loss of strategic insights of previous board members. Now, Mr. Speaker, everywhere in the world that we see as more developed than ourselves have boards of public bodies that are not linked to the terms of administrations. And that is because, just give you the analogy of a private company. If a private company were to change their board outright every 4 years and the management remain in place, the management would just completely dominate the board. There's a certain amount of institutional knowledge that needs to be retained for the board to function effectively. Now, this will require greater levels of professionalism on the part of board members. And the recognition that that policy is set by the cabinet and the policy of the day, provided it is not unethical, not illegal, ought to be carried out by the public body without question. The board, the governance function of board members is not to originate policy. The governance function is to ensure that the management of the organization is implementing policy in accordance with the best practices of public management. Okay? So there's a quid pro quo. On one hand, we are putting in regulations that strengthen governance in Jamaica, that provide for a certain amount of continuity, as happens in other countries. But the quid pro quo of that is a recognition of a certain degree of professionalism on the director. And if you disagree with the policy, you resign. But you don't try to originate. The origination is with the origination is with the cabinet. Mr. Speaker, Regulation 17, revocation of appointment, sets out when the appointing authority can revoke the appointment of a director. Mr. Speaker, with the most careful approach to the appointment of directors of public boards, things can go awry, and thus one has to consider revocation. Absence from duty for 3 consecutive meetings for reasons not deemed satisfactory is a ground for revocation. Incapacitation is a ground for revocation, or misconduct or breach of duty of care. Mr. Speaker, vacancy, this Regulation 18 addresses how vacancies are to be dealt with. Regulation 19, publication in the Gazette, codifies a long-held practice of publication of appointments of directors to boards in the Jamaican Gazette. Regulation 20, Mr. Speaker, and this is a very important one. Board restrictions and actions during a transition period. In Regulation 2 of these regulations, transition period was defined to mean the period from the date on which the Governor General issues a writ of election to the date on which persons are appointed by the appointing authority to serve as members of the boards of public bodies in accordance with the relevant laws, except for circumstances referred to in paragraph A, and the period from the date on which a minister is appointed until the date on which that minister appoints a new board, i.e., from the day that the Governor General issues a writ of election until a new board is appointed. That's a transition period, which historically has caused a lot of challenges and problems in governance in Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, the transition period covers this period when a general election is called until a new minister appoints a new board. And these are periods where a board would normally resign to allow the new administration to make appointments. And while certain protocols and conventions have developed and have been followed in these periods as it relates to the business of the public body board, this government wants to send a signal as to how matters ought to be treated in these periods. The regulation, Mr. Speaker, provides that during a transition period, a board should not enter into any new and major undertakings. And major undertakings have been defined to mean the acquisition of assets or assumption of obligations of a certain value, usually requiring board approval. I.e., when an election is called, the writ is by the GG on until a new board is appointed, you don't go and do things that normally require board approval. You don't make appointments that usually require board approval. So the CEO kind of does something that normally requires board approval. The board can, however, make new appointments to positions ordinarily requiring board approvals where the appointment was negotiated and contracted before the transition period. You don't, during that period, conduct a performance appraisal for the CEO or the president. It's just not transparent. You don't, and during that period, you're in a holding pattern. And a board would be required to submit its resignation, but importantly, the resignation does not take effect until a new board is appointed. So that, Mr. Speaker, in the same, yes, you offer your resignation, but it doesn't take effect because so all of our public bodies ought to function all the time. We lose a lot of time, and when we have boards under the current system that are in limbo for extraordinary period of time. We've already, in the regulations, covered the fact that the board, during these transition periods, last week. The regulations, Mr. Speaker, mean that you can't, during the transition period, you can't do certain things, but the bread and butter business must continue. Mr. Speaker, I won't go in. Regulation 21, Regulation 22, appointment of boards during the period. shall not be invalid. Appointments. So it's very important, Mr. Speaker, that these regulations are done in such a way that existing boards are not affected until they nominate persons to serve as directors on boards, and these include professional bodies, trade unions, board, public sector agencies, gender affairs, youth, disabled communities, and registered political parties, civil society interest groups, portfolio ministers, permanent secretaries. The second schedule addresses public bodies that are of strategic importance, as I've mentioned before. In closing, Mr. Speaker, as I've said before, these regulations have benefited from wide consultation over a very long period of time with members of civil society and members from various sectoral and other groups, including parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker, and the regulations through these regulations, the government signals its intent to continue to fulfill its commitment to good corporate governance practices in the public sector, to foster transparency and to encourage participation in the management and oversight of public bodies. Mr. Speaker, these regulations, with the exception of the introduction of the gender clause and the clause to allow 4 senators to serve, are exactly the same as with those 2 exceptions, as the regulations that this House passed in December 2019. I now invite members of this Honourable House, Mr. Speaker, to support the affirmation of the Public Bodies Management and Accountability, Nomination, Selection and Appointment to Boards Regulations 2019.
Mr. Bunty. Mr. Speaker, I'm just trying to ascertain if the intention is to close tonight. I would ask the minister if he would consider. We have 2 more Tuesdays to sit. Right, but we have 2 more sittings, next Tuesday and the following Tuesday. I don't know if you heard when the House Leader extended the sectoral debate to the 28th. So we have 2 more weeks. So, I mean, given the late hour, and I know many persons may want to say something. Yeah, in fact, we don't have a quorum. Yeah, no, but I don't see what's to be lost, Minister. When it's a parliament prorogued or we take a break? No, you said parliament prorogued, but we don't normally prorogue parliament in July. We just take a break for the summer. Is it a Freudian slip? You mean take the summer break, I asked you. Well, I don't want to trigger the technicality that we don't have a quorum, but perhaps you could allow us a minute to just caucus before. Yeah, I think the point has been raised that we don't have a quorum, Mr. Speaker, so I think we have to conclude the business of the House.
Given the fact that the point has been made by the leader of opposition business that we don't have a quorum, then I'll ask the marshal to do a count and see if there is Any other members in the precinct?
It is not intended to do any further business today. It is fortunate for us that we have so many young members remaining in the House. The older folks have retired. So I am going to now invite you to suspend the sitting until for a date to be fixed. It's safer when you go that way. Okay, Mr. Speaker. For a date to be fixed.
Given the fact that there is no quorum, I know adjourn this meeting for a date to be fixed.
Yeah, it is safer when you can make a resolution on the basis of a non-quorum.